Like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act. It's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
Well, hello once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow tournament. We're into day 3 of our week-long schedule to decide who of the Nordic teams that enter this tournament will be the Heroes of Tomorrow. I am the Eternal J. I'm joined by Vendetta. Once again, welcome back to the show, mate. We've had a nice couple of introductory days, I guess, to kick things off in our quarterfinal match, and I think right now we're sort of getting a feeler as to where teams should start to settle in our tournament.
Yeah, again, as you said, we've gotten our introduction to all 8 teams in the tournament, and I think we have a pretty clear idea as to who we should regard as the favorites, and obviously that is the teams that have made it into the upper semis to this point. But we've also had some pleasant surprises, I'd say, even though teams like Nine Academy, for instance, are in the lower bracket. They definitely came out as a promising young team that we necessarily didn't expect as they pushed Tricked quite far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do take a look at the upper semi-final. I think we got most of the right sort of teams in the right places. The
Yeah,
only outlier result probably could be that Young Ninja 0-0 Prospects result because of the nature of name value. But the Ninjas will, of course, be fighting for their tournament lives today because in today's proceedings, we're taking a look at our lower bracket matches between Nine Academy and Young Ninjas and BitFix Gaming versus Medisport as our elimination games will kick off over the course of the day. The Medisport BitFix match will be the first one of today here, and we'll look forward to seeing how well Young Ninjas can cope against Nine Academy. And honestly, I think in our second series, they do have a pretty decent outside chance there in the Academy team.
it feels that way, doesn't it? Again, if we want to compare, obviously, the two matches that we've seen with the two teams involved, then there's no doubt that Nine Academy had, well, left a better taste in our mouth after seeing them than what Young Ninjas did, especially, obviously, considering the fact that the very last match that we had yesterday, Young Ninjas versus 0-0 Prospect, that Mirage game was just a straight up mauling
Yeah.
on the side of that. So, Young Ninjas losing their own map pick 16-2. Not ideal. Doesn't instill a lot of confidence, but new day, new chances, and all that. And they might have a better go of it on a different map. We'll see. And obviously, we don't know too much again about Nine Academy's entire map pool and those kind of things. All we know is that they have a decent understanding of how to play Overpass and a decent understanding of how to play Vertigo. So we'll see how far that can take them.
We're going to see that match as our second one of the day.
Yeah.
For now, they focus on the Norwegian derby, BitFix versus Medisport. So unfortunately, one of your teams will be going out. I know that yesterday you were trying to spin it in a positive light that also one team will be moving forward in the lower
Exactly.
bracket. The question really for me is whether or not that team will end up being have much further of a deeper life in this tournament. But this match right here, obviously, we kind of expected these two teams to be in this position. It does kind of suck that the draw has made it so that way they take each other on in the first round of the lower bracket. But at the end of the day, they are coming into this whole tournament as underdogs here. Who do you feel left the best impression in the last couple of days?
Honestly, it has to be Metasport out of the two teams. Really, again, they were able to get into double figures in their matchup versus Astralis Talent, and actually had a bit to showcase for themselves, right? And there were definitely opportunities in both of the maps where it felt like they were going basically head to head with their opponents. Nuke, sure, they fell flat after losing an eco, but Mirage, we saw them go up to 12, 11 to 12 with an opportunity to equalize everything pretty late into the actual game. So again, that's positive signs. You can't necessarily say that you expect all that much more out of them, considering where they've come from and what kind of experience they've had versus teams of Astralis Talent's caliber. So that was definitely a surprising positive, really. Just after having watched it. And for Bitfix, yeah, there wasn't really too much redeeming things to bring with you. I guess the most positive thing I can say is like, well, it's in the past now,
Yeah.
and they get to refocus on an opponent that they will have much better familiarity with at the very least. Again, I actually have to correct myself because initially when we talked about Bitfix and Metasport as well, I spoke about who'd been doing better out of the two teams in the National League, and it is actually Bitfix who has had a bit of a better season against at least domestic opponents so far. So maybe that is going to be a bit of a motivational factor for them. Maybe they feel more comfortable in their own skin going up against a team that they've obviously played on multiple occasions before, and we could get to see a better side of them.
Indeed, we could. I mean, for these two teams, I mean, you talk about the national leagues and the Teleleague and stuff. I've been told actually they're going to be competing against each other next week on Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be a fun little preview for all those who are interested in that particular tournament to see how well they'll be able to manage themselves right here. Arguably the more important matches today, though, because
Yeah.
this is all for elimination here. Again, this is a lower bracket game. Therefore, this is all about survival.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's about staying alive in this tournament will allow you to have more valuable opportunities at actually getting good matching, right? To a different level than what you've been used to. If you take, go one step further in the elimination or in the lower bracket system, you're gonna run into higher ranked teams than yourself, higher ranked team than most of what you have within the Tele League as well. So, make the most out of it when you first have the opportunity to do so. So I'm expecting obviously both teams to do their damnedest in order to get a win here, but Bitfix absolutely need to show us more than what they were able to versus Masonic, because that was just far too one-sided.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, right? Is the idea that obviously they want to make sure that they have some decency. We talked about the idea that a team doesn't need to win a match to prove something in this tournament if they can just make it close. Like Nine Academy, for example, they're a perfect point of what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. There is the fact that, well, they didn't quite win against Trick, but they managed to take them to do double-digit maps rather. So like we're talking about some very proficient sort of CS from them. And if they can do that right here in this tournament for the likes of Bitfix, that might be encouraging. The only caveat point I add to that result is that they were up against Masonic. Obviously,
Yeah.
a very strong team, arguably top 2 in the tournament, definitely within that top 4 conversation. So this is probably going to be a bit more of a manageable task for them.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Again, we could tell a very clear difference between some of the more established teams in terms of how they actually just played out their maps, and even if they are in pressure situations, how they actually deal with them. It seems to just have a little bit more of coolness and calm to them in a lot of these situations, which again leads to round victories and so on. And in this case, I'm not necessarily sure we're going to see all that much more cool and calmness from necessarily the Bitfix and Metasport players, but at least they'll both be, chaotic. So there's not one with an inherent advantage over the other in that sense, as we would have seen in the Masonic match.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is going to be a bit more manageable for both teams
Yeah.
overall. And really, at this particular stage, you can sort of have a slight bit of a coin toss as to who's going to come out on top. Obviously, regional matches end up being a little bit more wild than sort of standard like international games. And as a result, while we went into those last couple of matches thinking there were some definitive favourites, while you can have some sort of favoritism in terms of what they've been doing nationally here, I don't know if that necessarily translates over 100% to who we should pick out as a definitive favourite in this series.
No, I'd absolutely agree. And again, if we just think back to what we saw out of the two teams in the first round, I think it's pretty fair to say that we would expect Metasport to do better, even though that might not have been the case in the National League. So they were the ones who produced the best showcase for themselves in the opening rounds. They're the ones who looked more competitive. Therefore, you do have high hopes for them in terms of actually, yeah, being able to win versus Bitfix today.
It's all about a slight caveats overall for both
Yeah.
teams. Take a look at the map vetoes and see what kind of series we're playing out between these two squads. Nuke and Mirage banned out first and foremost. Inferno and Vertigo picked in as the first couple of maps here for Bitfix and Metisport. Ancient Dust 2 moved to the last wave, and Overpass being the last map in the series. What do you make of this one?
Nuke makes sense. It seems to be Bitfix go to veto, more or less. So no interest in actually playing that, and Metas obviously showed that they were willing to play it versus Astralis Talent, even though necessarily the result wouldn't instill fear in Bitfix by any means. But for Metasport, they changed up their veto a little bit. Obviously, I could understand that you wanted to be a little bit more targeted when they were playing Astralis Talent, removing Ancient in the first round instead. Going with Mirage this time, that's kind of more back to the norm in that sense. So it's all pretty much standard procedure. Bitfix picking Inferno again. That's the one map where they found success. In an HLTV match, which is a map versus Void. So again, just going with what's been working for you. They weren't allowed to do that in the first round. Obviously, we saw the targeted ban from Masonic in that sense. So maybe we're gonna get to see a bit of a better side from Bitfix Gaming in this one. As for Metasport, Vertigo, I think that's perfectly fine. Again, I do like just seeing these newer teams play Vertigo. I think it's something that's going to give you a bit of an edge, even as you're trying to step up, because there's a lot of teams that just kind of put that in and on a bit of a hold, and that's not necessarily perfected. So there's definitely chances you can create for yourself on that map.
Well, take a look at Inferno as the first map in the series. Obviously, you mentioned how that is Bitfix's main sort of like sticking point when it comes to HLTV matches. That one good map that they've won is always in their back pocket.
Yeah.
It's a similar scenario for Metasport, though. Like the one map that they've won so far in their HLTV history has been Inferno. So it
Yeah.
kind of cuts both ways.
It does actually, and if I remember correctly, that match was versus Fox. The one that Metasport won. When Fox is, again, one of the teams that are in the Tele League and actually doing better than both of these respective lineups. So, again, that could be, well, it goes to show that Metasport are not going to be pushovers by any means. when they actually duke it out on Inferno. So it's not necessarily like a massive win for Bitfix to be able to get Inferno in terms of us sitting here feeling like, yeah, this should be like a 70-30 in favor of Bitfix. But you know, you just have to, I guess, be happy for Bitfix that they're able to play a map that they feel at very least comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, like again, it is one of those things that can be a bit more of a coin toss sort of map, though. Given the fact that both teams have had their respective successes, the fact that they've both had this map as being one of their sort of like main cornerstones of what little pool that they've got, what little results that they've had as of right now. So in that sort of sense, it is kind of difficult to predict off the back of the veto alone. We have to dive a little bit deeper in that sort of sense. So like in terms of a favorite in this series, like who would you sort of lean to more than the other?
Again, it's going to be recency bias taking over. Now, I'll happily admit that. And again, from the opening matches, Metasport looked like the more competent team. And while we might get a very different showcase today, I do have them as a slight favorite. Because again, for the respective teams themselves, right? You're not going to get any sort of confidence if you're Bitfix and you've just gone through a bit of a beating versus Masonic. But on the side of Metasport, you could actually tell that, or you could tell yourself that we were in the match on Nuke until this happened, and we were in Mirage until this happened. That was never really a case for Bitfix. They were never in any of those maps. So for Metasport, they can come into this with a little bit more confidence, I think, given what they've showcased so far. So we'll see if that actually comes into play, if that means anything at all. And I guess a little bit of an interesting aspect is the fact that Bitfix, it is their map pick, but they do get to start on the CT side.
Here we go into map number 1 of our day, or map number 1 of our series of our Norwegian derby between Metasport and Bitfix. And Pistol Round coming up live with a little upgrade over on Reaper's part of things, the utility for Woody, and the default setting for the second mid position where the firing squad will find Koss and remove him from play very early here.
That's a very good start. And this is one of the things that we're never really allowed to do versus Masonic. On multiple occasions, that was actually just getting clean openings. At best, they would have an initial 1-for-1 trade, and then from there on out, it would just go badly. Now they've been able to establish themselves. Got the group situated up towards mid, perhaps waiting for Metasport to potentially re-aggress to try to find some information. That not being the case, though, we see Bitfix actually falling back. They've gotten one player extremely deep, actually past the point of the Coils player here.
Yeah, I think Jochen might have messed this up, honestly. I'm not sure if he was peeking in and out. Either way, he's going to get backstabbed in with the main force facing him directly from banana control. Take where, spots, taps, sees nothing else in the back line, so easy pickings at a 5 versus 3. Plant that we secured. Metasport, not an easy retake to make happen here.
No, this is going to be a tough one. They have one smoke on Banao, and that's about it. So all comes down to what you opt to actually smoke off. Do you take the chance of actually getting this bomb smoked off, or do you smoke off Banana and see if you can actually isolate some players and win your fights?
Facing Tate Ware, another couple of kills for him. A triple in the round. Not quite a quadra. Youngster steals away the last kill onto Banao, and that'll be a starting pistol round for Bitfix.
Well, that's a very, very solid start. Again, not really sure how Tate was able to avoid Joachim for the entry in towards Banana, because I'm pretty sure, as I mentioned, Joachim is just kind of well, sidestep peeking every now and again, let's say like with every 2.5 seconds or something like that, and it has to be just the ultimate timing from Tate where to make it past enemy lines. From that on, it becomes a bit of an impossible task for Metasport to salvage. Yeah, decided to force buy into this one though. Scout in the hands of Koss. Their offer. The others decked out with deagles.
With the first contact and the kill towards Winter. Follows suit to Banao. Makes it an easy couple of Mac 10 frags. And on 2 HP means that his teammates now have to take the rest of the control. But Bitfix, better buyback, better firepower. You can already see the CTs have left the ace because they want to save the Kevlar and what little weapons they've got.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when you get a deagle dink, it actually doesn't end your opponent. But Youngster apparently having Lady Fortuna on his side, at least to start off the match. It's going to be 2-0 lead for Bitfix. For them, obviously, all that matters is having people stay alive. There is an opportunity for Zame, obviously, to have a bit of a look around and see if he can actually find something with his Mac 10, but Youngster being on such low HP, he's probably just going to have to duck out and get to a safe distance.
Of course, getting caught off there. Should be hunted down by the Bitfix side. Just a couple of players are going for that 100. He's not 100% there for the T side this early on into the game. Still try to look for something back here, but ultimately very little will go their way, so they can just be happy with a 2-0 start at the very least. Eventually, Reaper does end up with the tapeware, and the match ended the same. Caught off by Jokum in that back line, so 4 versus 2. And that will be BitFix maintaining the majority of their players alive. Unfortunately, they do lose a rifle in that exchange. It's still going to be the 2-0 start, and they can't complain about that too much.
No, definitely not. I mean, already matched their scoreline versus Masonic in that first half. So improvements, obviously very different playing Inferno T side than playing the T side on Ancient. Honestly, T side Inferno feels very much like something you can win just outright, without that being too big of a shocker. So I already see early despawn smoke, and they might just have people make their way in. Tapeware's been able to get behind enemy lines once. Might look to eye out the opportunity to do that a second time. We do see some rotations, though, coming in from the CTs.
Try the wraparound if they can get there. You've got one player coming in from underpass, from mid, but Youngster struck on the site directly, killing off Reaper. Big gap in that CT smoke. Winter will try to be capitalized upon it, get that one headshot on Woody, but no more than that. Trades are effective from Tapeware, and the plant will be secured. 4 versus 2 for Jokum and Benal, and there should be no real way in for them, unfortunately. I say that, and they are being offered up some pretty easy kills. That's 2 USP frags in this round. Doesn't look like Tapeware's going to let it go any further than that, though. Spotting out that CT player at CT spawn. Just tapping him away, keeping him at bay. No chance for Jokum to really strike out from Banana either, so... Yeah, another 3-0 start for the BitFix side. Again, as you mentioned, already far better than what they were doing in that first map against Masonic. So, all thumbs up from all around so far.
Yeah, definite improvements in that sense, and looks like they're going to be able to keep the 3 remaining players alive as well. Nobody dared to go down Banana where Jokum was waiting. Solid start. Been able to build a decent amount of money on their side as well. Youngster is going to have to rebuy, but sitting at 10.5k before getting into round 4 has to be good.
Yeah. So far, so good, of course, for the T-side. A lot of excess might affect the economy in the long term, but for now, the guns will be in for both teams. Metasport with the AWP a buy up for course here. M4s and the other 4 players with the AKs across the board for the BitFix side, as you would expect. No Mac 10s this time around. In the full guns and quite a bit of cash in the reserves as well. Nice nade placement from Benal early. He's going to do a little bit of damage towards Woody and Zane, but they avoid the majority of the center of mass.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious if that was a bit of an early timing from the side of Metasport. That's kind of regarded as the 141 HE. Threw it at 142. Didn't get too much damage out of it, but nonetheless, it does put some of the players under that threshold for a potential one-shot from the M4. That's really the biggest thing. So you see gradual mid-control being taken here by BitFix.
You're putting some smokes down towards that A site in the entryways to try and indicate that's where they're going to go here. Incendiaries come up against Woody. Will tag him low to 66. Stall the execution for now. 3 to get on the Metasport side, and Koss says no to Zane. Quickly dropping that bomb, flashing from Winter. Allow the orb to peek even further forward of this. Molotov's down, as Koss gets caught in the back. So 4 versus 4. Winter also falls. Benal and Reaper chiming in, but Benal only lasts for so long here. 2 versus 2 scenarios. The trades are decent enough to keep it an even standing. And there's one CT defending the bomb as well. Reaper, Incendiary's on, going to try to press for even longer. Might even force his teammate up to position in the mid control. He's leaning in for another good kill, actually. He couldn't catch it. He sees the player, but doesn't get the kill shot here.
Actually wins at the duel versus Ghazi as well. I'm a little bit surprised to see Jokum playing this passively for this long. With everything going on, putting a lot of pressure on Reaper to be able to win out at least his initial duel. 1v2, and Reaper's actually just going to complete the task. The 3k for the round, and what should be pretty easy defuse as well. Scavenge together whatever they can out of nades and whatnot. Metasport on the board.
A respectable start for them. Did lose quite a number of players in that rifle round, so it won't be the best of starts, but it is a round on the board. The responsive should be in from the T sideline. BitFix should be able to buy back with that bomb plant bonus. There's money still in the reserves overall. A decent effort from Reaper, especially able to get this round together for his teammates. Yeah, we will see the guns out from both teams. That Famata bin now really highlighting the issues to the economy game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, Reaper kind of being the hero of that last round. I think if he doesn't drop the bomb as Bitfix are wrapping around Arch, it becomes a very, very different round altogether. With the T side having a possibility to play the afterflank position instead. And when they have to go chasing things turn for the Wars. Jacob's going to get aggressive behind a flash, but it doesn't catch Youngster. So the T is up one man early on. And who is that? Established in top mid in Arch as well. That's Woody. Vigazi to go down from Koss, but there is a T who's made it all the way in towards CT spawn, and that's kind of what Bitfix are banking on as well.
Yeah, Metasport have no idea about this. He's just going to walk his way all the way up towards that B wraparound and should be able to capitalize with a backstab. It's all a game of patience right here for Bitfix.
It really is. They do have the time to play with as well, and somehow he loses out the duel versus Reaper, and Winter's going to chime in as well. Here we go then, 2v4.
Molotov down as well. But, still peeks in, still gets another good kill. Burns quite significantly in that Molotov, but leaving Tapeware in a 1 versus 3. He's got no way into this round. Bomb is on his back, fortunate enough, but it's a silver lining in what should be a second for the Metasport side. When Bitfix had everything to play for there, they had the positional advantage, they had, I think, the man advantage at one point. Trades are available, and then just that backstab from Woody didn't really do much.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious how he loses out that duel versus the Metasport player on top of second. Absolutely a win that you should be able to win out, and I think if that happens, all of a sudden Winter has a much, much tougher task defending that B bomb site, but not the way the cookie crumbles this time. Metasport get a second round in a row, and that's also done a number on Bitfix's economy. Hero Galil, I guess you could call it, even though they have forced, bought into it. Maybe with a little bit of excess cash. And honestly, he has 2.650 left, so I don't know. I wouldn't be that against seeing him upgrade to an
like
AK
a
instead.
half-buy, really. Like,
Yeah.
when you think about the fact that it's like a 2k float, it's like kind of like a hero half-buy, if you will.
Yeah, here half-buy, but considering his teammates are around 2k, I wouldn't be opposed to him just going with an AK instead of a Galil. Significant difference between the two weapons in terms of efficiency. But we'll see if we can do anything with it. Again, a lot of space being given in mid from Metasport early on in the stages, and we've already seen one occasion where Bitfix have been able to take advantage of it, but Koss posted up on Arch. It could be good for the first one.
Not quite good for the second one, though. Tapeware, only 1 to 4. Youngster's going to pick up the mantle of that Galil. See where Woody is. Bomb gets dropped to the AWP, and Joachim comes up with the lineup as Koss will end up falling. So it's all left the same. Alone now with the AWP in his hands. 1 HP left on him with the spray from Joachim, still working well against him. Eventually getting that wall bang together to make it a 3-all scoreline. Anti-half-buy removed, and there's enough money for guns now for Bitfix.
It's going to be all AKs, all utility available for them. And going to be curious to see if mid's the way to go as we move forward as well, as to where they want to establish their mid rounds, because Metasport has given up a lot of space. I'm trying to remember back, it was Metasport versus Astralis Talent as well, who didn't really have that much love to show for mid while on their CT side. Who knows, maybe it's a bit of a recurring theme. It's been a 3-man banana start, and Bitfix have taken things slowly, so they're going to avoid most of the damage and most of the utility thrown down there by the CT side. Youngster's been able to establish himself up by wood. You can see the drop utility as well, becoming more and more common.
Much more part of setups than one might initially expect here. It's been a bit of a game changer to a lesser extent.
I think that's absolutely fair.
Passes them back to Zane right here so we can try set something up at the back of Banana. So a bit of time and a bit of positional advantage for the T-side line. They'll make their way up ahead of the half wall. And Reaper and Joachim will be the 2 players to receive the contact plays. That bomb's on its way in there, so this looks to be a B commit for now.
We'll see if they change their mind here. Again, we have Woody. A bit of a lurk up mid, and might as well go unnoticed. You do have one player, Winter, inside of Boiler. Could catch his teammates, though. Instead, it's going to be the opposite way around. Winter to fall. And only been now as the sole defender of this A bomb site.
He's got to do something here. Gets that first headshot in. A second kill, not quite as easy. He got close though on Youngster. 5 HP for him, but a 4v3 scenario means that Metasport are already back now. We talk a lot about Inferno and how it's one of the more harder maps to retake on both A and B site. B site more so harder than A, but any man disadvantage calls in a safe call by default.
Yeah. Much to the dismay of many people once we've had enough Inferno, obviously. But it is definitely one of the maps that lends itself to saving a whole lot on that CT side. And to be fair, it is the correct choice from the Metasport side as well. You can't really argue with it. The likelihood of them being able to retake and that kind of scenario, especially having an op as well, not being as mobile, is going to provide some issues. So just having another go at it in the upcoming round is definitely the way to go about it. You see Seems opening kill and Ghazi's follow-up. But again, Bitfix being allowed to do a whole lot around mid, really simply because of Metasport's disinterest in actually playing around that area. So they don't really have too much information to go off of. If you're going to leave mid open, then I feel like it is a bit of a necessity to actually fight for banana or maintain deep banana control, so you can have somewhat of a canary system in the sense that you'll have early notice as to what's going on at least one of the edges of the map. And if you don't, well, T's are likely to have a very fun time for their 15 rounds. We'll see if there's any bit of a change up to that. Timeout has been taken, and I think Metasport has been one of the teams that have been better at taking timeouts when things have been going a little bit haywire. We saw that on multiple occasions versus Astralis Talent as well on both maps that they played on in the opening round. Always good to have a thing or two to talk over. Try to find some solutions to whatever problems may occur, and yet again it is a three-man setup towards banana early on. Double nades towards wood, and Winter's going to throw a deep flash. Nothing to be found yet for the CT side, but they have established deep control, and that allows for the rotation back towards A.
Third player going to join them on the A defensive, but you mentioned now it might be a bit more of a better idea for Metasport to go for mid challenges. They haven't done that still. Pretty much the exact same setup as they have taken over the course of this half on the A side. One player at the cubby corner watching out the long control, one player on site watching short, one player at broken wall in pit, looking out towards the apartments and playing double duty to back up the short defensive from the AWP. Bitfix still playing out their defaults here. They've got the brackets control at the very least. Where do they go from here?
Well, they've at least waited long enough for a rotation to come over towards the bomb site, so Metasport feeling pretty confident about how they're defending this edge of the map, and Woody is going to get caught the second he moves behind that smoke in Arch. So mid advantage, at least for the time being, with the CT side, but here we're going to see the execution come in from Bitfix.
Smokes down ahead of those incendiaries to try to stop the execution itself and try and stall it at least for the CT side. But now falls instead. Cuss comes up with one good kill, a double up with the AWP. But Youngster deals with him the same to a 2 versus 2 situation. A slight HP advantage for Metasport. Yokum's looking for the high HP player in the back as well as Ghazi falls. Suddenly this round becomes doable for them once again. A retake that is likely to come out. 8 HP for Youngster held back in the back corner. Caught off at the box as Reaper secures the final kill of the round and the 4th round for Metasport.
Yeah, solid catch by Jakob there. I think if the player by headshot is able to stay alive simply for a little bit longer there in pit, then it becomes a very difficult task. But it gives Jakob a little bit too much time to readjust his aim. And it's not going to be good enough, but Bitfix are finding ways in towards the bomb site, and they are getting into winnable positions time and time again by pressuring this mid area. Again, it's going to be a costly affair as well. MP9 is still in play for the CT side, and not necessarily too much money saved up either.
We'll see what they can do with it. broken situation right now for the Bitfix economy state. Of course, it's not quite perfect for Medisport either. SMGs and Galils are the main limiting factors. A little bit more in the reserves for some individuals on Medisport, but in general, both teams rely on a force buy or the loss bonus for round 10. Here in round 9, again, it's just as careful as ever. A slow walk in from Bitfix to try and slowly gain the banana control.
A bit of a blind rotation from Medisport as well. Again, they've left mid completely open, so they don't actually have any information to go off or to base this decision off, but it seems to be the correct one. That is, if Bitfix wants to fully commit to this, and they don't really have the util to set up for another execute.
Off the back of that flashbang as a result, Joachim there with a kill towards Tate. Where's Aim with a responsive, and Koss ahead of the smoke, sees one, takes the head off of Aim. Youngster will also fall to Reaper at that back of the new box. He will drop in return, but Koss still has the AWP pick, a double to his name. Sees that third player, Ghazi. 1v3 for him to try and win out on the clutch. He tapped that bomb once, trying to force the CTs forward here. Passes other plans though. Incendiaries onto the back of the site. It's all left to this AK to isolate the headshots. But she sees that first player just towards the second, but the spray's a bit too high, and Winter can claim 5.
Blind rotation working out for Medisport in that situation. Yeah, not something they necessarily can rely on all that much going forward, but they'll be happy with the round win nonetheless, and do manage to keep 2 players alive. No MP9s in play as of right now. As we see the deep mid smoke coming down as well. We'll see if somebody actually tries to play aggressively behind it, or if they want to sneak in towards second mid, because it does leave a gap there you can play around with.
Well, these smokes seem to indicate they want to go to some sort of A play here. I'll just be quick about taking that second mid control now in the apartments right now for Bitfix. They've applied the brakes though, are characteristically slow from this team.
Not a lot of movement. You thought they would basically hit the pedal a little bit sooner once that arch smoke was down. Not to be the case. Now they've been smoked off an app, so they're going to have to wait for their timing. Flash comes out. The apps pop is a reality, but so is their demise as well. Not a single kill found, but now it does a good job with the USP to clean things up. So nicely held by Medisport. That's going to do wonders for their economy as well, as the efforts of Bitfix have been thwarted.
Very well played up now individually there on the defensive line. His M4 and USP just got it all done. 6-4 to the board. Medisport will be able to extend the lead a little bit further here, but again, Bitfix on pistols in that previous round, so there will be AKs out for this one. Rifles across both boards. The AWP, of course, will be the standout weapon for the CT side. Bitfix, only 2 players defending the A play this time. Again, a bit more of a careful stack towards the B site. Smokes and mollies coming in very quickly from Tate, where I don't think it indicates a definitive take of the site, though. Flashes in towards quad. Winter is ready for a kill found on the first and the second, not quite the third, though.
I still like it, though. Again, being proactive about having information as to what's going on in mid, not giving just that entire piece of real estate over to Bitfix for no fight whatsoever. It does come out of it with a positive trade as well. Now in a 3v4 situation, we'll see what Bitfix comes up with. One of the things that might be difficult is that we've seen a bit of a tendency from Medisport to not necessarily, again, play that far forward, so it's going to be difficult to commit towards an angle if nobody gives themselves up, but Reaper actually loses out on a duel versus Woody. No immediate reaction from Bitfix either, just going to slow walk it into B.
I've got a second player here, though. Utility is thrown over. Tape where back turn not ready with no smoke to the cross. Joachim is going to have to fall down, but they have got a second player up there. I think it's the AWP, of course, as well. Indeed it is. He takes a shot, but misses it out entirely. The bomb gets planted, but now left alone to clutch it. This time another 1v2, a retake on. Looks like he wants to commit to it initially, but the money still indicates it's probably a better idea to save the weapon here. It'd be nice if we can grab that AWP. He's leaning into construction, so maybe he could find an angle to work with, but now footsteps heard, so the crossfire locked out effective. If he gets one kill, he traded so easy. Not like it matters. Tape where hits the first contact shot. That's Bitfix with 5.
And Bitfix getting a bit of a gift-wrapped refrag there over towards B in this occasion right here. Reaper getting a little bit over-eager with his positioning. Again, you'll see players like Perfecto on the side of Navi play that angle almost to a fault, but never actually giving the duel, just always ready to throw down a smoke or some sort of utility to stem the tide and just buy time to defend and execute, and that was never really possible for Metasport. So dropping around with a man advantage like that when Winter does a good job to find the 2-for-1 trade in mid is a bit of a hiccup on their end. They have been able to save up enough money to actually rebuy into this. So might be able to get right back on that horse.
All right, now horse for pause goes at a snail's pace, just more like a trotting along kind of horse, rather than a speeding stallion.
Yeah, it's not the Grand National.
Yeah, having some tech issues. Hopefully we'll get up to speed with what's going on at the moment. I can imagine the issues mostly stem with Tape Wearer and Reaper at the moment, given the fact that those are the two players they haven't brought down yet. So definitely seems like it's player side stuff from Bitfix on Metasport. We'll find out.
Yeah.
In due course. But for now, it's a moment to sort of like take a bit of an opportunity to sort of reflect on what we've seen so far, because it is kind of what we were expecting to a certain extent, given the fact that these two teams are a bit more level-headed compared to the rest of the competition that we've seen so far. And obviously them being blown out of the water in their own respective series, now they're coming into this one, and this first map is being as interesting as we hoped it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, even matched teams usually provide even matched games. As simple as that. Obviously, there are certain aspects that you could look into and think that teams would be a little bit more aware of. One of the things, obviously, on the side of Metasport being the fact that they are giving up a lot of potential map control by not being consistently aggressive in banana when they're giving up mid control. So they are playing in the dark on a fair few occasions, and we've already seen Bitfix being able to actually exploit that room that they're being given. Even though it hasn't necessarily always led to round wins, it's still something that is a bit of a uncertainty, or something that feels a little bit unstable about the CT side of Metasport. And on the other side of that, you got to give Bitfix credit for actually utilizing the space that they're giving, because so many times you'll just have like a spawn call or a set ID that you just want to commit to, regardless of what the circumstances tell you, and that isn't necessarily the case for Bitfix so far. So that's something that's a positive from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I guess as well as that, just Bitfix also playing to their pacing right now. Like, they've been having a very slow kind of game thus far. Like, they've been very crawly along these mid controls, and obviously whenever they get the banana position, whenever they get access to flash their way into banana, they usually end up just taking slow control and getting into their heads. I feel like almost of Metasport. Like, it does feel like they've got a one up, like a little element, an untangible in this matchup right now, because of the way, I think it's down to the pacing and the fact that Metasport just don't really know how to handle the slowness of this other team.
And I think it's a thing that kind of adds on to each other as well, because if you're Metasport and you're playing without information, you do get more and more, I guess, uncomfortable the further you go into a round. As the clock winds down, you still don't really have too much information. You're starting to kind of doubt yourself, and you don't really know what kind of rotations you're meant to make or how you're meant to set up, and that is added to it by the fact that Bitfix are just taking their sweet time about doing anything at all. Even if they get opening frags early into a round, they just kind of pause, reconvene, and talk things through before they actually commit towards a final decision for the round.
Guns out for both sides, and here's that mid control we want to see from Metasport. Reaper straight down range and gets Youngster immediate frag. Looks out towards Banana and just towards underpass. Somehow gets Woody for the double. Joachim forced to chime in as well, bail out his teammates. There's more flanks inbound. A player in second mid, that might be a worry, but no worries on Metasport right now. 5v2 scenario.
And that was quick. So I guess Metasport's answer to the fact that Bitfix won't move in the opening minutes is just to greet them at their doorstep. And in all honesty, most of the time when you see an opening like that, again, with the aggressive push down mid, Reaper is usually dead after getting the first opening kill. But the readjustment he makes to find the guy coming through the pit lane there is really impressive. And Ghazi, a bit of a hopeful move up towards mid, is going to get caught out, and they've already gotten eyes on the last player as well.
Yeah, Kosh just rotating up, shoots him in the arse. Get 7-5 to the board of the Metasport side. Very effective stuff from that CT defensive. And again, just all down a Reaper in that mid control. Joachim came up with that extra support. What a ballsy play, but it made it work. You wanted more mid-control. That was a vastly much more fruitful amount of mid-control.
Yeah, it's about as much mid control as you can have to stop them at T-pit.
Outside of 5 players forcing down mid-position.
Yeah.
I mean, it's realistically speaking, you're on the money. And it has forced BitFix down to just the basics here. Tech9s and Deagle up on a half investment round. Not a full-on force, except for that Mac 10 for Youngster. Can be recovered by the bomb plant bonuses if BitFix can get there. Right now, MistGames, they've posted up some very good CT defensive, though.
They really are. Well, again, we're seeing that deep mid-smoke being put down, but ooh, this time that nade's going to hurt. That's going to hurt badly.
This is going to hurt from Winter as well. 3 kills, actually only 2, as Carl still puts on the AWP, ultimately with a double up of his own right, and down there with the last frag on towards that short control. Only one player lost. Lots of bonuses again. We've seen that to maintain all sorts of control. Disallow that bomb plant most crucially, and of course get the 8th round and the half.
Yeah, I would like to see them actually throw this this deep mid smoke that they've been doing in an actual weapon round, because we've seen it twice so far in this half, and it's only been against low buys on the side of BitFix. And again, with the gap that you're creating for yourselves, it does potentially allow to have an opper peek in towards second mid, or be brazen like Simple would, and actually peek down towards T-bit from an off angle. That's going to be past the potential scope of an off. But not to be the case just yet. Feeling, I suppose, pretty comfortable about what they're doing. And again, more presence in mid initially here from MistGames, which I'm liking as long as they maintain it.
Jochen back over towards the B stack. It's been first 2 kills lined up, but an AK at a CT side. A bit of luck involved in that one, but a trade for Zane makes it a 3v3, make it 3v2 as Woody gets a frag over towards that long position. Costs the AWPer suddenly alone as Ghazi captured his back up in Winter. Both players over towards that short side of the brackets, and now with the AWP's position revealed, Woody and Zane will just make their way into that B side, get that plant down, and from there should secure the round for BitFix.
Yeah, no, this should be a 6th on the board. We'll see, though. Koss is going to have enough money to potentially attempt this, at the very least. And he does have a healthy amount of utility as well. Things better of it. Changes out weapons, but time has started to tick. So this is definitely in favor of BitFix the further time he spends. And it seems like, yeah, he's basically put the car in park, which is waiting at the bottom of Banana. So not going to give that a go at all. But again, even if it is initial, equal trades and whatnot, MistGames kind of dropped the ball there. Again, you see Woody being able to slink up towards Art's side and find that frag on the player who's trying to rotate a second the trades happen in Banana. And it's because they actually let go of the mid presence that they have. They have the op posted up only to play for Boiler and nobody to actually watch, well, the middle of mid. It's been a punishing move from them so far, so at least for the last round of the first half, maybe we can see a bit of adjustment coming out of MistGames. Otherwise, again, fair chance for BitFix to be able to get out of this with a pretty respectable first half score.
Yeah, 8-7 is very workable here for this team on the back for MistGames. Also on their CT side, so getting what on theory and what on the tradition would be the better half.
Yeah. See retake smokes being set up by Reaper.
That has been out, flashed in by his teammate, but it worked out better for him, pre-firing and reading what that peak was going to be. So nice start for BitFix again.
It is, but here comes the retake nades, and okay. BitFix players in Banana are going to be able to dip out and actually throw down a counter Molotov as well. So limit to how much information MistGames can actually get from this. Pretty much the world's BitFix oyster right now. We see Joachim though, and a little bit more similar position to what we would see someone like Perfecto do. Although he would be there with the pixel gap. As BitFix gathered up towards Banana with a majority of the players. One player in the form of Woody to start some more pressure over there towards mid, but away they go. And yeah, Joachim actually deciding to take the fight. That's a bit brazen. He's going to pay for it as well. BitFix make it onto the B bomb site with all 5 alive. Deep positions established as well.
It's not getting any better as well with these individual peaks that the CT forces. Reaper caught next. Winter and Cost, the last 2 players remaining, will make their way in from Speedway and CT Spawn, the AWP in particular, going for wallbangs through the new box. Lands one, does not get that second, and even that one tack doesn't do much towards Tapeware here. He's still sat at 72 points of HP, the lowest HP player on the T-side line. Engagement against Gaz is a bit better, but Youngster has other plans. He lines up 2 headshots with a simple single spray, and they will be 7 to the board of Bitfix. So, as you mentioned before, however, a much more respectable situation for Bitfix compared to where it could have gone from that early start.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Managing to get 7 rounds on the T set of Inferno, absolutely something you can work with. I think most teams would be pretty happy about that outcome, honestly. And yeah, they definitely had opportunities to actually pick up more. We did see some retake clutches from the side of Metasport as well. So they've been in it from the start. And again, that's a positive sign from what we were given on the opening day. So in that sense, a bit of an improvement. But also, obviously, it does remain to see if they can actually do it on the CT side as well, because you do have to play both halves.
Yeah, I mean, but again, as I was mentioning earlier, traditions would always point towards CT being the more favoured half for a lot of teams. I mean, obviously, it kind of depend on the play styles and everything like that. But in terms of what we have in our information bag, it's very little to pull from. So we don't actually know whether or not that CT half is going to be as capable in the T half, and vice versa, of course, for the Metasport boys now that they move towards their T side as well. So there's a lot of surprises that are still in store for this one. The only thing we can really pull from is the fact that this map has always been great for both teams, and what we've seen in the previous few matchups from them on H.O.T. So it does look like it is recoverable right now for Bitfix. It's very questionable as to whether or not things will still end up sort of like the way of tradition, if you will. So pistols being set up for Woody on the utility and the defuse kit as well. Util for Winter with the P250 in hand. No raid boss required. And all Glocks and USPs outside of those 2 players.
It's going to be a quick one as well. Smokes for Quad, flashes for Arch. And up we go on the side of Metasport. Midway into connector as well, and might be greeted by the sole B defender here.
Well, this is dangerous. Oh, he's going down, and that's going to be B-side falling as well. Trying to back up his teammates on that A play and recognizing that the Speedway wrap could have been on the table for the T side. The fact that they made their way in and still won that fight, however, means that they're down a man, no real chance to hold on to the B side. I think, yeah, that kit's going to get picked up by Tapeware, so they have that to work with on the Bitfix side. The plant be secured, open in the back corner. Youngster gets a trade, but Reaper has a quick response. Attack to the head of Youngster. Zane responding on towards Cost, so a 3 versus 3. Continuous bullet sent down range, but Winter still wins that fight against Tapeware. Reaper chimes in with another good tap to the head. 2 kills for him. Ghazi alone, 1 versus 3 situation. Spots that first, desperate to get a headshot in, and indeed Yoakum's going to fall. The last 2 players not revealing their positions until they absolutely have to. Ghazi still wins that fight. 1v1 against Winter now. Wraps that corner, looks for the head and gets it for the triple. No kit on him though. This will be a last second defuse, and I think Ghazi's going to miss it. Oh, it's too close. He's just got it. But a skin of his teeth, he secures a pistol, a 1v3 clutch for Bitfix.
Wow. That's quite the heroic effort. And a lot of things that, well, basically shouldn't have amounted to a round win for Bitfix in that one. Again, sole defender of the entire B bomb set is the first rotation over towards CT spawn, which, for my money, does not make a whole lot of sense. Again, better off playing just from, well, ruins or something like that and take the fight from there, allow your teammates to potentially get in towards you, and even if they were to commit towards the A bomb site, well, you have four players there to defend it. That's what the setup is meant to do. So a bit of an odd one in that sense, but Ghazi, man, finding some very timely shots, and then you can obviously put into question Metasport's after plant decision making, how quickly they showed themselves. As you said, they were doing a good job initially of not actually giving themselves up to Ghazi, but just in a matter of a few seconds, 3 headshots were found. Now the force plant has made its way up mid, and what is the first to fall? It's a mid advantage for Metasport here, but can't really say the same for their health. Falls down to 9 HP, Binao and Winter around half. Did you make it out of there?
Pretty easy trades if the SMGs or M4s manage to find the right sprays at the right time, so not going to be all that effective for Metasport. They're going to be pretty sharp with their entries and pretty sharp with their executions. Only sharp against one player of Tapeware as well, the lone defender of the B side. Youngster's going to rotate.
Yeah, not ideal to have an MP9 here as a sole defender. And one smoke goes.
Round 1-2, Tapeware. Oh my god, he's gotten triple. That turns the whole situation around now. 3 versus 2. One man has become the savior of BitFix here. Banal's going to get the bomb down. 4 points of HP for him though. Mac-10 in his hands. Reaper's got to be the heavy lifter here. The AK with the high HP numbers. The flashes forward for Zame to try get into the site. Sees Banal, gets that kill. Reaper with 1 trade, but no more than that. And in the most unlikely of circumstances, Tapeware saves BitFix's bacon.
Yeah, apparently you don't need more than an MP9 to hold the B-bomb site all by your lonesome. Yeah, definitely gets way more than what should be expected of him in that scenario. No doubt it actually saves the round for BitFix in a massive way. Metasport does hit that sweet spot timing where you have Youngster rotated far enough away from the B-bomb site to where he's not going to be able to help Taper whatsoever. With 4 players pretty much good to go up towards that B-bomb site, you'd expect Metasport to be able to get a little bit more of an efficient trade situation going for themselves, but not to be the case. BitFix do hold off, and that does also mean that Metasport are winless in the second half for the time being, but they have decided to reinvest into this round as well. Still an AK and 2 Galils in the play.
Rockham turns his Mac-10 over on the T side line into a decent kill. An M4 now in the hands of the T side. A 1-for-1 trade leaves us a 4 versus 4. Relatively even on the HP numbers as well. So no clear-cut advantage for either side.
The benefit here for Metasport is obviously being able to choose where they want to go with their entire group. Now it looks like they might just want to walk it up mid, but quite stark difference from what we saw in the first half. BitFix much more keen on actually being able to maintain a presence towards mid.
There's Woody with the spray together, holding out against Joachim. No flashes over towards his brackets control, leaving him and Zane with easy pickings. Woody finally falls to the hands of Reaper, but 1 versus 4 overall to win out. He gets that second kill as well. Galil in for the third man, making a fair amount of noise. And guys, he just knows to slow walk up the quad, swing on the right moment, and bring in 10 for BitFix. This CT side has been so far so good.
Yeah, and again, there you see the value of maintaining mid presence. Woody gets an easy enough opening frag, and all the focus shifts towards Arch. Zame can pop out of quad roof and basically secure the round for his side. So first team to double figures. And BitFix as Metasport take yet another timeout.
Yeah, second one for them in this map up, and as you mentioned earlier, they are pretty proficient with using these tacticals, so credit to them. It's kind of the right moment to do so right here. It has been all rounds in this half going the way of BitFix, so
yeah.
they've gained quite the advantage so far. Plus the rounds in the previous half, and we're looking at about 5 in a row for this BitFix side. So Metasport got to try and break that streak right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this will be the round to do so. The bar you can recognize is going to be pretty low here. Pistols pulled out, 1 piece of Kevlar. Not enough cash to full force into this one. They have got a few smokes and flashes though. So there might be some sort of Pistolexi on the table.
We'll see what they come up with. But yeah, definitely a nicely timed timeout in that sense, because it's not necessarily all about having to time it with a buy round on your own end. It's also about kind of stemming the tide and allowing BitFix not to feel too good about themselves, not have that momentum to ride off of the entirety of the time, and having a bit of a break in action can do that for you. See nades being relayed back. Ready for a window flash into Banana. If they were to hear anything at all, but if they want to make it onto a bomb site, they might need to keep those 2 flashes. See Reaper's just waiting patiently at the bottom of the stairs for the time being, but nobody's showing themselves from the side of BitFix here, so this gives an opportunity for Metasport to actually set up for a full execute, well, I guess to the fullest extent with what they've carried on into the round. Joachim's going to be the first to fall, though, on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, start out for BitFix and Metasport. Excuse off the back of that, all good spray for Youngster. Does come up with the 2 kills in the end, alongside Tapeware's SMG frag. Double for him of his own accord, and that will be 11 for BitFix. Pretty effective stuff again against the pistol eco. Now the guns can come back in. Metasport, again, got to focus on breaking the streak. Got to get something on the board soon.
Yeah, no, they really need to rejoin the server in that sense and mark their arrival into the second half. Right now, I mentioned it was 5 rounds before, now it's 6 rounds in a row for Bitfix here. Getting into the thick of things as we have. That classifies the first real buy round. Joachim knows exactly what to expect, even though he's fully flashed, and Woody has a bit of a trouble getting past half wall and does get punished for it as well. Exchange of nades early on is gonna significantly favor Metasport here. 5v4, even though Bin Out does take a juicy nade to the face, he can still play off of this as the T side. Oh, nice little boost as well. Molotov's gonna force out Youngster. Just like that, entire B defense of Bitfix falls apart.
Yeah, such easy peaks and picks as well for Metasport. Like, didn't even feel like it was much of a challenge posted out by Bitfix. The boost worked so well. The Molotov driven the player of Sandbags out. Those frags offered up on a silver platter and leaving only Ghazi and Same to hold back on that A site, hold on to their weapons because they're going to need to get something into the next round with. I mean, there's no sense in throwing your lives away here at this B site retake.
The question really for Metasport here is that depending on how good of an overview they have at the economy for Bitfix side, could potentially, you know, throw 2 AKs, send a duo to go hunting for weapons. Again, it's going to do a pretty significant amount of damage to the economy of Bitfix, even though they have won all the rounds up to this point on, well, in the second half. But opting not to do so. I guess we did see a bit of a trend of that as well over on the opening days. Seemingly more happy to just bolster up their own economy rather than destroying their opponents. Well, actually, I should say that was probably 0-0 prospects we saw that from, that had zero intention of actually hunting for the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, can't remember. Like,
Yeah, no, it's all coming back to me now.
yeah, don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll figure out the details as time goes on. For now, into our 21st round, and the key detail to note is the 11-9 scoreline. Bitfix hold the lead, but only just Metasport. Again, taking damage early, though. I think there was a naze down over a banana, catching course to Joachim and Banal. For 72, 63, 56 HP. Quite a fair amount of damage being done towards these players, and a smoker down the mid position over a banana. Just not allowing them to peek forward. The peek forward comes in from Zame instead, and Cuss can punish it.
It's a cheeky little play from Bitfix there, with at least what I've dubbed as the Waro Molotov. We're from Waro 2K. To kind of impede the vision of anyone. Obviously, it's easier to see through Molotov flames and smoke the closer you are to it, but it didn't seem like Cuss had any sort of issue spotting the player in top mid.
Slow walks into Metasport's default. Careful about this approach here in round 21. It was Bitfix that was slow on their T side. Now the CT's looking to play more aggressive of their own right, and Ghazi stack kill towards Winter, so even man standing, but a hard stack in this B site, leaving, oh sorry, the A site rather, leaving nothing over towards B. Koss will find Woody overextending, and that will catch off a kill. They think it might be a complete stack towards that B play though. That bomb's going to make its way back into towards brackets. Smoke's down, and the B player is also going to leave them alone. So actually, this is perfect for the last two members of Bitfix, Ghazi and Tapeware, AK and M4 standing by. Footsteps will start to get heard. And there comes the kill for Tapeware. 2v2 repositioning towards the site itself. The AK of Ghazi able to strike back on Joachim. It's 5 seconds for Koss to get the blonde player down. Can't quite do it either. Triple in for Ghazi, and what a hold it was from those two. I would have thought that kill out towards mid would have been enough to force the issue back for the T side, but no. Inadvertently, they managed to force Bitfix into the A site, which is the exact same site they were holding. What a read from them.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one from Metasport as well. Like once the kill onto Woody is found in mid, as you said, as that rotation there, that deep dive in towards mid comes in. Would have wanted to send Reaper a little bit earlier out towards into a deeper position over towards A to kind of just get a good scope of what's going on. If he spots one, okay, then you can go off of the basis that there's going to be one split on each side. If you do see two, then obviously you know that the B side is going to be empty. And given the fact that they had about, what, 23 seconds left or something to that effect when Woody went down, Could have made their lives a whole lot easier, but BetPix are going to claim a 12th. But pressure doesn't stop quite yet.
There's those prods again at the brackets control for the T side. Default's got Jokum over at Banana. Quite aggressive in a Banana as well. He is low HP early. Again, a couple of pop shots over at the likes of Tapeware. That man getting closer, doing damage, but not quite opening up the round itself. Mediport need that. They need that opening advantage.
We do see some swapping of utility as well going down. Jack, I'm going to drop the smoke for first boxes. So the rest of the team moves up towards mid. So passive hold from BitFix here. They don't really have any information to go off of. Still going to be a beneficial opening though.
Good kill for Zane. Reaper responds, however, on the site execution. Trying to come through. They've got to break 2 more players if they want to try and make it happen. And Ghazi has other plans. He gets a kill alongside Woody on the site itself. Woody's overwhelmed. Ghazi with a headshot back towards Koss. So it's all on Reaper. 1v3. Spots one. Straight through. Adjustments just not there. And it will be 13 for BitFix now, extending their lead to 4 rounds above Metasport. Getting closer and closer as well. Only 3 to go to the map win.
Inching their way forward. Right now, all of the small things are going in BitFix's favor. All the trades just getting a little further ahead. Metasport's money is dwindling more and more. They do obviously have maximum loss bonus here, which is going to be beneficial for them. It's going to allow them to get lots of opportunities to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, that is the 4th timeout for Metasport. At the very least, the 3rd.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd one.
Yeah.
They have used quite a number of them over the course of this matchup. They recognise that this is a very important one for them and BitFix. They've had their number thus far, not only in terms of the rounds themselves, but also in terms of the type of rounds we've seen so far. We've seen only 1 T-side round in the second half of Metasport. BitFix have only allowed 2 bomb plants, not including that 1 round that Metasport had won. Other than that, it's just been a similar case of 4 elimination rounds and then secured nothing for the bomb plant bonus as a result of it here for Metasport.
A bit of a
only
lockout.
resting on the lost bonus here.
Quite the lockout performance from BitFix so far. And a slower start here. No initial fight for banana control. No early frags being exchanged either. For what we've seen, really, from Metasport so far is that their 8 attacks hasn't necessarily worked out all that well. BitFix on their end, they haven't necessarily had the need to rotate 4 players over towards A either. So they feel pretty good about what they're doing. As we see an attempted mid-take happening from the side of Metasport here. Nobody from BitFix actually engaging. They throw the smoke from the site to extinguish the mid-nade, or mid-Molotov. Oh, that's a good pick.
What a shot. Like a pixel basically given up there by Tapeware. It's landed effective by the AWP of Koss. And taking no damage to return. Metasport, that is a hell of a start as well. Only 1 player left towards that B side to try and hold off on defensive. There's 3 back over on A. And yeah, they will go for the B commit here. They've got a good read.
Yeah, this is absolutely the choice to make. And yet again, Woody on a wild adventure like it's Toy Story. Gets caught in mid again, and that's going to shift the focus of Metas.
Just when they thought that it might have been safe over towards the B side, Ghazi now alone. The hard stack comes in. He does get that 1 good frag together. A second one also found, but not ready for Banal. So a 3v2 advantage for Metasport. And BitFix are looking to commit to this one. They're inbound from Library and Arch right now. It's going to be a hell of a retake if they can pull it off. Those smokes will come in. They will try and commit to this initially. 1 down close towards the open entrance of the site will block off vision from long over towards that pit position. But Yoki back in the back corner, gets Youngster, easy frag, leaving Zane left alone. AWP in his hand to save.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what Woody sees that thinks that it's going to be clear down mid at any given occasion, but it's been caught for it twice now. And twice it's made Metasport change their mind about where they actually want to end up. This time it pans out for them. They don't run into an A stack. It's only Ghazi left, but definitely a bit of an iffy one for Bitfix. It felt like they would have had an okay shot at actually doing something about this round if they just played a 2-2 defense. Good news for Metasport at the very least. Secure their second round of the second half. Puts them into double figures as well. But they do have some ways to go before they can feel like they're close to completing a comeback. But the money on the side of the CTs is definitely going to help in this scenario. There's an op on the side of Zame that was saved. Other than that, it's only pistols to work with. They're just going to leave the B-bomb side entirely open, and
Yeah.
I can't necessarily fault them for it either. Metasport hasn't shown much interest in actually attacking this B-bomb site for the better part of the T-half, so if you're going to gamble, you might as well gamble. But yeah, already kind of doubting their initial call as well, sending 3 players over, and I don't know. If you have pretty much nothing to play off of, if it's only pistols, you might as well go for a gamble. Worst case scenario, you're probably going to be able to bring the op with you into the next round if you opt for the wrong bomb site. If you choose the right one, well, obviously you have 5 players in the right spot. We'll see what comes of it, though. As of right now, the offer is not towards the B bomb site, which is where Metasport is heading.
Yeah, the best weapon they've got here towards B is Woody's Deagle, and that'd be about it. Tapeware's on a USP, so not ideal for them. They've got one man over the Coffin's control. That is Woody's Deagle. Becomes a factor to consider here. Flashes and Molotovs, and the smokes go down. The CT's off to back off here. You see Tapeware back up behind the smoke itself, and Woody not taking contact just yet. Did add a decent shot on Jochum, but it's not going to be enough for an actual kill itself. So 5v4, made that 5v3 as Banal gets Tapeware, and Bitfix left out of the round.
Yeah. And then you have the op making a run for it, obviously. No point in actually fiddling with the idea of a potential retake here. So it's going to be Metis getting up to 11. Bitfix aiming to get things back on course in a bye round. The upcoming round that we have here. But obviously, good news for Metasport being able to have everyone staying alive as well. As you can see, the T-side economy hasn't been necessarily fantastic by any means. So this is going to be good in terms of having a potential rebuy if things were to go wrong.
Yeah, start the build. Only a handful of rounds left in the half, however, so how much impact that will have, we found out. Ghazi picked up first by Reaper. Another good kill to close out the round itself. And for the CT side, again, mostly eco-basis pistols means that there should be guns for the most part. Tapeware was in a bit of an awkward spot himself. So SMG for him, M4's in for the other players, and of course Zame holds on to that AWP. So the 4 guns out for Metasport, so all signs point to the guns, all signs point to a very important round 25. If Bitfix can win it, they can set themselves up on map point, maybe even more so here. Nades up, Molotovs down in the apartments. Early faces from Metis. Just hold their own here. Nades back to respond, but Bitfix will tag you up with the 44.
Jackam's going to need to be a little bit careful for the time being. Trapped behind wood, and actually he's going to get picked off through the smoke by Tapeware. I feel like we've seen Tapeware more with an MP9 than we have with an M4 so far at the TAF. But has done work with it. He's on what? 23 kills for the time being. He's doing his part as Winter basically tries to pull a Woody, walking through the smoke in Arch. Woody was able to get a lot more space when he attempted this, and instead it's going to be 2-man advantage in the favor of Bitfix. The question is, how do you work yourself back into this one for the T side?
Peeks in from Woody, will try shut them out of the control, but it's Reaper with that opening start. U-Seal caught in the hand of the CT player, so Woody down. Flash does not get thrown, a defensive that does not hold on the long position. They've got to adjust towards it. 2-2 split for now. Too worried about the potential wraparound here. You see youngsters watching the angle. Metasport seem like their heart is set on the ace side. That bomb, however, gets dropped by Zame. Ghazi comes up good against Reaper. And those 2 players have turned the whole situation around as Zame nails a second and Bitfix find their 14th.
I'm curious to see how that actually played out, because Zame was holding basically the boiler angle initially, waiting for people to scale up towards quad onto him, while Koss more or less had that angle locked off for the better part of what felt like 20 seconds. Not sure how Zane was actually able to win out that duel, but nonetheless, does the trick for Bitfix. That's 14. 2 rounds away from grabbing their own map pick. And being off to a solid start in what is an elimination game for both these teams.
The map that's also very good for both these teams, so importance and the whole series might rest on this Inferno and who wins it out overall. A lot to consider here. So Metasport need to find a way back in. Bitfix might have the lead, but they don't have the cash still. They've still got the SMG for Tapeware. It was a respectable SMG in previous few rounds. And now one of the 3 players to defend that B site, including the AWP. I think with Molotovs pushed back down, Tees will walk their way up to the banana control. They'll want to hit the B site.
And Joachim throwing on the smoke pretty much when the Molotov is about to end. And Reaper.
I had some worries that Reaper was going to get turned on by Woody there, but fortunately not to be the case for him. That cuts off most of the backup here. It's going to be a wraparound play. Metasport will split their way into the B site. Youngster and Tapeware. Tapeware with an SMG still gets a frag bag. 3v3 as Youngster trades. His teammates are on their way back in. Taps the AK spray through for Binal. Doesn't see the individual. The tap comes up with a decent body shot, but the flashbang support comes up good. Backup has arrived. Inbound from Banana. There's Zane with a kill on towards Banal. A 3 versus 2. Reaper trying to support Koss, but Koss is going to get picked up. Reaper with a decent kill. Needs 2 more. Knows where at least one of those players are coming in from. No info on the second. 15 seconds. He gets the double up anyway. And Zane will close it out for the map point round for Bitfix.
Damn. Again, these wraps, I mean, in this scenario, Reaper's able to actually find one of the rotations at the very least, but just doesn't really seem interested in actually joining up with the rest of the side as they're taking the B side, and it just ends up taking so long that it's actually the CT rotation through mid up banana that arrives before Reaper actually gets involved. Again,
I like this.
Bitfix with the timeout here. They want to make sure that they have everything set as they try to close out the match. Or at the very least, map 1. But yeah, basically Halt and Tempo from Metasport doing them in right there. We'll see what kind of a buy they can get situated here for this one. At least 2 AKs in play on Winter and Reaper. Cost down to Mac 10 instead of the AWP he's been used to running around with. It's going to be a similar story for Joachim as well, and been out. There we have it, 3 Mac 10s. A lot of utility at the very least on the side of Metasport, but still quite the daunting task to be able to go up against a fully bought CT side.
Nice nade from Tapeware to start things off.
Yeah.
Incendiary set down a lot of follow-up HE from Woody, lands directly on Reaper. There's so much going the way of Bitfix. They haven't even taken a face yet. Haven't even gone for a contact kill. Just HGs and Incendiaries placed down and no luck found for Metasport so far. Damage done. Broken economy state. Broken buyback. Not a lot of silver linings going their way here.
Really not. You have 2 smokes, and one of them is going to fly out right there to smoke off Arch. And up mid we go. Be quick about finding their frags, and they're going to do so. Actually, doubles up. That's both of the quad players gone.
Only 1 man left.
Yeah. But again, just pumping the brakes here as well. We're not seeing actually a rotation coming in from Bitfix, though. That's a bit of an oddity.
He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try hold off on this site. I think he's going to back up and save with his teammates. And yeah, they'll go towards that B site. So it looks like Bitfix not out of the woods just yet. Metasport will be able to find 1 good recovery round. Oh, smokes down from Joachim. At least going to try and indicate some sort of B play, but probably most likely he gets picked up here. The only real casualty for Metasport in this round. Very low HP for this T-side line. There comes the kill for Youngster. So as he falls, they realise nothing's going on here, and the bomb will get planted safely on the A side.
Yeah. Waiting until there's about 10 seconds left until they get the bomb plant down on an MTA site. There is a bit of a worry, though. Again, the lack of tempo there from Metasport does allow Bitfix to potentially, well, make a similar rotation to what they did over towards the B bomb site, but obviously in the opposite direction. And then obviously have the possibility to set up for a decent defense. So a little bit worried about that. Again, not necessarily feeling like the round they've been able to scrap together right now is something that's going to be able to copy paste going forward as well, and they need to be perfect pretty much. One slip up and Bitfix are on their way to map 2 with a 1-0 lead.
Not a possible sort of definition of perfect either as well. Like it's doable.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
A few rounds to get up to that overtime position, and well, certainly a good execute towards that A site has helped them here in that last round. Bitfix take their tactical timeout. I believe they're second this time around.
Yeah.
So
both at match point.
Yeah.
Match point.
I think that Metasport have now, well, they're still sitting on one in the back pocket. Bitfix now with 2. So still some tax that can be called out. You mentioned both of them being called in on match points. That way Bitfix don't get a little bit too overzealous. Now it's most certainly coming in here to make sure that they can actually close this one down. Metasport, a huge round, the momentum break that could still lead to success.
Woody's going to get dropped over an MP9 and has some utility off the back of it as well. Decent enough spread on the side of the CTs in terms of utility. We'll see how they decide to go about it, though. 3 players opening up towards B. A very deep mid-smoke as well.
No damage came through the youngster release, so that's a start. Boost up for the Yorb. Almost caught Winter, down 11 HP, so that's certainly a decent start. Shots continue to ring in, damage will be done. Joachim, next player to take some damage. Incendiary's held from both sides, trying to force them back as Youngster tries to force forward himself. Joachim, a good smoke up and trying to get out of dodges. Woody, the first player to fall to the hands of Reaper. Gazi's got to get that trade together, and that's exactly what he does. So 4 versus 4. Metasport going to worry about those HP numbers on Winter and Joachim. Joachim in particular falling to Youngster as Tateway gets one, and Youngster wraps in towards the back lines. Suddenly Banal left alone, 1 versus 4, caught off on short, and there it is. Bitfix finally will close out the first map, 16-12 on Inferno.
So first map win of the tournament for the Bitfix guys, and they do so in a, well, somewhat comfortable fashion. But I will say overall it did feel like Bitfix were the better Inferno team at the very least today. So again, quite a difference from what we were able to see and what they were able to showcase than on day 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, more similarly matched sort of squads, more similarly matched sort of matchup, and a map that both teams are pretty good on as well. Like, it really could have easily gone the way of Metasport, and they just held their own a little bit longer. I mean, they did have some slip-ups here and there towards the tail end of that map up. But you're right, like, it does feel like Bitfix are the better team on that Inferno, and being their own map pick, it could have held some risk, but fortunately that risk has paid off for them on this day.
Yeah, and now obviously it's going to be interesting to see if they can provide whatever confidence that's given them, and obviously, whatever knowledge they previously have on Vertigo into that second map. If that's going to be enough to actually carry them to a 2-0 victory, or if we're going to end up on Overpass. Then I do think Overpass's decider map between these two should be kind of similar to Inferno in the sense that it should be an even ground for them to duke it out, but remains to be seen if we even get there at all.
We'll see how far we can go with our second provider to go up next here. Of course, it is the pick of Metasport, so let's see whether their home turf can be a bit more successful after the break. Well, a hell of a close map to start things off on the day here in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, as we just saw Bitfix win out their map pick of Inferno up against Medisport in our Norwegian at Derby. Now we move over to Medisport's map pick of Vertigo, and we're going from one default heavy map to another default heavy map here, Vendetta. So I kind of wanted to ask you, do you feel like the outcome could end up being a similar sort of scenario here, or do you think there's a bit more to it than that?
I think there's a little bit more to it. Again, I do think that because we didn't necessarily see either of these teams be extremely aggressive, towards Banana. If there were aggression and if they were to go deeper, it would be a little bit delayed, a little bit staggered, so they would have the initial Molotov exchange and then, have a pop flash or something and move forward. And they wouldn't necessarily stay in that aggressive positioning. I think it's going to be it could be a little bit different on a map like Vertigo. Obviously, the A ramp is going to be a focal point of what both teams focus on. But I do think we're just going to see a lot more earlier engagements than what we got in Inferno. And I I doubt we're going to see as many saves as well.
Yeah, I mean that definitely did elongate that whole matchup for me. Obviously, seeing the number, I mean, it's kind of typical for Inferno. It
Yeah.
always has been typical that a good T execution with a lot of players alive will usually one-man advantages. I've even seen 4-on-4 retakes that have just been like cancelled off by a CT side because that's just how you play it in Inferno.
Yeah.
Bit more doable here on Vertigo, so I am looking for some more excitement overall. For Metasports, obviously this is their map pick, so they've gone towards this one and they've recognised that they could do some decent work on it. Of course, we did see a little bit of vertigo from Bitfix a little bit earlier on during the tournament as well. That was against the Masonic side. Didn't go all that hot for them, unfortunately. Do you think that's just down to the fact that it was Masonic?
I do think just Masonic is a difficult team to play against, and it will be for any team in this tournament. Simple as that. And if we want to, compare the ancient game that Bitfix had versus Masonic with the Vertigo game, then yeah, there were more positive signs on Vertigo at the very least. But they did have like a bit of an issue in terms of, they couldn't necessarily decide. Okay, so one thing I alluded to when we spoke about Vertigo the first time is that, yeah, it does allow you to actually poke and prod on multiple stages, like multiple points of the map. So you can have a solo B player take those fights up towards sides. You could have the same guy, the mid lurk, do similar things as you have a group moving up towards A. But Bitfix kind of took it a little bit too far, where they have a very isolated B player, a very isolated mid player, but even a very isolated A player who would all try to find an opening for themselves. And it didn't seem like they had that cohesion or synergy within themselves, or if you want to call it spacing for that matter, to necessarily be able to do something with it, even if they were to win the duels, which is a bit of an issue. And I think that's something that they have to worry about. That's something that they have to look into if they're going to have the chance to get a lot of T rounds here versus Metis.
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously, that's sort of the thing we've always been talking about with the underdog teams, the fact that they're not going to have that experience, they're not going to have that team playing chemistry just yet. That's something that's definitely throughout the course of this week and throughout the course of the rest of the future. So that's kind of understandable for them.
Yeah.
My big thing for Metasport when it comes to this map up is the fact that we've yet to see an official from them on Vertigo on H.O.T.
Yeah.
So is this going to be in a bit more of an unpredictable scenario for them?
I think that's fair. Again, we don't really know what to expect out of them other than it being their map pick, so they should have a somewhat clear idea of what they want to do and what they want to accomplish. What I'm kind of hoping for is that we're going to see more of the approach that we got out of Nine Academy when we hadn't seen them, because they also played Vertigo. The fact that we'll see basically initiative being taken. So with Nine Academy, they had some double mid pushes, that kind of thing that actually found them openings, and they didn't necessarily default into playing the A bomb site extremely passively on their CT side and just kind of sitting, waiting for them to be executed on. And I'm hoping that's going to be the same mentality that Metasport brings into this one, that they're going to be, I guess, curious as to what the T side were doing, because that's one of the things that kind of faulted them both on Mirage versus Astralis Talent, but also on Inferno on their CT side as well, the fact that they are playing blind a whole lot of the time.
Metasport will be on the T side at start, as you would expect. Again, they picked into this map.
Yeah.
Picking into the CT half start of things. Youngstar, the first contact player among this B setup. The slow walks in to the stairs. The smoke's down, and Molotov's in. A flash over as well. Reaper going to play the backup, and the first kill comes in for Ghazi. Molotov does burn him in the backlines though. Tateway now next up the task. Gets a kill alongside Zane with two of his own. Well played stuff from him. And it will be Bitfix the lockout defensive to kick off the pistol round.
Yeah. I like the pistol setup from Bitfix. If there's anything I wanted to kind of, I guess, readjust, is the fact that they don't have the information over towards A. Again, you could have a player with a solid spawn be able to play around Crane to get early information in that sense, which definitely would be nice. I think that's something similar to what they did in their opening match, where we saw Ghazi taking duels versus a P250 and actually winning it out. But the 4-man B defense is pretty solid. Again, you have quick rotations times and so on, and you usually have some utility that can help you get back into A as well. But solid start for the CT side here. And now they've gone very passive.
Kill coming in effective for the rifle. Tateway, 3-4 to his name. Not quite the ace, but
close enough.
Yeah.
And this time we do get to see him actually shoot with an M4, not just MP9 action, as it was on Inferno, and does a good job.
To be fair, though, if you may actually get an MP9 at that kind of range, and you just have no credit at this particular point, like, to add on to his highlights throughout the course of that last map as well with the MP9.
True.
And here we stand at the 2-0 start for BitFix. Regardless, of course, there are a couple of MP9s in play from Woody and Youngster, and the rest of the guns in for Medisport coming through on their first gun by a bit more of a bonus round for BitFix.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to be interesting to see is that one of the things that kept surprising us was how often Gensi on the side of Masonic was able to get up on that A-bomb site without BitFix having any sort of idea what was going on. Obviously, those kind of gaps, you can't allow them to exist. If you're BitFix, you're going to get punished for it. And we're going to see if they have any sort of like different setup, different approach to how they structure their CT side in this one. For now, our early engagements as of yet, understandable for Medisport as well. Kind of just want to take their time to figure out what's going on in a first buy round. Well, it sounded like he was about to take a lot of damage, but it's actually Cross who takes the brunt of it, down to 28 HP.
Well, there's the SMG action you wanted to see from Youngster this time, though, as he gets been out and almost got the player behind him. Yoko on 5 HP, Koss on 27. So not ideal on the HP bars for Medisport. BitFix so far so well started off this map up to try and continue with another good round right here. They just need to get those 2 kills and that would be enough.
Yeah, Tapewear making sure that it should be possible for Sim to hold an angle from Sandbags and eventually get out of there. As Medisport has shifted direction, moving up towards that B-bomb site. But again, the low HP is going to be a bit of an issue. Ghazi close by Wood, and well, not going to be able to save Woody.
Oh, Ghazi. Easy stuff for him. A quadra in the round. For Mars as well, got all that impact.
Yeah.
The 2 kills around the end of the smoke, plus 1 blind. Like, not a lot of firepower, but so much impact found there.
Yeah, that's where basically the low HP from earlier on really comes into play. You can see Joachim and Cause just falling like flies immediately. Definitely helping the cause for BitFix there. 3-0 to start. And obviously Medisport in a situation where they need to win. They need to pick up Vertigo if they're going to have any shot of continuing their tournament stay here.
Ooh. 3 nice names, I think, just landed to Woody, though, then. The Medisport side out towards that mid control. 10 HP for him.
It's an underutilized HC, and it's such an easy thing to throw out.
Yeah.
Usually you'd see mid players kind of just hanging out passive because they know they're going to get mollied out, or they know the potential of a potential pop flash from the CT side of it. So just chucking that off the, I guess, off the metal beams in the roof there will provide some solid damage. And speaking of solid damage, we're off to a hot start again, and yeah, this is a lot more active, I should say, from BitFix in terms of keeping an eye on ramps than what we saw versus Masonic. It helps that they're going up against pistols, but positive signs nonetheless. Same trying his luck through the smoke, not going to find anything at all, though.
Wrap around in towards that B side seems to be the focus here for Medisport. Once again, got those 2 players on the defensive line. Ghazi being the forward man and Woody being in the back lines over towards quad. Swapping places with Youngster, who's now taken the mantle at mid. Ghazi, therefore, a little work to be done for him. Sees the utility being thrown over, gets the kill on Yokum regardless. Youngster takes position with the SMG, lines up a decent kill. Woody does find 1 of the exchange, so not completely useless on 10 points of health, but frag found regardless, and an effective round once again going the way of the CT side.
Dream start for BitFix right here on the CT side, and remains to be seen if Medisport has much of a plan as to how they're going to deal with this defense. But they do have weapons in hands. No ops on the T side just yet, but a healthy amount of utility at the very least. There's only 1 HE though, so if we do end up in a scenario of having people around sandbags, that could be a bit awkward.
That's the second missed incendiary we've seen there over towards Ram. Not like it's going to make a difference to Tapeway, though. He's already pushed up, gets that kill. Now he's done to Banal past the smoke. Doesn't quite get a follow-up, but a 4 versus 4 instead for Medisport to return. And mid-nades.
That was the intended target. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was. Well, that was the intended kill. Banal down now outside of the alley position. Reaper rotating to join his teammates, grab that bomb. They're going to have to commit towards the A site off the back of this here. The molly way too deep.
Just don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's all fine.
Was it him that threw all of that utility?
Well, not the first Molotov, I'm assuming.
I'm sure we'll find out later on. Right now, though, it's still not encouraging to see that from BitFix. They have got the kills together, though. They still maintain the advantage in this round.
They do, and Jacob's going to try his luck out in mid as Cause creates a disruption over towards A and, well, has netted them 1 kill at the very least. Not going to be ready for Woody, though. So still an advantage lies with Bitfix, but bomb has been planted over towards the A bomb site. Now, can Reaper actually get out of there? And actually reposition. We've seen a lot of these 2v3s, 3v4s, etc. actually work out for the T sides. And after plants and cost with the smokes down, just gonna get on top of sandbags here. Does have an inkling as to where people might be if they try to defuse.
Oh, they're going for it. Spray. Oh, Cost can't see it. 2 versus 2. Tap on the bomb again. Woody's holding the full defuse. Zane watching for it. Reaper's got to come out and pop out now. No, doesn't get there in time. Gets the kill well after the fact, and Bitfix get 5. Shenanigans and all in that round. A bit too much to consider, but ultimately it is 5-0 for now.
Yeah. A little bit confusing as to why Reaper decided to play as passively as it did once you had Cost. I think Cost did a great job of grabbing attention, and obviously also being able to disrupt the diffuse to start us off. But that definitely would have created some space for Reaper to actually pick up an easy frag. To be the case, and Bitfix actually closing it out, finding 5th round. This time the flash goes where it's meant to be for Same. And again, aggressive setups from the CT side, and I'm liking this a whole lot more. Putting pressure on Metasport immediately.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade against them as a result. For now, Reaper down. Youngster the only player to fall in turn. We'll gain that ramp control as a result of it. No one challenging directly here for Bitfix, but they already had that ramp aggression which worked out to this position. So they fall back, hold the site, prepare for the hit.
Alright, here the hit comes as well. Smokes go out. Standard walls from the T's. You can hear the extinguish as well. So they do have an inkling as to where one of the CTs might be, but nobody checks big box for tapeware.
One plant secure just behind that big white box. Escaping the eye of the CT side. Koss also gets out of dodge. Back up on the 51 position. He does get caught in the end by Zame. Joachim trade together. Woody looks in for him, trades it back all the same. Maintains his kill in the round. A team ace for Bitfix in this round. And a 6-0 start for Metasport. And we talked a little bit about how this is their map pick. This is going to be a bit more confident. There's a few more caveats to add to a map like a Vertigo, particularly with the retakes. And I mean, I guess retakes were a good thing to bring up because Bitfix have been so far so successful with them.
Yeah, and again, just seeing the slight adaptation that we've seen at Bitfix initially as well. They're willing to commit 3 people towards A ramp to start off the round. So that's something we never really saw versus Masonic. And I think it's paid off for them in a big way, whether it's getting opening frags, obviously, or trading back and forth. But at least putting Metasport on a bit of a back foot, having them kind of take a bit of a pause, not get the map control that they want for free, which means you're going to have to expend more utility. You might use the last bit of utility you have to actually complete your execute and so on, instead of having something that you could play off of in a potential afterplant as well. So Bitfix being much more assertive in what they're doing here on Vertigo so far. Hopefully that remains basically a theme for them going forward as well. But for Metasport, yeah, they definitely need to get sharpened up. Can't necessarily afford to have inefficient trades. In the last round, 1 player dies on A ramp, 1 goes down on B. They're just kind of left in no man's land.
Nice nail at the same.
A lot of extinguished Molotovs there.
A lot of smokes and mollies thrown down there, so both sides responding as and when they can. Molotovs from Reaper don't get extinguished out to the banger position. Doesn't get any info back either. Unawares of where Bitfix are playing from. No noise made in that position by Ghazi. He holds down the center of the site, but smokes up as well. Suppress vision, suppress Metasport for now.
He might go on a little bit further for a peek down these stairs. Instead, it's going to be now to find the first opening frags on Zame, unsuspecting. That's an op, at least, in the hands of the T side here as they scale up towards B. They haven't cleared out tapeware just yet over towards yellow. So we'll see if he can provide a bit of an issue for them later on. But Molotovs go in at least.
1-for-1 trade for Youngster and Winter, back and forth. Woody comes up good against Winter. Cuss over at 51, engages against Tapeware. Hiding back there was Ali for the longest time ever, but that bomb's been dropped, and they've got to make their way back onto the site. Bitfix have a couple of good positions in Ghazi and Woody, but still down by a player in this exchange, but now is low HP. And the plant will be secured by Reaper, the only man left on the T side with 100 points of health to his name. Cast able to provide support towards him as Woody drops next. Caught with U2 in hand, but Ghazi only good for a frag. Reaper there with a trade to respond. And Medisport finally get their first round.
Now much needed 112, but now having a bit of a look to his name as well. It sounded at least like Zame missed his shot as he crept through the smoke. It provides all the opening Medisport needs. Also credit to Cause for actually being able to stay patient, waiting for tapeware. Good thing to see from Medisport that they were extremely aware of the fact that they could be a player in yellow, not something that they just accidentally forgot about in the midst of all the chaos. Eventually secures them around as well. Tapeware, well, gonna love that. Has to smoke himself out, and now in a bit of a rough spot.
Gonna press forward though, 2 to find, he gets him. Looks in for the triple in fact, but Cast is there with the AWP to try and shut him down and remove that player from the round. But again, BitFix's aggression come up with a 2-for-1 trade with the weapon, the situation that Medisport have to worry about as well. A Mac 10 in play for Joachim to aggress further forward to get those rifles back as well. A lot to consider. BitFix have gained a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, especially considering that Tapeware was in a spot where you could consider entrapped.
Yeah.
For the time being, and obviously that yellow tarp is not going to provide a lot of protection against AK bullets, so definitely an awkward spot to be in. An attack from Cross, but not actually going to be able to punish that fixed player getting information down ramp deep. But this is going to cause a rotation again, and this is what we've talked about every time we've seen Vertigo. Having that early warning system over towards that A ramp can be so pivotal.
Raids up on site, Flash is going over. Bomb trying to commit and get planted, indeed it will. Koss leans forward, gets his kill against Youngster, 3 versus 3, but 16 HP as now he falls pretty low. Flashes forward, CT's pressing on the bomb down, and Koss looking around to try and grab some more util weaponry here. Tapped once on the bomb defuse. M4's leaning in against it. Could line up if they're a bit awkward, but no, instead Woody gets the kill alongside Ghazi, removing Reaper and Koss 2 low HP. AWP in hand, no chance for the 1v3, just backing up towards spawn, saving the weapon, and BitFix the full Brazilian, 7-1 for them.
There you go. That's definitely a comfortable, yeah, definitely a comfortable scoreline for them to play off of. Now, yeah, as you said, continuing the trend of winning retakes as well over towards that A-bomb site. We have done such a good job of making sure that Medisport doesn't really have, will either have players alive or just utility to fight back in these retakes. With that early aggression, it's doing wonders from start to finish. Pop shot missed in mid. Not the most of space gained just yet from Medisport here. Ball picked up on the back of Koss. Yop. As another ramp smoke goes down from Youngster. We'll see though. Right now, there is only 2 players over towards this A site. You do have a deep B player position, and Same's going to have a bit of fortune with him as the smoke goes down. That's the mid lurk taken out of the equation. As we see Medisport trying to make their way up towards that A-bomb site.
Tapeware sees a kill as well. Down here at the top, gets a double and a triple as well. Bomb dropped once again. He's trapped, but he still finds a way to fight back and fight out of the angle. 1 player left remaining. Does get a trade on Youngster, but Tapeware with a quadra in the round. What a hold from him. He's quickly building up a case to be MVP potential. 15 kills in the round.
Yeah, and doing a massive job, but again, it comes off of the back of playing aggressive. He's been basically a bit of a rat inside of any smoke that's been near yellow. Done a massive job off of it as well. Each and every time, it feels like his worst outcome has been what, a double kill at this point. And he'll take that any given day if you're BitFix. Just a constant nuisance. And Medisport, yeah, having to go back to the drawing board. Another timeout on their end. And right now, I mean, the only thing they really can talk about is, well, A, do we want to go back to trying, you know, full execute towards B? Do we want to try to pressure mid? Or whatever we are going in the direction of A, where the hell is Tapeware?
Pretty much. I think the one key sort of win for condition right now is to isolate Tapeware and take him down, because he has been their biggest issue when it comes to the ramp defaults.
Oh, he definitely has.
Tech9's pulled out for now here with Metasports. He's not getting much firepower to try and do so as they attack the B site. It's Ghazi not even playing sneaky, just brute forcing his way in, butting heads with Banal, picking up the opening start and wasting absolutely no time in terms of Metasports opening casualty. Bitfix.
You can see they've set themselves up expecting a bit of a change of pace from Metasport as well. Only sole player towards the A-bomb site initially. They would be right in doing so as well. Still 3 players near the B-bomb site as Metasport make their way up. Frag's also going in their favor, at least initially. 2v3 Cause behind the smokes. Alright, went up for a bit of a run at them. Finds Youngster, but Tapeware and Ghazi quick to reply.
Those brute force moments you see from Tech9s where you think, okay,
Yeah.
now it looks interesting, and maybe if you got the second follow-up kill, that's where things could have really gotten dicey, but didn't happen at the end of it, so 9-1 for Bitfix, and this is starting to look a lot like how Young Ninjas bowed out of their match yesterday. I mean, they held a pretty good fight in that last map for Metasport, and here now, on their own map pick, it's like, what's happened here, boys?
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's back to another buy round, and it's kind of just the same default setup on the side of Metasport. Reaper, well, voluntarily going to drop a little bit of HP to that Molotov, but haven't really seen too much of a difference or adaptation from the meta side, T side, when they've had weapons in hands. Just left a lot of space for Bitfix to roam around, and this time we're not going to see Tapeware halfway down the ramp. So it's going to be Zame. Won't be off, just peering down yellow. To be fair, that works pretty nicely as well, though, if there's no smokes to be found from the Metasport side. Slowly. Reaper going through the motions over towards B. Quickly going to get confirmation that there was someone close up by the wood pallet. The combination of utility towards yellow is at least going to cut Zame's dreams short of getting an early frag, but instead it's going to be Youngster at a really dirty off angle. Finds Banal. 5v4 in Metasport, just being denied map control pretty much anywhere they go. And as I say that, though, we do have Reaper has made his way all the way up towards B.
It's a big kill to find. They're running out of time. Yokum also striking in towards that mid position. If he gets a second kill, that would be all important. But Zame has something to say about that. 3-on-3 scenario. Bomb can't yet cross to the site. 10 seconds, and they've got quite a lot of deep control here for Bitfix. They don't know this carrier right now. That could be enough. M4 swings in, gets the kill against Reaper in the back. Bomb plant will be secure, but Winter doesn't last much longer, and Woody makes it a triple sequence to make it 10 to the border. Bitfix barely even a retake. The bomb could have been denied so easily. Instead, it's 9 rounds in the lead regardless.
For a second there, I thought like maybe if they do get locked out of the bomb site, if Woody doesn't get into a forward positioning, they could do something that we've seen a couple of teams try to pull out more and more, which is basically the boost outside on the opposite side of the. Wouldn't even know what you'd call it. The white boxes close to CT spawn, which actually does give you vantage point of the planner behind default boxes. Which seems to be catching a lot of T-sides off guard.
Lovely nade spray combination from Woody, just to carry on his sequence from the end of that last round.
Yeah.
Yokum down, and
when it rains, it pours.
yeah, it really does feel like that ran out from Metasport. Like, what do you do from this situation? Like, not just in terms of the round itself, but also from the mental factor of we have been decimated so far here on our own map pick.
Yeah, no, it's a difficult one. Cause trying his luck through the smoke, and well, I'm not going to give up on the idea, but yeah, of course.
As if.
It was the only outcome. Obviously, Tapeware can't be stopped down by the yellow tarp there, deep down in A ramp.
I love that Banal read his position and everything, got the spray, got the damage, and still got killed. Oh, you just can't win, Metasport.
And in a bit of a weird fashion, we do have 3 players have gone down, but it's all been through smoke, so nobody's actually seen each other up to this point. Sadly for Metasport, and hasn't really gone in their favor. It's a 3v4. They are making their way up towards a very fortified B-bomb site.
Well, there's Zame taking Winter, gone now. Out of the round, M4 close for Ghazi, getting Reaper next, and Koss left alone. Doing damage, no kills from yet. That's one. Ghazi caught. A bit of a suicide dive, honestly, so not too unexpected for that frag, but now 17 seconds. Going for wallbang, still not connecting it. No time left, he's just going to save the weapon. And that'll be 11-1. 10 rounds in the lead for Bitfix. And it's funny as well, because when we went to the break, we were talking about the possibilities of being a three-map affair here, our first three-mapper in the series. With the current situation of Bitfix and what things are looking like for Metasport, like that looks like a bit more wishful thinking than anything else right now.
It really, really does. Again, it's the lack of adaptation from Metasport in terms of how they actually want to get map control on the T side. Again, sometimes CS becomes as simple as if you can't do it off of your default, then just, you know, throw more people at it to the point where, okay, you'll have to forgo map control because you're not being able to actually establish anything at all by being split up, right? So throw more people at the problem, have 5 players moving in the same direction, and see if you can actually get efficient trades as a result of that, and then gradually work your way forward as the half progresses. But hasn't really been none of that. They've stayed tried and true to what they've set out to do, but it's not really working for them. And again, I have to give a lot of credit to Bitfix for actually changing up a lot of what they've done on their CT side. Again, versus Masonic, it was just a constant stream of them letting people pass, Gen C somehow making it up to the A bomb site as he wanted to, you know, without any sort of resistance whatsoever. But here we're seeing Tapeware more or less spending more time at the bottom of A ramp than what he's done on the A site, and it's definitely reaped its reward for Bitfix.
Hero will pull down for Metasport, fast rush in for the pistols it seems. 2 players at least, 3 players making their way up towards the top position, trying to make their way out towards the ramp control. Thinking like they weren't going to go towards the alley entrance. Then they have cancelled that and going to think about things a bit more so. Winter waiting for his chance. Where does he go with his exit? Oh, his entry, I should say. Europe, of course, watching the backside, seeing the flashbang, caught off by the boost instead. The youngster kicks things off in round 13. It looks to get not much more better here. Winter does find one below the one-way, so that's at least a decent start for the T side, but a 4 versus 4 situation still.
Yeah, and Metasport kind of slowing things down a little bit, but they do have everyone towards the A bomb site at the very least. And still some uncertainty lingering for Bitfix. We see 1 player towards mid, 1 towards B, but standard smokes and flashes going out. Oh, Woody getting very caught out of position. Tapeware reacts to that as well.
Is this going to be the round? It might well be here.
Bomb plant down. No immediate backstab to worry about either for Metasport, and this is looking like a prime position for them to net their 2nd round.
Burst fire onto the likes of Winter. They've got rifles now to play with. Mac 10 in for Benal. Working with a Tech 9 taps. Benal does get caught by Ghazi as he falls at the same, left alone with the AWP in hand. Best to save from him. I mean, the cash isn't all that great for Bitfix. He's going to lean in though. That cost him his life. Winter with a perfect headshot, 2nd kill. And of all rounds for Metasport to win, it had to be the half by hero AWP round. So
yeah.
And it felt like it was going to just be more formalities there with Youngster's boost looking so good. It was this double sequence from Joachim that really got the T side back into the round here.
Yeah. And also, it's kind of the halfway aggression from Bitfix again. They get caught in no man's land. The second Woody dies on site, Tapeware hears people running up from yellow, so he turns this direction, gets caught off as well. And that's more like what we saw versus Masonic. All right. Aggression towards mid gets punished immediately by Woody. We're in familiar territory at the very least to start us off by yellow. But solid opening for Metasport here.
Smoke set, Molotov's down. Nades thrown up as a standard, but nothing really getting gained here by the Metasport side outside of that opening frag. It's working in behind the smoke. Zane looking for his chance to try back at 51. He does connect that kill and that second to Joachim as well. And just like that, the advantage taken away, and Tapeware continues to extend to take even more back from the T side. What was a 5v4 has turned into a 2v4 for Medisport.
And again, yeah, forward positionings doing it all for Bitfix here as they look to net their 12th round on the CT side. Now Reaper and Winter need to do something quite special here to bring this round back. Winter's going to find his aim in an off angle, but Taper quick with the response as well, and he's going to double up. Seemingly unstoppable on Vertigo right now. 20-6 for the time being.
He has been pretty mad so far, and it's not really been helping too much for the T side line. I mean, Zame's had his moments. But just like sequences like that, you need to get the double to enter into the site. Like, it's just you go in the 4 versus 2 that they were in.
Yeah.
And just like, at this point, you need to just like readjust, play a completely different kind of game, a flawless kind of game from here. Because they're on the verge of losing this one in another one-sided fashion. I mean, it's not impossible to see 13-2. I want to say it's likely, given the fact we're seeing a Tech 9 from Banal, given all the momentum we've seen from Bitfix. Unstoppable firepower from Tapeware, Zame, Ghazi, they've all had their moments. Even Ghazi's set here towards the banger position on the boost. Sees 1 kill found, not quite that second cost. Therefore, responsive now. Woody in at quad. Going to be backed up by another of a youngster here. Utility will get thrown down. It seems like it'll be a fast execution. Cast caught by a team molly, I can assume here. Youngster caught 2 players lined up and knocked down like dominoes. 3v2 now. Reaper working in towards mid. Cast is up. Has got to regain the bomb, get it down to the site somehow. Goes for wall bangs, but doesn't connect it. Woody completely unscathed. Still, Reaper loses a fight against Tapeware. And Cos just desperate to get anything at this stage. It's not going to happen. 13-2. Bitfix. Oof. That is dominant again in an unexpected fashion. It's just such shades of that Young Ninjas series from yesterday, right? They had a good competitive first map, and then they go to their own map pick, and just it all kind of falls apart. What's going on here?
I mean, first off, they did not have an answer for the aggressive setups over towards A from the side of Bitfix. So again, never got into a position where they actually had map control that they could play off of, and we didn't really see too much adaptation. Sure, they did a good job of actually taking timeouts, but it didn't really seem like the timeouts netted anything positive or had any ideas that could actually, well, help them get rounds on the board. We never really, for instance, saw, multiple, basically having a group towards mid to lurk out. We saw the Joachim more or less being alone and tasked with that for the better part of the half, or just straight up contact plays towards B for that matter. So a lot of those things, leaves you wanting when looking back at this matchup and how the first half played out. But again, I think this is again, a lot of credit to you have to give to Bitfix for actually just playing completely different on their CT side from what they did in their first matchup versus Masonic.
I think a majority of that credit has got to go to Tapeware. 21-6 right now in terms of his kill-death ratio, and that is just...
That's hard to deal with.
Yeah, that is the thing you were talking about with the ramp defaults, right? The fact he was always pushing down, and Medisport just really couldn't find him. Now they've got to turn to their own CT half, maybe catch him off guard with his own strategy, or just try and deal with him as appropriate to the T-side default here on the pistol round. Second half started in Banal, kicks things off on the right foot. Zame to 4. Youngster taking the brunt of the aggression here, taking point in terms of charging up towards that ramp control. Footsteps being heard. Spread out from here, look towards Ali the same. That bomb is not going to commit with Ghazi, indeed, that's the right call. Kill found towards Winter 4v4.
With smokes going down, we'll see if Bitfix actually decides to just fully commit to it. And yeah, it feels like Paper has made his mind up, and so has Youngster behind the smoke, but it's not really panning out.
Oh, Ghazi!
Ooh, out of nowhere.
Well,
that was looking so rough for Bitfix there for such a long time. Sure, Ghazi's able to find the pick onto Winter for Zaps here, but you can see all the frags in the kill fit going the way of Medisport, and then, yeah, Ghazi just fires off just about 3 bullets and finds 3 frags. And I guess it is fitting for how the match has panned out, isn't it?
Yeah, I honestly believe that was going to be the turning point for Medisport, though, that they have a 1v3 situation against Ghazi. And him going to do that is just wiped any real chance back off the face of the planet for Medisport.
Oh, it's tough.
They had it right there. They had a great game. They shut down Tape before we could get any more than one kill. They dealt with Youngster so effectively. They dealt with the alley player. They dealt with the attempted bomb plant. Oh my!
And it still goes wrong.
It still goes wrong, man. Like,
Yeah, no.
two more to end the suffering and put Metasport out of their misery. It's looking very likely they bow out from here.
It looks to be the case. Obviously, superior weaponry here. They do have a FAMAS and Benal, but you know that's meager consolation at this point. Battle back and forth at the bottom of A ramp's not going to result to anything at all. Chocolate has been given some damage up by the window. And already, these two players alone, obviously they are up against a force buy on this on the CT side, but just a two-man pressure in mid is more than what we necessarily saw from Metasport on their T side for the better part of it. Are they going to spot the player behind sandbags though, or is Winter going to take all the focus?
Just going to draw the initial attention at least. That 5-7 does get a chance to strike, gets nothing for it. Winter does get a couple kills back towards mid. Reaper with one on the bomb site itself, and the mid presence removed is a 2 versus 2. So Metasport not doing too terrible in terms of holding their own, but the HP numbers definitely favour BitFix. Mac 10 might be a bit of a concern for Youngster. Zane was also lacking in the firepower department with the Galil versus the AK of Winter here. He's got to be the man to step up. Been out, checks corners, gets dealt with. Youngster overwhelmed, but Zane counteracts. 15-2, BitFix on map and match point. It is 1 round to go for Metasport's elimination here. 13 map and match points as well. Like,
Yeah,
it does feel like it's over from here.
Yeah, it does feel like this could be the end of the road for Metasport, and in a bit of a sad way of going out as well, with a bit of a whimper. Not exactly the heroic last stand that we might have hoped for. I guess it's not all over yet for MP9's put into play. But now it tries to basically do what Taper were doing all first half long. Gonna find the success though, and Taper already expecting that Molotov comes in, immediate extinguish, but he is trapped now. Let's see if the aggression from Cost might lead to anything good for the CT side.
I think you'll have to if you're going to commit this far forward. The flashes come in from the T side instead. Tapeware looking up, does lose his teammate, adjusts towards Cast as well. Trade eventually from Winter makes it a 2v2, so it's still doable here for Metasport, but as Ghazi strikes back towards the B site, it's Winter alone towards A. B's open, they know exactly where he is, bomb's going to commit, and it's an MP9 versus the world, versus 2 to try and keep Metasport in the tournament here. Caught off by Ghazi, jumping up at the right time, a triple for him to close, and a 16-2 result for BitFix. Such a shocker here, considering how close that first map was, seeing how things have gone down. Again, it is a disappointing way for me to see Metasport drop out of the tournament.
Yeah, no, we definitely expected more of a fight, honestly, being put up by them. But I guess they fell the same way they did versus Astralis Talent in their first matchup as well, where, you know, they had promising moments and then just the gas tank ran empty and there was really no way back. And I guess, well, in this scenario, the car really didn't ever start. Because it was super one-sided, and you got to give a ton of credit to Tapeware, obviously, with and BitFix as a whole for coming up with a game plan that was disruptive enough for Metasport to not being able to find an answer.
Yeah, and that really is just the bottom line, isn't it? Like, they had also the great individuals chiming in at the right moments. Tapeware obviously is my nomination for MVP, quite honestly.
Yeah, 100%.
Just the amount of impact he had there on the CT side. Didn't have much of a chance to do much on the T side, obviously, but in terms of his 24 kills over the course of, what, 18 rounds, like, that's got to be some absolutely ridiculous boost to his overall ratings, his overall numbers, because his stats must be inflated beyond belief for that one map alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just such a dominating sort of scenario there for BitFix, and it is such a shocker. Again, disappointing way for Metasport to drop out, but. And as well as that, like, just considering as well the fact that they had the closer of the matches when it came to the first round. Obviously, it wasn't against the likes of Masonic in the case of BitFix there, but it just goes to show that numbers aren't everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, daily form can also obviously play into it. I think for some of these teams, they might have a little bit of, I guess, opening game nerves going up against, Masonic, Astralis, Talent, Tricked, what have you. Those are much more established teams than what obviously Bitfix and Metasport are. So that could also come into play as well. So Bitfix maybe feeling a little bit better about playing a known entity, a team that they have versed against in the past, and also will come next week. That might come play into it, but there's no doubt that Bitfish were the better team today, and yeah, you can't necessarily make a case for Metasport in this one at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any doubts that Bitfix are the better team after a 16-2, then I have to question what your knowledge of Counter-Strike really would be. And it does mean that they will be out of the tournament here on the Metasport side. A very quick end to them, unfortunately. And I guess, again, it can be expected. They were among some of our bottom half seeds
True.
overall. I would have hoped there would have been a bit more of a fight to go to that third map. We were really kind of looking for it. We were hoping for it, given how close Inferno was. But the 2-0 for Bitfix leaves us with our second match of the day, the other match in the lower bracket between Young Ninjas and Nine Academy here, Vendetta. Our main event of the day, if you will.
Yeah, I definitely say so. Again, we were very, very positively surprised by Nine Academy in their first bout versus Tricked Academy, or Tricked, not even Academy, but Tricked, the main lineup. And again, just hoping to see more of the same. Obviously, maps are going to be most likely a bit different in this matchup, but as well as we're hoping for continued good performances from Nine Academy, we're hoping for a bit of a bounce back from Young Ninjas because they had a rough first outing versus 0-0 Prospects.
Yeah, and of course, actually, I don't know if you were aware, but earlier today, Young Ninjas actually officially announced that this new team that we're playing with in this tournament is going to be the official Net Academy lineup going forward here. So these 5 players are now got to really buckle down and try to find something. And in terms of this next matchup, it would be the ultimate sort of way to get back into this this whole tournament. So looking at the Nine Academy side, it's the battle of the Academy teams as we head towards a extended break. In about under an hour's time, we'll come back with our second best of 3 of the day here for the MistGames. Here is the tomorrow.
like a light, lighting up in the dark. You make it right, I forgot how to act, it's so classic. Every time you make me nervous and I lose my words. It's been a while since I forgot the most simple words. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. Now I know why it never worked out before. High low, it would always turn out bad, so bad. But every time we start a fight, we always stop in time. We both know how to be gentle, never cross the line. I feel calm when you're around, like nothing can break me. Yeah, yeah. It's scary sometimes, but I know we're safe. Two peas in a pod, a roller coaster to walk out the door. We could be in control, but we just keep on putting on a show. And baby, I don't mind it. Let them talk, they don't get it. That we are two peas in a pod.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, getting into our second match of the day, our second elimination game of the lower bracket tournament, where Young Ninjas will take on the 9 Academy side. Maybe expected to some who are in the know about the Young Ninjas situation that they be here in this matchup, and it certainly is going to be a tough task against their fellow Swedes in the 9 Academy side. Of course, you can see how the brackets played out. They lost out their respective matches to 0-0 Prospects and Tricked a little bit earlier on in the last couple of days. 9 Academy definitely expected to lose out against the Trick side, but to start off talking about those guys, they look like a really promising unit.
Yeah, no, they definitely did. Again, I think we were both somewhat expecting Trick to have a bit of a field day in their opening game and kind of just go about their business and have an easy spot in the upper bracket semifinals. But that was not to be the case. They were sweating for moments of that series, and I think 9 Academy did an admirable job of playing solid Counter-Strike, honestly. And again, we've kind of outlined that as being a bit of the hope that we're looking at, or that's where that we're looking for with a lot of these unknown entities, and just seeing that they have something to their play, that it's not just 5 individuals kind of running about and hoping for the best. And that was definitely not the case for 9 Academy. They were willing to take initiative. They were willing to try out their own kind of a thing, instead of just sitting there and letting the game being dictated by by the favorite.
Yeah, and I mean, look, credit to them because they gave Trick a bit of a run for their money. Like you mentioned, that was probably the match we expected to be the most one-sided out of all of them. Like technically, it is kind of highest seed versus lowest seed in this tournament. So
Yeah.
seeing that whole thing play out for Nine Academy is nothing but encouraging signs. And here against the Young Ninjas, who I have to say, kind of disappointed to a certain extent. We talked about the idea that 0-0 Prospects obviously being a much more established unit compared to this brand new Ninjas lineup. It is definitely like a kind of match that we expected them to potentially lose out on. But that last map in that series really was a big disappointment.
Yeah, no, it really was. Again, going into your own map pick of the Mirage and then leaving the server with a 16-2 defeat, that's not expected, and it's obviously not something that they should be okay with. And especially in the manner it happened as well, because it wasn't a scenario where you could have misleading score lines where it's like, yeah, it does end up being like a 16-5, but if that round and that round and that round had gone their way, then maybe there would have been a chance. Wasn't really any of that. It was just utter domination from 0-0 Prospects in most of the rounds, and they felt completely in control the entire time. Whereas Young Ninjas didn't really have too much to show for. And even if it is a new lineup, you do expect more because of what the name itself, has shown in the past. So you do kind of expect a certain level of quality.
Well, it's definitely is not quite like any other Young Ninjas lineup that we've seen in the past. We were talking coming into this tournament how we don't really know who's going to be playing for this team. They've been swapping players in and out. They've been deciding on who's going to be their final five. We got confirmation, an official announcement yesterday from the Young Ninjas that this is going to be their final and starting five here. So we got
Yeah.
the known names of ZTR and Rolf, and then the youngsters from Adam B, Maxter, and Temporary. Maxter also getting his updated profile picture as well. So there's always that to add to the tally.
Getting there.
So yeah, like we've got an official team now. These guys are going to be practicing together, playing together, competing together. And this tournament is going to be first impressions for everyone involved now. That they've seen that this announcement's come forward, seeing that this is going to be for the majority of the casual fans especially. Obviously, they've been playing together in standing formations in various forms over the course of the last couple of months. But in terms of like a first official outing, this is going to be that tournament. So
Yeah.
the first match not quite going so well. What do you think their chances are now against Nine Academy?
Again, you'd have to assume that they're going to showcase themselves. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that the first match that they had was a bit of an off game. And I do say that obviously knowing that the first map was a competitive affair, but obviously I think the Mirage was a bit of a one-off where they would usually do better than what we were basically showcased from their end. So expecting more out of them today, but again, I've kind of just been taken away by how good Nine Academy seemed in their first outing. Obviously, we don't know if maybe there's a world where Vertigo and Overpass are the two best maps that Nine Academy has to their map pool. But that's part of the unknown really for them because they haven't played more matches officially. So it's going to be an interesting journey to kind of find out as we go along. But for Young Ninjas, they simply need to do better because if they have the same kind of outing as they did versus Serious Prospects, I don't think it's going to be enough to beat Nine Academy.
Was there anyone that stood out to you in the Ninjas aside during that last match, or was it really that much of a blur that you can't pinpoint any one particular individual to watch out for?
But sadly, I'm going to have to say no. I mean, on the first map, then maybe you could go with ZTR, but again, that's somewhat to be expected. The fact that he's meant to do well. Again, you can potentially highlight Maxter. Again, seemed like a very proficient pistol player at the very least because he did win both pistols on that first map, largely due to him. But other than that, there wasn't too much to write home about. Again, it's very early days, and outside of the two, I guess, mainstay players in CTR and Rolf, there is, a pretty significant age gap in that sense, or they are extremely young players. Adam B and Maxter are both 17 years old, and Temporary only being 15. So I'm going to temper my expectations in terms of like expecting them to have necessarily like a standout game where they drop 35 and everything looks golden and fantastic. I don't necessarily expect that coming out of them just yet. But yeah, there wasn't really too much to hang on to from that first matchup. Maybe we do get a bit of a shift in our perception after this one. Which would be great because that's obviously what we're looking for. We're looking for progression and we're looking for potential with these young squads. But for me, more of my focus is directed towards Nine Academy and the players on that end because I thought we saw quite a bit of actually positive trends and just really solid moments from a lot of the players on their side.
Yeah, I guess now's a great time to start talking about that particular side right now for the Nine Academy team, because the key thing to remember is that even though they did get 0-2 against Tricked, they still managed to make it 16-10 and 16-12 sort of results. So the thing we were talking about on day one, right? You don't have to get a victory if you're an underdog team to prove that you have some value to you. To do that against what is essentially our tournament favorite is going to go quite far for them, and it kind of puts them in an outside chance to win this matchup right here for me, just because of the fact that Young Ninjas didn't show anywhere near that potential against a much weaker team.
Yeah, no, and I'd have to fully agree. And again, if you look back at the match the Nine Academy had versus Tricked, I think we can put a spotlight on multiple players. Kenny wasn't necessarily as active in the first map, but once we got into Overpass, definitely had some very key moments as one of the one part of the duo over towards the B bomb site, especially on the CT side, coming up with a lot of crucial kills that had them in winnable positions and so on. And the two others that I felt definitely stood out would have been Lusty and Paxios on the Swedish side.
Yes, I have to say that Paxios in particular was my sort of standout man from that match yesterday. Obviously, Lusty does have a few more numbers on the basis of just the number of frags he got, but for me, I'm sort of looking at Paxios thinking that he had the impact rating for me personally.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this team and I'm thinking there's a lot of potential in terms of the individuals themselves, and that's sort of kind of, I guess, the kind of thing for both teams. They are academy teams, so you're kind of looking for potential and growth room, and there is a lot more growth room for the young ninjas because they are so young. But in terms of proven potential, I think right now Nine Academy have them beat.
Yeah, no, and again, I would have to agree. And again, we might be getting ahead of ourselves in the sense that we've seen them on potentially their two best maps. We don't know. But again, we can only talk about what's given to us in that sense and what we've been shown. And I don't think it's any slight towards anyone really to say that Nine Academy come ahead in that discussion.
Absolutely. Again, just the fact of what we've seen from the previous matches, really, and that's sort of like our benchmark during this whole tournament is the previous matches that we've seen in this bracket. So I'm sort of keeping my eye on and seeing how far they'll be able to take that in terms of this matchup. In terms of the veto as well, like obviously you mentioned that Virgo and Overpass that was played out. Like if they get that out against this Young Ninja side and they replicate what we saw against Tricked, I could see them winning this series. I'll be quite honest right there. Like, it is, again, very limited circumstances because we don't know what that veto is going to look like just yet. But in terms of what we could be seeing, again, we're all talking about coulds here and possibilities. That's a very big possibility for them. And if they get it, yeah, no reason why they can't win.
100%. And again, well, on the set of Ninjas, speaking of the maps and everything, how confident do they feel about what they've kind of brought to the table? So they bring out Mirage as their map pick in their opening game, get absolutely thrashed. Where do they go from here? Do they, dare to go back to Mirage? Are they going to rely on Inferno potentially, which is one of the maps that they've played? Otherwise, like we don't really know. So I'm really excited to see how that pans out. And yeah, there is going to be a potential, obviously, because it is a best of 3 series for Nine Academy to get something that they feel comfortable with. And I think that's the best benefit or the biggest benefit of having a double elimination BO3 kind of a tournament structure. Like, it would have felt awful if you go down into the lower bracket. Now you're going to have to play best of ones or something like that, and you end up on a bit of a iffy maps. So you don't necessarily get to showcase yourself because, I mean, even a lot better teams or a lot higher ranked teams are not necessarily going to have a six map pool that they can flex with, in any sort of matchup. Sometimes they might be only extremely solid on 3 maps and have a fourth that's a little bit iffy, a fifth that they really don't want to go to unless forced, and then they have a sixth and a 7 that's absolutely a no-go. And that can work again if you have a best of 3 to kind of showcase that we are we understand what we're meant to do on these various maps, and you only get that opportunity in best of 3 series.
Indeed, well, we get to find out how well this best of 3 series will go in terms of the vetoes. Again, Overpass, Vertigo, and Mirage will be the ones we're looking out for the most. We will get Overpass in as the decider, but the picks and bans have gone very, very differently this time around. Dust 2 removed by Nine Academy, Vertigo taken out by Young Ninjas, smart call for my money. Ancient picked in by Nine Academy. That most certainly is a curveball.
Yeah, no, that definitely is a curveball, especially because if I remember correctly, this was one of the maps that 0-0 Prospects removed from Young Ninjas in their matchup, because again they have a history of playing that map as well. So for Nine Academy to feel confident enough about their ability on the map to actually pick it, especially considering that they're going to have to start on the T side, is brazen and brave and whatever adjective you want to throw in there. So I'm curious to see how that pans out. I I'm crossing my fingers that we're not going to get another Bitfix experience where, they pick it, start T side, then get absolutely dumpstered 13-2 and have no shot of actually coming back into it. But it's a cool choice. Maybe they have a deeper, maybe it's not a map puddle. Maybe it is an actual map pool that we have to deal with on the side of the Switch, which would be really, really fun. I think Young Ninja's choice to go to Inferno kind of makes sense considering the fact that Mirage didn't pan out versus 0-0 Prospects, and it's been something that at least this 5 has played together before in an official match. So that's kind of them going back to another comfort pick, which I think is fair. And if it goes to a third map, which we haven't seen yet so far in the tournament, again, I'm liking Night Academy's chances.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that third map coming out, if I'm being honest. Like, in Inferno especially, like, is such a stalwart of the Young Ninjas going back in previous rosters, and obviously it's not quite the core we're rating here, but in terms of Rolf and ZTR and what they've done in the previous iteration of the lineup, they played it quite a number of times over history, so having that strong suit and that little familiar sort of a cornerstone in this veto is going to be important to them for their own map pick. But this is why I think this series could be won or lost here for Nine Academy, because we've never truly seen one like from them, at least on a H.O.T level, and it's not even like it's that bad of a map for the historical Ninjas lineup. Again, not rating the cores, but
ZTR has a lot of hours on this map.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's the big concern for me when it comes to Nine Academy's picking choice.
Yeah, and I agree. And in general, I've kind of pegged Ancient, or I put them in the same category, or the map in the same category as I've done with Dust 2, where I'm under the perception that you should never actually pick Ancient or Dust 2, unless you're big or something. They're the only ones who can pick Dust 2 and still get away with it. But outside of that, it just feels too much of a coin flip to really feel like this could be your home ground. This is where you're meant to win games consistently on. So this is going to be super interesting to see, and we're already underway with the pistol round here. Night Academy, not surprisingly, on the T side.
Quick predictions from you, by the way.
Ooh, again, I'm just gonna side with the Nine Academy boys, man. They've earned it. The benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think Nine Academy could pull this off, and I'm going to back them as major underdogs in this series. Rolf already finds the opening kill, though. After smoke, a headshot on towards Kenny. Nine Academy have gained an open and free A bomb site, so they get that plant down while losing a man advantage here. Damage done to Oyand and Hugo as well. Paxios, next player up to 4. Temporary with the latest kill of the matchup from the Ninjas side. And the CT's going to face a very passive T side as well. Nine Academy backed up so far into Donut. The one tap from Loose T's P250 is going to come up good against Adam B. Now the player over at Main's going to strike. Diffuse being held. Temporary covering off Oyand's position. And they hold off for another good kill. A temporary triple. And just like that, Loose T is alone to lose out the Diffuse and lose out the pistol to the Ninjas.
Very promising start from Temporary there. He has been one of the young Ninjas who's had a bit of a rougher go of his start in the team, even as an AWPer, but good to see him get on the board early on. Might build some confidence off of that. Again, only 15 years old, so obviously tons of room to grow. But yeah, overall solid from Young Ninjas. Also having 2 smokes in a pistol round, not something you see necessarily too often, but definitely helped out in terms of smoking up the bomb and the entrance to Donut. CTR already on the move.
Nice nade combinations from him and Oyand as well, dishing out the damage, of course, ripping them apart with the SMGs. 3 kills on the trot from the CT side, and Oyand getting nothing else out towards that ramp position. Jump facing to Temporary's angle, the M4 picks him up. Paxios in the 1 versus 5, well out of dodge. He's all the way in L. Bombs at B yours. So the force by the bomb plant bonus not quite working out for Nine Academy here.
Yeah, not ideal. And this is going to be a big test for Nine Academy as well. Again, right? We saw it with Metis. Metis' not even defense, but their offensive side on Vertigo. When Bitfix started getting aggressive versus them, they didn't really know how to handle it in a proper way. And Ancient CT side is kind of just begging you to run at the T side in many ways, whether it's through Cheetah, whether it's through mid, or down banana. There's plentiful of options, and that's going to be a big task and a big ask from Nine Academy to see if they can actually deal with it or not. Because if they don't, it could get ugly real fast.
So far, it's been Ninjas dealing with the 9 side. Stuff again from all the CT players. I don't think a single player fell either, so a lot of cash that can get built up, not only the SMG bonus, but also with the lack of investment in round 3.
Wow, honestly, it's a nasty neat combination there from ZTR. That's a neat little move. Which is a middle throw jump combination. Seeing more and more of that. does its job. So the standard utility is thrown out initially, and ZTR, yeah, once again up by Ledge, lurking about. It's gonna set up a flash for his buddy in Cheetah. I'm not gonna find anything immediately though off of it. Maxter having timing on his side, but decides to move forward. And gets what he's looking for. Also knows that there's one more T-site lurking around those B doors, but not going to get too carried away and run to what should be certain death as Kenny sits posted with the Deagle. Still gets hit in the end.
Easy pickings for the SMGs. No Kevlar to speak of for 9 Academy, and of course the upgrade pistols shouldn't impact the economics of the game too much. Of course, many kills on SMGs, meanwhile for Ninjas means that they're going to have a lot of money in their own bank accounts. Temporary with the latest, and Maxter with the last one. So a second round where all 5 players stay alive for the young Ninjas, 3-0. And the guns should be coming in now for 9 Academy, see whether they can post up a fight from here on out. It might be a bit more of a bonus round for the Ninjas though. Again, not losing anybody, so much money in the bank, they can afford to buy in the next one. If they get any more SMG kills, if they get the round on SMGs, and that's just money, money, money.
Exactly, and I think, again, a map like Ancient kind of allows for it to a bigger degree as well, considering how you can, to a much bigger degree, choose your own battles as to how close you want to get up, and obviously with MP9s, that's probably something they'd want to do, and we can see already aggressive moves being made down Banana, but this is something that 9 Academy should be able to kind of expect and decrypt, really, just given how the first 3 rounds have panned out. We've been able to get into mid here.
Nice spot from Loose T. Adjustment to the second man as well. ZTR is down and out. A 5 versus 3. We'll make it a 2 now for Hugo as he spots out Maxter over at window. Doesn't quite get away with the kill back, and the CT falls away. Adam B gets away with one alongside Raw's trade back. So the bomb stalled, but not quite denied from getting into the A site.
Wow. 3v2 after plant situation here. 9 Academy's gotten into deep positions, and Kenny, all the angles on Ancient are so damn deep. Like, there's not a single corner you can kind of half clear, which obviously makes retakes like that a bit of a nightmare. And Adam has picked up an AK, so he's probably just going to be content with what he's found in this round and leave it at that. Which is going to result in 9 Academy's first round on the board. Well, solid job from Lucy there in mid to find the double pickup.
I mean, all in all, it was still AKs versus SMGs for the most part. They
Yeah.
only had the one rifle on temporary. So the fact that Adam B escaped with an AK and they've got the rebuy in, honestly, I still think it's not that bad of a round for the Ninjas. Again, it was a bonus, so they could have afforded to lose all 5 weapons, reinvest back here, or potential on all 5 players. Like, it's actually not that bad of a consolation prize. Again, the firepower just not there to deal with Lucy here in the mid control and everybody else that they fought onto. And even then, the SMGs did get 2 kills.
Yeah, exactly. It's added money right to the already swelling bank of young Ninjas, and obviously they're gonna have to dip into some of it right now. But as you mentioned, that saved AK. Look at Adam B is sitting at 6.7k after buying. So comfortable spot to be in. Could potentially get an op in Temporary's hands also later on if that's a necessity. An early catwalk control taken by 9 Academy, just fighting through the initial utility.
Flash is set to allow some picks in over at the ramp position. Initial prods in from Paxios, but nothing definitive in terms of actually getting the kills against the CT players. The crossfire locked here at Cheetah sees the M4 leaning forward, going for wallbangs. Not quite on the angle of the T-side player that's out there. That nade will do some damage to Oyand. So, some to return, but nothing to definitively kill off an opening pick. Neither side able to find first blood.
Top banana lurk smoke here as Hugo actually wins out a duel with smoke and CTR behind it. Solid once again. Nice opener to get going with, but you can see the double setup inside of Cheetah from young Ninjas here. So unless 9 Academy decides to completely shift their direction, that could be a bit of an issue. It does seem like they have set their minds on something else for the time being. Again, doing a decent job of just maintaining presence towards the opposite side of the map as well. Get the illusion of something building at the very least.
This mid-walk that might get interesting here from Hugo. Looking at the position, bomb plant will try and get denied, but Broth only gets that one frag. So with Hugo's trade back, it's the 4 versus 3. Adam B's up here at the plat though. He gets the trade and brings us back to an even man standing, but a late luck over at elbow. Max is covering it. Ooh, he turns away at the worst moment. That allows it to complete itself. A third player also inbound from the CT spawn. It's up to the 2 players on site to hold off. Wait for that backstab to complete itself, and Lucy and Kenny lock it down. Adam and Max are down. Only after temporary is the last player standing. M4's in hand. 1 versus 3. He's got to run it back and save.
That's just a solid off angle as well from Lucy there. It's just a hard angle to clear if you're a T. And again, as soon as you take the fight versus Lucy as a retaking CT, you're going to be so exposed, obviously, from Temple and a bunch of other angles. So again, solid post-plant positioning, and as you mentioned, even though we didn't fully get to see it come into fruition, that backstab, right? Maxter lets go with the angle, obviously, because he needs to make his way closer to the bomb site. Eventually, that could have potentially been enough by itself, even if Lucy and Kenny potentially would have fallen. So second round in a row for Night Academy, and Adam B with the excess cash. He's going to buy up into this round and temporary with an AWP in hand. So a bit of a mixed bag on the side of Young Ninjas. No doubt that the weapon advantage still goes in favor of Night Academy, but there's some damage to be done here potentially. And they've cleared out all of Catwalk already. You can see the rotations happening from the Young Ninjas side. Question is if it's going to be in time.
The sub-defensive here on the backside and over at Temple. Molotov's on the head of the back flat position as well. Temporary's AWP peeks in over at Temple and does catch Kenny. Hugo, however, trades him. A missed AWP shot that turns to a 4 versus 4 here, and that's one major CT taken out of play on the defensive. Still got one player pretty close over at that A-lane position. Maxter also coming in with the backstab. Only a deagle in hand, though, resting heavily on his other teammates to come up and step up. ZTR picked up alongside Raw falling. Adam B turns into a 2v2, and they just can't deal with him. He doubles up. All left to Oyan now. Back up open, head of the main position. The smokes will start to fade, and now he's got no more cover. Just these 2 flashes to get back on the bomb and get it on down on the site. He's being careful about his positions. Back's turned towards 1 CT when he peeks out in the open. Spots the player of Adam B. Max now just going to wait. Slight off angle here at Donut. As soon as Oya makes that move. Oh no, he's seen the shoulder and almost takes it down. 15 HP though, and still on way as of where Adam B's held towards 20 seconds. Got to go for this plant here. Tap it once, stick it twice. To get it down immediately and try force the CTs back into him.
Impressive job actually getting the bomb plant down there. This is going to be some excess cash in the worst case scenario for Night Academy, but definitely positioned to be able to at least do some resistance here.
Oh, caught looking the wrong way for Adam. That's huge. Max though, 1v1, 15 HP, and now he's revealed his position. Oyan's got this one. Surely a single good burst spray, anything, a tap would be enough to take this man down. And that's what Oyan will do. 3 to his name and 3 to the board of Night Academy.
Yeah, solidly played. I'm actually surprised he's able to get the bomb plant down, but again, shoulder sticking out forces of one Young Ninjas player to actually relocate. It's pretty big there. Because that A bomb side is a bit of a nightmare. Again, you're very reliant on getting the bomb plant down once or while you still have your smokes up. Once those smokes fade, it's yeah, not even a slight nightmare. It's just a full-on nightmare really to get anything done there. And the after plant in itself is hard enough as is. Very solid job there, but Young Ninja's back on a buy and immediately gets a positive effect as a result. CTR sees a toe sticking out from Kenny through the smoke. Man advantage lies with the CTs. No AWP in play. And a lot of utility already removed from the Young Ninjas. And Maxter only going to be good for the 1-for-1 trade. We'll see though. At least it's stable for now. Still have 2 players over towards this B bomb site as well. Or A bomb site, I should say. Even though it's incorrectly named. Shame on you, Valve.
No, actually, if you look carefully, you can see how it's actually built into the map.
That is true.
So
They really thought about it.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't until someone actually highlighted it for me that I was like, oh, that's actually really smart.
Yeah.
So.
But it is opposite of everything, every other map that they've ever made. So my head can't quite get it wrapped around it, but okay, with Young Ninjas actually falling a little bit back on the B-bomb side, it does provide a bit of an entrance. If H.O.T can actually hold us back here. There's hope here for 9 Academy, as ETR is actually going to get picked off.
Oh, and so is Adam B. 3v2. Hope has turned into a spark of life now for 9 Academy. From the man deficit to now just CT's charging into the site without any semblance of where they're at. Rolf able to get that trade, but Paxios stands alone under the taps and gets his kill together. Not even Hugo falls to the dink down. And 9 Academy will turn the whole situation around.
That's very well done, but a little bit curious as to Young Ninjas and what they wanted to accomplish with actually falling out of the site, especially because they had used a lot of utility initially, so there's a limit to what you can actually do to retake the site with ease. A little bit of a slip-up in terms of decision-making there on their end. I think we're looking pretty solid with CTR having full mid control and also having 2 players set on the B-bomb sites for potentially early contact or just information at the very least. So that sends them back to pistols. Well, 9 Academy are feeling pretty good about how things have started to turn here. Ancient, definitely one of those maps that are pretty lenient for the CT side. So if they can get to 5 rounds this early on, that would be a pretty nice win on the side of 9 Academy. A lot of utility spent, specifically Molotovs, to make sure that nobody aggresses from the ledge area. Actually just going to give up on mid entirely. Tripping up all 5 towards that B side, and given where the Young Ninjas are positioned right now, that's not necessarily a bad idea either.
Good check from Oshan.
Yeah.
That could have been a little bit awkward for Adam B's part of things. Maxter turns it around, goes down himself, so does Wolf, so does ZTR. And yeah, it all falls apart in the end. Nice effort in terms of the advanced positions, but ultimately no casualties taken by 9 Academy, so they can call this a pretty perfect anti.
Absolutely. Yeah, but yeah, you could very easily see a world where Weekend kind of does a bit of a half-hearted check on that corner by Sandwich and ends up falling instead of actually just starting the domino effect for his team. But it is a 5th round for 9 Academy. Very, very good start for them, especially with it being on the T side of Ancient. We'll see how many more rounds they can actually scrape together, but it definitely put Young Ninjas on a bit of a back foot here. Again, no opportunity to get an AWP in the hands of Temporary, and I guess there would have been money to do it potentially, but obviously would have been a bit of a wonky situation with utility and whatnot. Young Ninjas opting in for the possibility of being able to throw nades, and the mid aggression is not going to work out for Kenny, even though he's flashed out. Hefty amount of CT side players in mid to fight for that early.
Start at least for the Ninjas, and the follow-up for Hugo turns it around to a 4 versus 4. Player in Temple with Raw struggles to get a kill to return to a man advantage. Lucy is down to 16 HP though, so it's a slight way in. Raw, however, and ZTR chime in, backside and outside. Oshan and Paxios, last couple of players that remain here for 9 Academy. Do we manage to force out a position in which the bomb can get planted? No one's coming in from Donut, but they have faked in once to try force out even more, and that cost them ZTR with a kill. Not quite a double. And it's all left to Oshan now. 7 kills so far in this matchup. And checking out Donut for the further rotations, but both players are coming in from CT, out on the site, hearing both footsteps, throwing the Molotov as well, giving away his position, giving Adam B the kill.
Yeah, a little bit further forward than what Ocean might have expected right there from Young Ninjas. And an effective hold of a round, really, from Young Ninjas. Interesting to see, though. We've seen Young Ninjas being pretty adamant about wanting to maintain mid-control early on in the rounds, and we'll see if 9 Academy kind of plays into that, or if they just have Kenny or Paxios playing a little bit more laid back towards it. Unfortunate reach of the knife there. Paxios is the one to suffer a little bit, but shouldn't necessarily spell disaster.
I'm gonna start a no right-click and spawn campaign. Like,
yeah. But it's kind of weird how it can happen. Like, you can actually not have anyone on your field of view on your monitor and still.
I can't remember what was the clip. Was it some sort of like moment on Cobblestone a long time ago?
Yeah.
Guy literally right-clicked while a player was standing behind him, his teammate, like at the end of the round, and just killed him. I can't remember who it was. I do remember who's just fallen to Rolf, though. Apaxios and Hugo. Those 2 kills to kick things off for the Young Ninjas side. Down and out on the A site, and suddenly it is the CT side that managed to maintain control of this one. We're looking at 9 Academy having some confident 5 rounds. Ninjas coming back into their own here. It's temporary. Catches Oshan. Unfortunately, loses. Can take 1 and 2 back. All right. That's a quick scope, and now the AK to enter and do his own damage. Adam B back over towards Wood, falls to Kenny. 9 Academy are bringing us back again.
How are they doing that? This looked like such a lock as a round for Young Ninjas, but 2 quick frags from Lucy. And then great follow-up from Kenny as well. Has put them into an actually winnable position. Bomb down, deep positions as well. And eventually, Young Ninjas are going to have to tap that bomb. They do have a smoke on ZTR. We'll see if that goes on the entrance or if it actually lays down on the bomb. Ooh, Lucy with a 3rd of the round.
Roll from the defuse, though. Scene. Oh, no, he didn't hit the kill shot. You're joking me. Oh, my word.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker right there. But again, Rolf with the initial effort to put Young Ninjas at an advantage. I guess you could say he deserved it.
I can't believe that.
Oh man,
that's gotta hurt. That has got to hurt.
This is the benefit of skipping leg day. That's what you're seeing right there. Small booty on the side of Rolf is going to secure Young Ninjas a 5th round, but the tempo has definitely been shifted here. 9 Academy deep into mid and already found, well, 3 frags. I was about to say 2, but they keep rolling in. Maxter with a quick response initially, but going to be able to pick up a weapon and obviously position known as well. That has 9 Academy sending what they have towards the A bomb site outside of H.O.T, who does fall to Adam B, but this is still going to be a difficult position for Young Ninjas to do anything at all.
Yeah, 3-on-2 situation thanks to 9 Academy getting fed up at how that last round went down. Unfortunately, capitalizing upon the heavy damage that Ninjas have sustained. Of course, not a whole lot of firepower. But 2 AKs that they've got off those 2 kills on Kenny and Oshan, so I imagine they'll probably just hold on to these 2 from here. There's no real way of going into the retake without losing everything. The AKs would be much more valuable to them in the long term, so 9 Academy should gain their lead. Adam B and Maxter should just maintain their lives. And this should be a 6th round for the T side.
Yeah. As you said, this is pretty much best case scenarios. Considering the situation for Young Ninjas, being able to bring 2 AKs with them, and they can also drop off 2 M4s off that. But yeah, the tempo change from 9 Academy, and they actually catch the timing where we don't have Young Ninjas actually running into mid with 3 people and extensive utility usage. It all works out for 9 Academy as they bring one back after narrowly losing out the round before. Rolf gonna have to take the dive, and he's only good for Deagle into this one. But other than that, it's decently healthy on the side of Young Ninjas.
They have as much as they can afford, really.
Well.
And that's a good shot for Alan B to turn that AK into success. Kenny down. And Hugo's down. Oshan forced to trade it. There's still a number of players to try and deal with, however, around this this B site. They rotate back out now, however, with the mid control being taken by Paxios. Oh, this could be a big backstab for the T side. Yeah. They have no idea about it. It slow walks in. And he almost snuck past Rolf there. He just capitalizes upon that kill. And now we'll call the rotate. They will commit to the A site.
Yeah, the question now is if CTR hears any of this and if he has actually the forethought to move back. Right now, no, he's not going to hit that timing, which means 9 Academy probably on for an A plant here. But you can see the Young Ninja slowly realizing the gravity of the situation, moving over towards A. But how's the timing for ZTR going to be here in mid? Oh, Lucy with a missed shot. Could prove to be fatal for 9 Academy in this one. Take the bomb plant down at the very least. They do have 2 healthy players remaining.
The Young Ninjas have 3 healthy players to attack them. Get back into this A site. Temporary will be right behind the AK of Maxter. Flashed in. Oshan. Waiting on the side, back behind the box. Towards Temple, 2 players seen, only 1 drops, and Paxios should be known from here. They're both going to face him. Onto the bomb is where they'll go. Smoke's going down, flashbang forward, blind spray from ZTR, gets the headshot together, and the Ninjas will make it 6 apiece.
Oh yeah, that could have gotten dicey real fast if ZTR doesn't hit that blind shot. No smoke for the bomb or anything like that. And again, Iron Academy, they do work their way back into rounds. Nobody's business. Paxios here as the one to open things up for them. I think that definitely was a first tool for ZTR to win. There you have it, 6-6. Young Ninjas still scrapping. Obviously, not a whole lot of economy to be built off, obviously, with how back and forth these rounds are. And ZTR, otherwise Lonesome in mid, is still going to get 2.
Quite a lot of mixed success here from the Young Ninjas side. I mean, Nine Academy have had their own moments, but that's another 2-for-1 trade that favours the CT Forces. Exactly how the last round had played out. And from there, they had to rest on a lurk and a great timing sort of play in that mid control ahead of the counter position. They start walking their way forward up towards the B lane.
Yeah.
And just wait for hopefully someone to extend out here from the CT side, but for now, they're just being passive.
One benefit that Nine Academy does have is that the CT defense is somewhat spread out. There's pretty much the 2 A defenders that need to get the job done here. Flashes come in and certain positions cleared out. Yeah, Molotov actually doing a ton of work. Kenny, 2 frags to his name.
Temporary 1 more to fight to his tally, leaving Paxios alone to get 2 frags on the clutch. Backed up, seeing utility go over the smoke on towards ramp. Is he going to try and hold from behind said smoke, or will he rotate into cave? Looks like it will be hold behind the smoke, and that's the right call. Molotov on the bomb as well. Perfect timing. It will stall for extra time, but it won't be able to deny the whole defuse as Rolf fires through the smoke, gets that kill together, has plenty of time for it with the kit in and all. And after a very long battle, the Ninjas will reclaim the lead. Still 7-6. And now's a good time to start talking about this fact of the CT side for Ancient, right? Because we have seen it be a bit more balanced at the top end of CS. But in Tier 2, it can still be one where the CT side is completely out of control.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Again, not a surprise at all to see something like a 13-2 half. Or at the very least double figures for the CT side, and well, we know obviously given the score now that that's not a possibility for Young Ninjas, but they would like to get, well, at the very least 9 rounds. Gives themselves a bit of a cushion even if they were to lose the pistol round and so on. But yeah, it's definitely a tough task to play this T side, and look at the tempo from 9 here.
Max mowing them down. Bomb plant will be secured though, so they get some cash out, which will lead into the next round, into the last round of the half pretty nicely for them. They won't be able to get the round itself. Just 4 kills for Max Oshant. Able to get ZCO and just hold the defuse down pretty effectively. Nothing that he can really do to try and deny them. And yeah, 8 to the board for the Ninjas. They will take the half. 9 Academy, however, they have a very strong buy going into our 15th.
Yeah, they do. Great showcase of spray control here from Maxer's side. A bit of patience as well to find Paxios on the site. And find a little consolation prize for Ushent as he picks up an M4 going into the last round, so he's going to be well off in terms of money. To be fair, like honestly, if you have 3.1 here, you might as well invest into an AK. Have that one tap potential. Again, quickly out into mid, and they do know the one Young Ninjas player isolated into the cubby, and that's CTR to fall. So, yeah, seeing some success with the 3-man push into mid. Actually, we're seeing pretty equal success from both sides when it comes to these mid takes. It's a little bit of a give and take, but Nine Academy definitely going to be happy about the outcome of how this round has started, even if it did cost them a little bit of HP.
Paxios and Kenny will be the ones to watch out for as the main concerns for 9 Academy for now. Young Ninjas down by a player though, so in terms of individual fighting, in terms of the teams, how they hold themselves, a little bit more going the way of 9 Academy than it is for the Young Ninjas side. Flashes in towards the B lane angle. They have got the bomb dropped outside of that B door, so they can pick it up and push in when they feel like it. It really comes down to how they want to commit to this. 50 seconds to make that decision. And they have got a dangerous player in Max. They're also ahead of the window. Oshand is watching for it. Molotov's coming in as well. That could be a chance to strike. Or Hugo can come in. That molly, the perfect distraction for another pick for the T-side line.
Oh, look at this. They're committing with 2 players in towards the cave area, but the bomb has made the rotation over towards A, so they're doing everything they can to throw confusion in the direction of Young Ninjas. Rolf, how are you going to deal with this?
A simple spray, or 2 taps to the head, it seems. 3v3 we go, and now he supports the site itself. Temporary gets Paxios. Lucy got to trade it, but now suddenly he stands alone. Oshan picked up, bomb on his back, can at least get the plant down. At least he should do so. Rolf is closing in, and Lucy secures it, but does not win the fight. Wolf with a triple, and becoming the hero of the round, and the hero of the half for the Young Ninjas.
Well, absolutely so. That's multiple rounds where we've seen quite the impact from Rolf there to basically be the decider on the balancing scale for Young Ninjas, and they do manage to get a 9-6 half, which is, well, considering how things started, again, if you think about the fact that they were down 3-5 at one point, for example, an okay half, I'd say, for their CT side. But again, we have to keep in mind that this is the map pick of 9 academies, so you would expect them to have, you know, in addition to what they showed on the T side, which was obviously well thought out. Again, many similar traits as to what we saw in Overpass and Vertigo on the first day, that they do know how to play their CT side, and that they have some ideas to bring forward. So it's going to be interesting to see what Young Ninjas can deliver once they have to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking that this CT side is where things are going to really pick up for the 9 Academy side if they're able to maintain their momentum, honestly. I do feel like if you are picking into this map, you need to have a pretty respectable T side. Yeah. On top of course, you mentioned the CT half and how things are going to go right there. So they've already demonstrated that first half, right? It's all a case of map making the second half. And to be fair, the second half, the CT side is always going to be a bit more easier just because of the complexion of the map. Like, even though it might become a bit more balanced in terms of the modern top tier meta, we're probably looking at like again with a tier 2 space where it can get out of control. We're probably looking at a chance where 9 Academy could, in theory, completely run away with it from here.
Yeah, it's very possible. Again, start off by winning the pistol, and from there on out, you're kind of in control. You're always going to have like utility to deal with potential early pushes and so on. But it's going to be interesting to see. We saw Young Ninjas, they focused a lot on actually maintaining mid control early on. Might be some of the same from 9 Academy, but here we go. Quick push up towards the A bomb site, and well, not finding immediate success, at least on the side of Young Ninjas.
Ooh. Trades out on the T sides with 2 for 2, make it 3 for 2 and 4 for 2, just like that. 5 for 2 on the trade. When you thought Ninjas were going to storm forward and actually catch 9 Academy, force them back into the back lanes, no, overwhelming with the shot counts, and the USPs come up good for the pistol for 9.
Yeah, I think Young Ninjas had the right idea, though. Again, they realized that they need to be able to maintain B-long control in order to play out an after plant. So instead of actually having one player kind of committing to getting a bomb plant just for the sake of extra money, in order to win the round, you need to just throw in people towards that long area, bank on kind of winning out the duels, and then you can go back once you've established to actually get the bomb plant down. So I don't think there's anything wrong with their decision making in that sense, but just great pistol work from 9 Academy.
Just down to the Deagle force by with a couple of Tech 9s and the Ninjas for this follow-up. Of course, no bomb plant. Try to force the issue regardless. I mean, the bomb's going to try and commit first into the A site. Some util thrown out towards the B site is indicating something out there. They will force a rotate back from Paxios. So we're still sticking in CT, tapping his way forward, and loose T. Got close to denying the bomb plant, but didn't quite get there all the way. So maxed up the escape. Temporary gets caught, tagged up a little bit of his own right. The CT is setting up for the retake here. The smokes shall soon clear, and they shall soon have a vision and access to this retake. So only a matter of time before they try and storm forward a bit. Let's see how well these pistols will do. How many players can they take down? Can they steal a good round away from 9 Academy, where Oshan and Lucy and Paxios all say, no, you cannot steal a round away from us. We're going to take you all down with us. So we get to the site, get to the defuse, and get to the 8th round.
Yeah. Again, just solid and patient play from 9 Academy there, realizing that they don't need to force the issue. Lucy tries his luck through the smoke from Donut to see if he can deny the bomb plant. Once that doesn't become a reality, then backs off, waits for the rest of his teammates to set up, and just in full control from that point on. They obviously realize that Young Ninjas, there's a limit to how much they can actually afford going into a round like that, so with a pretty elaborate or utility-heavy based execute in itself, probably not going to be a whole lot to keep them off this site once those fade.
What a nade. The Molotov burns as well for Oshand. Maxter caught dead to rights. Kenny comes in. The kill on the SMG, double and triple almost there. Oh, I almost line him up.
He's going to go back for more, isn't he? Oh, there we go.
Yep. Rolf down, Adam B, last man standing, 1 versus 5, no chance in hell. 9 Academy once again starting things off as confident as they did on the T side half. And these pistol win conversions have just gone by so quickly here. They've only got the rifles now to contend with, and they've completely negated the lead that the Young Ninjas had at the start of the half.
Yep.
From 9-6 to 9-all, and the AKs are out with a bonus investment coming in from the CT side.
Yeah, and we'll see how beneficial the bonus round is going to be. For Young Ninjas, it didn't necessarily pan out. Only had 4 MP9s going into the first buy round. Wasn't able to necessarily get the full benefit of it. Might be a different story here in the second half. Axios onto that more and more common spot towards the bomb site. Actually going to work as a bit of a bait setup as well, considering he has a buddy behind the single boxes. Person down banana. A little bit lonesome from Hugo Beast. Does get flashed in, but temporary at a deep enough angle to where that doesn't bother him at all. So a man down early on for 9 Academy.
And at the start they wanted it here on a bonus basis, but it was aggression from Hugo that would cost that, so make your bed, you better lie in it. 9 Academy just prodding around, or the Ninjas rather, prodding around at the CT defensive basis. Loosty expecting them to make their way towards the Candles position, and he gets Max for it, looking in for the AK's position, sees the shadow, struggles against the Justin's crosshair to the headshot, and in the end, ZTR backs off, but Loosty peeks ahead of it and regains the advantage for 9 now. This is where they can win the round.
It definitely is. Again, takes away the entire brood of the execute from Young Ninjas. No more pinch, no more backstab potential for the Young Ninjas. 9 Academy knows exactly where they need to focus their powers, and efficient trade so far, and Ushen's got a double up as well.
That's probably where it falls apart now. Adam being a 1 versus 3. Isolate the individual fights, and he does, and also wins them. On for the triple now. Paxios left alone, spotted as well. 5 seconds, Adam's going to go for the plant here, and he will be able to secure it. No damage utility for Paxios. A smoke and a flash, and Adam to flash out towards one side himself. Famas leaning in. Incendiary on sight, but doesn't really do much for him. Paxios there with the kill, will grab the AK, and has enough time to let the Molotov burn away, so he'll wait. Won't take any risks, won't pull off a summit.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to secure the lead for 9 Academy. 4 on the trot for the CT side.
Again, yeah, solidly done. And Loosty just having a big set of cojones there in the mid room. Because I think ZTR made the decision to back off and did what any logical person would think, that there's no chance Loosty's going to come back for more after being pushed back. Gets punished for it as well, and then as you said, doubled up towards B long there. Adam does an admirable job of trying to get that back into favor for Young Ninjas, but just sadly taking too much damage in the process. Gonna get pushed in mid. There's a response here, and a pretty brutal one from the side of 9 Academy.
Yeah, decimation in that mid position. You mentioned how it's been a bit back and forth with who's been taking true mid control, and well, on this round it will be 9 Academy that have the 5-on-3. Try to fight back out towards this ramp control. Adam B does get Hugo. It takes a ton of damage for it. Oh, that nade. Fortunately, getting caught up by the cinder blocks there at the other side of the site, so he doesn't quite catch much damage onto Adam's position. Loosty coming in with his teammate flashed in, gets Adam the drop, sends him flying across the B site. And Molotov towards the back of the wood sends ETR surely to a crispy grave. Nor left the Max to overwhelmed by Oshand on the site itself on the bomb plant position. And that'll be 11 for 9 Academy. This is starting to get a bit out of control for the Ninjas.
It really is. Yet to get on the board here in the second half. And 9 Academy, again, looking solid in the way they're playing this out. And well done to grab the initial advantage in mid. And even though Hugo falls on the A site, you can see no problem in actually retaking it. Solid use of utility, solid use of actually having, well, solid use of spacing from the side of 9 Academy. So if someone were to fall, then there's always the next man up ready to actually get the revenge frag. Now, I guess one shining light in all the darkness for Young Ninjas here is the fact that they do have max loss bonus, so scraping together AK buys is not going to be that difficult, especially when you do get bomb plants. So they're going to get another shot at it. But so far, haven't necessarily been too close to actually getting around. I guess closest they've been was Adam B's clutch attempt, but that was a 1v3 to start us off. So they're going to need something more. Oh, nade. That's a little bit high from Paxios, but ID and direction was good. Again, late mid control from Young Ninjas. Question is if they're going to send the same kind of double attempted flank that got caught out the last time around.
Well, so far, so little in terms of whether or not that works out for them. Default setting for the Ninjas. Paxios watching head of long. Two teammates going to join him. They're going to peek together and try hunt them down. This could get risky, but it works out. Temporary and Adam B all dropping. Maxter gets 2 to return. Paxios gets the advantage. Rolf gets it to a 2v2. Recovers the bomb. Well, they don't commit towards the B site entirely. I think Kenny's caught that in. Lusty on the rotations. We'll try and join them up in the A site. Always heard footsteps. Hearing candles. Wraps around the corner. Pre-fires it. Gets the kill together. And it's all on Rolf. Now standing alone. Lusty's coming in as well. Back to catch him off on the cross. He lets him cross to the site. And lets him get the bomb down from here. Just about a little bit too late. Lusty will still get the pick together though. So that makes it another round in a row for 9 Academy.
Yeah, and you can see the immediate reaction from 9 Academy as well. Once those trades goes off, they're not actually rotating towards the actual site where players are falling. They're expecting the shift of direction from Young Ninjas here. And that's how they're able to find ZTR lurking in mid there. Great job from Lucy. And again, giving up the bomb plant in this kind of scenario, completely fine in my opinion. Max loss bonus, they're gonna have like a decent shot of getting it by anyway. You're much better off just securing the round if you're Knight Academy, the way Lucy did. And again, they do have to be considerate of the fact that if Young Ninjas do put up a good fight, they do manage to actually do damage to Knight Academy's economy, then it could quickly spin out of control here. So, liking the approach from the CT side so far. And again, definite benefit of actually having multiple people join in on the aggression down B. Higo getting a couple of buddies with him for that adventure. And 3-for-3 trade, even though that obviously would favor the T sides normally, it's much better than a 0-for-1 trade.
CT's rushing down into the lane position ahead of these smokes. Here you go, nades up, bursting and firing through the smokes of the B doors. Does take a ding back for his trouble. I think it was a wallbang through the AK. Meanwhile, Adam B working in towards Cheetah, catches Lucy. So, good pick, good start up for the Ninjas. And of course, with the extra damage coming in against Hugo, it's a pretty big advantage for them. Finally could be their chance to get back into this matchup. Adam B might catch even more CT aggression indeed. Oshand gives him what he wants.
Yeah. And the rotations are pretty far away on the side of 9 Academy here, so there is a definite opportunity. Hugo is actually going to get really, really far forward. Finds one back, so I put a bit of a temporary stop to Young Ninjas, but might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew with the re-aggression. But at least now the two remaining 9 Academy players have made it over towards the B-bomb, now over towards the correct site.
Yeah, T spreading out though with the smokes down at both entryways. Crosses lot Molotov to try to burn them away, and Paxios and B will go up in smoke. So Kenny just left to try and save the AK at this stage. Having lost those AKs, there's going to be a little bit of firepower removed from the CT side. Of course, you mentioned the economy is still pretty good for them, so they will have a buyback in this next round. 7 grand, 6.9k, 5k for Kenny. Only real issues are Oshand and Hugo, who can get drop weapons anyway, so the money's absolutely fine for them. They will reinvest into the next one. And the Ninjas will break the 6-round streak and get their first round in the half.
It took a little bit of a wait for them to finally get there, but better late than never. Double digits for Young Ninjas. Finally. Now it all remains to see if they can actually continue off of this. Again, not exactly a strategical win in this round, so again, stuff that's hard to replicate potentially. Adam B just finding 2 opening frags is really what does it for them. In fairness, he has been doing a good job of actually finding openings for the B-bomb site for his team initially, even though it hasn't necessarily resulted in wins, or maybe it has been in terms of being an equalizer more so than an opening. We have about 4 occasions where he's gone up towards B and actually come out ahead. Ninjas stopped on their tracks as they were planning to make their way out into mid. And okay then.
All right.
Well,
We roll with that.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, Oshan's going to be happy with it, considering the fact that he probably wasn't expecting it himself. It's complete blind fire, and that's one of the reasons why I love Cheetah as a position, because there are so many great pre-fire angles and wallbang attempts that you can make work so easily. It's all just a case of timing it correctly against the T side. And in that case, he timed it so perfectly and didn't even take much damage to return. I mean, no damage to return for him. Kenny took 1 point of HP, so in terms of every advantage you can get, 9 Academy got it all. That nades. Oh, that's going to hurt quite significantly. Rolf, temporary down low. Further utility in. Flashbang's catching him blind, makes it an easy lineup for Oshan and Hugo. Hugo makes it a triple.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that is
I'm pretty sure
decimation.
not a single Young Ninjas player saw their opponent in that one. So just a couple of bullets fired from Oshan. CTR obviously had 0 ID, and then an entirely flashed Young Ninjas team moving up banana there. That was well, a prime example of how important utility can be for you and your team. So all the more reason to understand and learn how to pop flash and how to play off of your teammates. Excellent job from 9 Academy. So they bounce right back. No consecutive rounds to be found for Young Ninjas, but they do have a bye still yet to fall back on.
The more perfect nades there, landing right at the feet of temporary in the case of the player that threw it from the site. Kenny, however, catches the kill on Rolf. Starts things off by peeking in from window and the cheater angle, getting that opening frag, and then just falling right back out of dodge. No need to continue the aggression. You've got the man advantage here.
Yeah, and they're just going to bolster up that B bomb set, which, considering the tendencies from Young Ninjas, makes sense. Lucy, yeah, just going to take a quick dip in towards Banana, find another frag. 5v3, 9 Academy. Well, they might be on a bit of a roll here and have their eyes set on closing out their own map pick early on. He's everywhere right now.
Yeah, picking up frags.
I think he might have an inkling that CTR might be there as well, considering he's been pretty much the main lurker on the side of Young Ninjas, and he's been hanging out towards mid quite often.
Well, now he's seen him, so he knows for certain where he's at. Adam B is going to try rejoin ZTR and try some sort of split play into the A-bomb site. I mean, maybe he could join him through elbow. It's a bit risky considering that Candle's contested. So yeah, he'll make his way in towards main, and Paxios and Kenny will be the 2 players to deal with. Paxios seen, Kenny captures ZTR. Adam B left alone in the 1 versus 5, and if they get away with this one, 9 Academy can find themselves the flawless round. And Paxios to take a tag, so it's not quite flawless, but it is still clean. All 5 alive for 9 Academy, with only 2 more rounds to get to the victory and take their map pick in what would be a dominating CT side. And this is what we were talking about. This is the potential that we could have seen from 9 Academy in terms of the CT basis and how it works out in the tier 2 space. But sometimes you can just let these halves get completely out of control. We've still seen a single one from Ninjas on the T half, and that just demonstrates the point.
Yeah, especially because that 1 round that we saw out of Young Ninjas, again, it was an individual performance. It was Adam B finding 2 openings, right? That's what really sets everything into motion for them. And other than that, it's been pretty confident from 9 Academy. Kenny yet again creating havoc around mid. This time from the donut side of things.
Paxios on the backside does get overwhelmed by the numbers game in the end, but as Oshan chimes in, it's all left to Maxter. Going to grab that bomb and get it down to the site. 1 minute and 25 to work with, so there is some time in this round. But charging up very fast and loose very recklessly here. Turning away from the CT players in the temple. Tapped once, back turned. Got to line these 2 up. Oh, and doesn't even get away with a single one. Oshan there with his pick. 15 to 10. Map points for the 9 Academy side. And it looks like Ninjas might only get 1 on their T half the way this is going. There's going to be some serious turnaround. I mean, it's not impossible to get 5 in a row to get back to OT, but just with the way that Ninjas are playing right now compared to the way that 9 Academy are, it just doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, no, that is very true. But again, we haven't really been able to see Young Ninjas get anything of their kind of default plays to actually work. We haven't seen a single successful flank, for instance, through mid. They haven't been able to utilize that as well as, let's say, their main team would, right? Hemp is constantly a recurring figure in that area of the map. But 9 Academy have done a fantastic job of just shutting this down. Again, continuing to surprise us, honestly, with how well they're doing on multiple maps. First time seeing them on Ancient, and they're not disappointing by any means. This time, though, have given up the space towards Cheetah
for Young Ninjas, but doesn't seem like this is going to be the end game for the Maxter. Does well to clear angles. Finds Paxios, so at least a man advantage to work with here for Young Ninjas with 1 minute left on the clock, and well, make that a double.
All right. Back in the game, it seems. Maxter, 2 all-important frags, and smokes coming in from ZTR to enable them to enter in against Hugo. Blocking him off over at Temple, but he's the lone player standing. Will need backup to get here soon. Maybe good for only 1 frag. Sees that frag, gets it. Blind spray through the smoke, gets Wolf though. Continues blind firing onto the bomb plant position. The Temporary gets away unscathed. 3v3. This is possible for Nine Academy again.
Absolutely is, and they also have utility here.
Okay, now
He's
it's
on
on.
for a round.
Adam B. Down and out. ZTR and Temporary need to get these trades in real quick. There's no backstab. It's all down to the CTs inbound from spawn. Hugo finally drops. Oshan gets tagged extremely low. 12 HP for him. Lucy got a lot of work to do with that AWP up. And bombing the site as ZTR going to hide in the smoke. Smart call for him. The experience that he's had on the NIP team now going to pay off in Tros as Temporary's taken out. And ZTR reduces it to a 1v1. Lucy will try find the frag. Land a decent leg shot. A tag onto the man. But ZTR gets away with the kill. Not quite his life. At least it keeps Ninjas alive, though.
It does. And again, it's off of the back of just great opening work from Maxter this time. But man, Hugo did his damnedest to keep that alive for his side. 3 frags in the round, but sadly not enough to carry it over into a round and map win. As you said, experience shining through on the side of CTR there, playing around the smoke to find the perfect avenue to deny that bomb defuse. Now, initial damage being done by utility. Maxter and Adam B down to 84 and 80 HP respectively.
It's careful placement here from the T-side line, of course. Ninjas having a very broken buy state. The MAC-10, the Galils, the AKs. Running out on 2 players here for the Ninjas. Nine Academy still with the advantage just by default here. Kenny in position over at Pit. Several players to find, hearing footsteps. Gets 1, not quite the second actually. Struggles against ZTR in his crosshair placement. Counter flashes will keep them blind temporarily as they work their way back into the split and try to hit the A site.
I'll see it. Do 9 Academy players around that area decide to push through the smoke, or just going to wait it out and play for the retake? It seems to be the latter. Now more utility is being dumped in by Young Ninjas, so it should be pretty open and shut case as to where they're headed. Some tag damage done through the smoke, but nothing that puts any of the Young Ninjas in a life-threatening place, at least for the time being.
Might make a phone Temporary pretty easy though. That's the big concern right now. Just walking forward. A much slower retake from 9 Academy Ninjas.
Really are taking their time.
Yeah, plays for impact, and there it comes from Lose T. ZCR picks him up and doubles up to Hugo with a perfect headshot. Now it forces to save in. Oshan and Paxios making their way as far away as they possibly can. Paxios does get caught on the way out of the CT side. And indeed, ZTR picks up with a Glock kill instead, leaving Oshan's M4 as the only thing left in play for the CTs. Now it starts to get dicey, because not only Ninjas have been able to break the streak and been able to get a couple on the board in a row, the economy state for 9 Academy is not looking as hot as it once was.
Yeah, no, it is true. And they might fall for the bit of a trap here with a saved weapon to force behind it. Invest into the round. I think the sane option here would be to just let one more round pass and then have a solid buy to close it out here and see what they actually opt for. Obviously, yeah, again, you could reinvest and then actually that's a much better buy than what I expected to come out of 9 Academy. So this is perfectly fine, honestly. And that means that we'll also have an additional buy round to go off of as well if it were to go all 30. Let's see if it gets to that plays though. Young Ninjas now in need of 3 more consecutive rounds to bring us to overtime. But maybe they have found a bit of an opening. A-bomb site working twice in a row, so let's see if they go back to the same well.
No AWP for 9 Academy this time. He stick around in mid for quite a while. Instead it's Lucy through the smoke, catching Adam B, burst firing and eventually getting that casualty together. Oshan spraying through on ZTR. Tried that a number of rounds ago and almost caught ZTR for a second time here. damage to 58 at least keeps them at bay. And again, with Nine Academy's advantage and the man advantage, it's a pretty big start for them.
It's such a wild wallbang to actually potentially get caught by as well, because you're all the way down by mid-elbow, and you're not necessarily expecting any fire to come through that wall and actually be as effective as it could be. It's hard to really play against if you're on the T side. So flying in, and you need to, relocate, at least for the time being. Still, only 2 players over towards this B bomb site, and they can tell they're getting pressured.
Oh, that swing out from Oshan costing. Hugo's got to come up big, and indeed Raw falls. Hugo traded back by Max. The Kenny comes up decent with the trade. A 3 versus 2. The Nine Academy have now ZTR's dropped, and it's temporary alone. The AWP to stand up for the CT side. Back turn in a cave where there is Lucy coming in, and indeed he will close it out with that slightly broken bite, but M4s across the board. But do get them past the finish line as well. 16-12 for Nine Academy as they take their map pick of Ancient. We had some doubts as to whether it would be a decent map for them, but it turned out to be quite the dominant CT side.
Yeah, again, they felt pretty much in control for the better part of that game, honestly. Again, having such a good T-side start, that does a lot for you. And just in terms of how calm you can feel going into your CT side, obviously. Again, it's a little bit more of a, I guess, urgency to it if you only come over with, let's say, 3 or 4 rounds from your T side. But them being able to get to 5 that early and obviously finish it off with a 6 to finalize the half, has you feeling pretty good about it. And again, we could see similar traits to what we saw in Vertigo and similar traits to what we saw in Overpass. It's based off of teamwork. It's based off of solid, well thought game plans and setups from the side of Nine Academy yet again.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they just come with a game plan every time. It seems like obviously this was their map pick, so you can understand why that would be the case. But we're just proving the point we're making right here is the fact that Nine Academy looks so good in their opening map that you could give them an outside chance to take this series above the Young Ninjas. They've already completed step 1 of that side of things. Step 2 would be Inferno, where it's still again a map that historically has always been a great one for the Young Ninjas side. We still don't know what the core of this team's going to look like on this map up. So what can we expect now from Nine Academy going into map 2?
Well, again, that's the big question mark, right? Again, we haven't seen them play an official match on it, but now we've seen 3 solid displays really on 3 very different maps in terms of how you actually play them out, both T side and CT side. So they've already shown variety there, and you've mentioned this in the past when we've had Inferno in matches that this is kind of, a bit of a stalwart. This is something that every Counter-Strike player knows how to play. So you wouldn't expect Nine Academy to just kind of drop the ball once you move into the second map. They should be able to have a good understanding of how to play it. And considering what we've seen out of them on all of these maps, the fact that on CT side they're willing to take chances, they're willing to actually play for information, I think that's a good tendency and a good trait to have going into Inferno as well. Because we saw it in the earlier match today with the Bitfix and Metasport that sometimes leaving too much information and too much space for a T side, especially around the middle area on Inferno, that can provide issues. And without having seen them, I don't think that's going to be necessarily something that Nine Academy runs into. At least, that's what I'm crossing my fingers for. But I'm excited to see because they haven't disappointed us so far. They just continue to surprise. So I'm hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, I think I am too. Inferno will be the second map of the series as picked by the Young Ninjas, and even if they do manage to take that, Overpass will be the third one, so all sorts of signs point in favor of Nine Academy at this particular stage. As we head towards our break, we'll find out how far they can go. Can they make it a 2-0? Join us after this to find out. A big victory, to say the least, for the boys over from 9 Academy, as they have done what we hoped that they would do. We've done what we expected to do, but one that probably many people at home might not have seen coming. They've beaten out the Young Ninja side on their opponent, own map pick, of course, with that Ancient series going 16-11. Now we look towards Inferno as the second one in the series itself. And the Ninjas have gone towards this one. Again, stalwart map for them, cornerstone of their whole map pool in previous history, but untested in terms of what this core have been able to do on it.
Yeah, so in many ways, both of these teams are coming in as a bit of a question mark for all of us really watching, to finally understand what we should be expecting going forward. I guess for one of these teams, because obviously the one who ends up losing does get eliminated. at this stage. But again, high hopes for Nine Academy and what they can deliver and what they can bring to a map like this at the very least. And you'd have to assume that Young Ninjas are not necessarily going to have the same kind of experience on their own map pick as they did versus 0-0 Prospect. Again, as you said, even in the older iterations of a Young Ninjas lineup, Inferno has been a bit of a go-to. It has been a bit of a mainstay for them, and ZTR should be able to obviously have a bit of an idea and a bit of a foundation that they can work off of, which should be beneficial for them.
Yeah, at least from that in-game leading perspective, that's where you sort of expect the whole basis to build from, which is why I understand why Ninjas have gone towards this map again in this new sort of a roster. It's not quite a completely new team. It's not like it's built from scratch. Like they had some basis and some sort of history to work from. So in that sense, I understand what ZTR is going to be playing at in that we should see some similar strategies and some similar sort of playbooks towards what they had in the previous lineup. But again, the issue for me always comes down to the new boys and the inexperience overall. The youth of this team that hasn't quite developed into a fully fledged roster. It's more of a project that works out in the long term for me. So as a result, I still question whether they can win this Inferno. I'm not going to say they're going to lose it per se, but I do feel like there's an outside chance that again, Nine Academy could take this one.
Yeah, no, and again, I kind of just have to go off of the back of what we've seen so far, and we've had 3 solid performances from Nine Academy. We've had, I guess, 1.5 okay performances from Young Ninjas, and given off of that, and especially because it seems to be individuals on the side of Nine Academy that keeps showing us stuff that we haven't necessarily seen. I think Lucy's been a pretty consistent performer for them so far in all 3 matches, but again, Paxios, who was kind of the shining star versus Tricked, he hasn't necessarily been I guess, thrown into action off of that first map in this series, but we did get to see really cool stuff from both Hugo and Kenny and Ocean as well, definitely throwing his name into the ring as well, and a couple of rounds there over towards Ancient. So it seems like Night Academy just has more to play off of than what we've seen from Young Ninjas, right? Like we've seen a couple of good rounds from Adam B. We've seen a round here and there from Maxter, but it hasn't necessarily been everyone kind of throwing themselves into it and making their impact felt on the match so far.
Well, let's see whether the impact can be taken very early on in the CT side. Nine Academy will start there off with the pistol round temporary. It's only going to last temporarily here in this pistol basis. I've taken out as the first casualty of the map. They do gain the apartments for it, though, so it's a slight trade-off for the Young Ninjas. It still sets up for the execution, with the smokes being set for ZTR. Flashes to allow for the apps pop to come through. He'll put that out right now, and here they come. 2 players held back at Pit at the Broken Wall. Paxios, first man to face, takes a couple of bits of damage here and there. Maxter will end up falling towards the man, running out of ammo in that USP, and eventually forced to reload in the 5 versus 3. His teammate can start to swing forward as they try and bait and switch towards it. Kenny just waiting as Paxios finally drops, but Kenny catches him back as his teammate, his opponent, starts switching weapon, and ultimately he's defenseless against that kill back. Adam B on site has plenty of CTs, wrapping that corner over towards a short control. Will lose his life to all of them, and ZTR is quick to follow suit. Pistol game by Nine Academy, a solid start on the second map.
Yeah, I love how committed they were to the bait play as well in Pit. You can see there was 0 chance of Kenny actually moving from that position, and yeah, you can tell that Rolf definitely, he fell for it because he was about to swap over to USP. He was feeling good about his life. He thought that he'd secured pit control for Young Ninjas, but not to be the case. The Nine Academy off to a flying start here on their CT side. It's going to be primarily MP9s and a couple of FAMASs going up against a full Tech 9 Force Buy on the side of Young Ninjas. We'll see what they can amount off of this, and it's aggressive setup from the CTs as well. That's going to get punished severely immediately. Young Ninjas off to a flying start here. 3v5, or 5v3 I should say, and Adam, yeah, doesn't really take all that much damage considering he downed 2 players.
The first man out of the gate as well towards the execution. There's 1 player on site, hiding behind the box, is spotted out by Rolf. He gets the kill with the Tech 9. It seems like this force buy is going to go well for the Ninjas side. Only 2 left standing for Nine Academy, and Oshan and Kenya are out of there. They'd have no choice but to save the weapons here. We talked in the last series about how difficult it is to retake on this map, and being down in a 5 versus 2, there's no chance.
Yeah, it really isn't. And heading for the hills even before the bomb plant is down on the ground kind of tells you what has just went down. Again, Tech 9s, man. Once they get momentum, they're hard to stop. And solid execution, solid follow-through from Young Ninjas. Obviously, a lot of the credit has to go to Adam B there with the 2 openings that he finds. Those pistols close up can be an absolute menace.
as Night Academy learned. That's a massive get for young ninjas here. Obviously, not only destroying the economy of Nine Academy, but also getting a bit of a free upgrade as well. 2 FAMASes and an MP9 carried with them forward as they get started on their T-side adventure. It's well-placed bullets there from Adam B, and a good job of committing to the push by Rolf there to seal the deal.
Big pickup and a big steal for the Ninja side to get back into this matchup very early. This allowed any real chance at the conversions for Nine Academy. They will still force the issue back here for the SMGs. Will be coming in on 3 players rather than continue to say. The Eagles also out for Hugo and Lucy, and Kenny's already distracted by all the utility thrown against him. He thought his teammate was an enemy and almost took him down for it. Okan next to drop 4 versus 4. Maxter, the man that went down on the Ninja side, and Kenny on 4 points of HP. All in all, it's not been the best takes there for Nine Academy.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Again, these equal trades are always going to favor the T side. Now they've grouped up towards Banana, pretty committed in what they want to do from the looks of it. They do have utility to do something reasonable with this as well. Double setup. Oh, actually just going to get damaged through, and yeah, that flash is timely from Rolf. CTR has had quite the proficiency of hitting shots while blinded. I'm just going to follow up with a nade as well, and that's the bomb site down and out for the side of Nine Academy. 2 players alive yet again. We'll see if they opt to save or if they're just hoping to get exit frags here. Oh, you're not going to get it by missing those bullets. CTR at about 110 miles per hour. Seems to get his 3rd frag of the round.
Leaving Hugo standing alone all the way back towards the city spawn with that kill that they found earlier. These loose team means that there's no real way that Ninjas will have any reason to extend out towards CT. They've got an easy line back towards spawn, so they'll hold that. Rolf will stick around just in case there are shenanigans being played, but there are not. So 2-1 on the start for the Ninjas, and no money for Nine Academy to invest into in this next round. 2nd stage loss bonus will build up to the 3rd in the next round, and from there we will be looking at the guns for the CT side. For now though, it should be a pretty harsh eco around this Deagle.
Yeah, unlikely that Nine Academy are going to be able to do all that much, as we see CTR again having his way even when flashed. Seeing Ninjas get to 2 rounds. And obviously good signs from the Ninjas side to see them actually get off to a bit of a hot start on their own map pick. Mirage was definitely not the case of that. Double nades into pool opening. Not going to do disastrous amounts of damage to Hugo. He's the one player with Kevlar as well, though, so that does help as they turn their focus over towards mid. Flash set up from Paxios here. Timing could be everything.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
It definitely wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't at least. Well, that will pick the part for it. Hugo left alone towards that B side. The 4-man crossfire dismantled with ease out brackets, and just like that, it's going to be a pretty simple 3rd from the Ninja side. Expected 3rd, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the way that Nine Academy wanted to bow out of that round. Even if they held a bit of fight, that would have been nice. Only ZTR taking the damage at 4 points of health. And Hugo, I mean, he might as well hold. I mean, he could hold on to the Kevlar. He's going to buy back into it anyway. We'll try to look for exit frags against the passes here. And there's Rolf to take him down regardless. So there you go. 3-1 is the starting scoreline for the Young Ninjas. The guns will be back out for Nine Academy. Hopefully there's a lot less of the TKs and a lot more of the rounds going their way, much like it was in the last map.
Yeah, we'll see what they can come up with as we go into the first buy round here. It's still not a fantastic buy on the side of Nine Academy. As you can see, a FAMAS in the hands of Hugo, an MP9 on Ushent. Already, deep mids might be thrown down. We'll see if they actually utilize it right off the bat, or if they kind of want to just gauge the reaction from the Young Ninja side. Again, some teams kind of just immediately react by seeing that smoke start spamming the ever-living hell out of it. Hasn't been the case now, so maybe that puts a thought or 2 into Nine Academy as to what they can do going deeper in. Flash into mid from Paxios. Awaits a reaction. Nothing to be found at the double setup. Well, mediocre success, I'd say. Oh, does hear that tag as well.
Wrong move for me.
Yeah.
Going into that with ZTL, you know he's close. Paxios catching off Rolf, but Max are so quick to respond, so Ninjas, with all their efforts, will maintain the man advantage, and with a 3-on-2 advantage in the post plant. Ochyand and Kenny will get back. Ball into position, hold on to the Kevlar, hold on to the M4. And the start for Ninjas has been much better than 9 Academy starts well over on Atrium.
Absolutely. So, going to be 4-1. The problem is that Young Ninjas keep trading efficiently every time they move towards the bomb site, which more or less makes any dreams of a retake impossible for 9 Academy. But it does get to a point, even though this is the correct decision to make from the side of 9 Academy, it does get to a point where you start needing rounds, simple as. So even if you don't have the ideal situation to attempt to retake, you're going to have to try them eventually. So we'll see how early 9 Academy feels like that's going to be a necessity. You can't let Young Ninjas get away with too many of these rounds before it becomes a little bit too much. See the double setup not exactly working out the way they had intended it. Faxios, not a whole lot he can do as the Young Ninjas swarm the bomb site. Let's see. Partial investment behind this. Paxios down to 1,500. Again, they have, what, a 4-round loss bonus, so still going to be able to buy up in the next round. We'll see if we can do some damage here. And none of the Young Ninjas are actually going to offer themselves up, at least initially. Well, okay, yeah, I should just keep my mouth shut. It has been a bit of a trend.
Cast is cast number 7 for you this week. Like,
working on my numbers here. Got to pad those stats. Nonetheless, it is a fantastic opener for 9 Academy, though. Getting that man advantage, and they do have an M4, which we know can result into multi-kills. Kenny, for the time being positioned in a bit of a bait setup with the scout there. So it is pistols over towards this B bomb site. Well, I should say with an MP9 as well. But definitely the majority of the strength of 9 Academy's investment lies towards this arch area, and that's not where Young Ninjas are planning to go for the time being. Smoke for coffins. Molotov for second boxes, and that's actually going to shift the positions of 9 Academy quite significantly. Great flash as well. Ocean. Nothing really he can do, and again. Oh, okay.
Oh!
Sherry on top there from Rolf. I was about to say that was an excellent sight take just to start us off, but Rolf decides he could do better.
That's good.
That's really good. So whatever hopes and dreams they had off of that initial scout frag from Paxios, it's quickly extinguished, and Young Ninjas, wow.
Please
Clean house.
Again. Please play it again. I want to watch that one. Come on, replays. Oh, I'm upset now.
I was about to say it was so nice that we'd have to watch it twice, but I guess once is enough. Can't get spoiled too much. You know, you had to be there. You know, that's just you had to be there.
Had to be there, man.
Yeah, that's the only way you can really enjoy it, seeing it live. We'll see though. Bai comes out from 9 Academy, and they're gonna get aggressive towards Banana.
Oh, that nade doesn't actually catch Maxter, but there's lots of damage being done to these players up in Banana. Roll from Maxter, extremely low. Okay, Ochyand. That should be a that should have been a kill by all accounts. Rolf on 3 points of HP. If he gets a one tap now, I'd be stunned as to how 9 Academy have bottled that frag.
Yeah.
He's still alive for the time being. They're hearing those taps ahead of the half ball. Finally, Maxter has dropped, but Dead CR makes his way forward. Dealt with by Ochyand. So on 4 versus 3 for 9 Academy. Finally, an advantage being maintained and extended now by Hugo.
The battle never ended over towards Banana, but it is 9 Academy to come out victorious. So 4v2. And, well, they're definitely better off health-wise as well. Rolf, who pretty much went through the ringer to start us off. He's still alive, but it's obviously not going to take a whole lot to get him out of the equation. 2-2 setup. For the time being, no over-rotations from 9 Academy, and that does put them in a position to be a little bit sliced and diced by a potential op pick here over towards the B-bomb site. Paxios spots one, and that sets a rotation into motion.
Yeah, 2 players on their way in. Still got one in the backside. Back at Dark. Ochyand caught by Rolf. Okay. That's an AWP pick. And a second CT scene, 2v2. He's on 3 HP. If that kill came in earlier towards Banana, we wouldn't be in this position right now. If that's the difference maker that gets them back into this round for the Ninjas, though, Incendiary's coming in close but not landing with that nade land towards Rolf. No, it sails way too far out. The AWP so close. Temporary down. Rolf for the triple. Surely not. Surely not. Not like this here. 9 Academy, Losty will be able to get it back and should have the defuse. Okay, a second to that board, but then the Ninjas made that unnecessarily close.
Oh yeah, tons of credit to Rolf for actually making a round out of that. And 9 Academy, well, it looked fantastic to start us off. Maybe this was a little bit too much from Paxios. If you can't get the shoulder peek or the shot out from Rolf, maybe you should just wait for his teammates to arrive to the scene of the crime, but do manage to get it in the end, but it did cost quite a bit. As you see the rebuy, yeah, sure, there's an off save, and it's actually Paxios to roll with it, not Lucy as we've seen on other maps. There is those 2 MP9s in play, and there's nothing really to, well, no remarks on the Young Ninjas buy here. They're loving the situation they're in right now. A bit of a slower pace, not the same chaos as we had in Banana to start us off. When a lot of things comes off of timing here for Weekend and his flash. Drops it out. No immediate reaction.
Raids onto Kenny here in the sandbags.
He's going to get isolated.
Yeah, surely burning alive, not even getting a chance to face onto Rolf. Rolf missed the bullets but didn't need them in the end. Second player rotating away from the A site to rejoin the likes of Roshand. Trying to hold the crossfire on the defensive line. I mean, it's much more passive from Ninjas, though. After getting that kill, they backed out of Banana entirely.
Really did, and actually we're seeing the, I was about to say, they're allowing their off to stay put towards mid, which could give them a chance back in this, but they're actually just going to full commit over towards B. Well, actually, yeah, it seems that Paxios has had a bit of a change of heart. The question is he's going to get back into position in time. Oh, Lucy, definitely wrong place, wrong time. We'll see, though, if there is any sort of defense to mount here for 9 Academy.
It's going to come from Paxios first and foremost here. His backup is also arriving to the scene. Rolf, however, gets the AWP with the drops with his SMGs. MP9s for Oshjan and Hugo. Overwhelmed with a numbers game with the rifle sprayed through, wrap around. Dealt with by Rolf. Quadra for him in the round. And the Ninjas looking stellar on the T side.
Yeah, no, they're definitely handling everything that's being thrown at them. And yeah, Rolf doesn't even need bullets in some of these instances to get frags. That's a massive pick that he finds onto the upper mid-sight. Even if they did delay their actual take to the point where 9 Academy was able to get a full rotation, it didn't really matter much in the end. 9 Academy, well, in a bit of an unusual spot here. Paxios yet again attempts his luck, but doesn't find the headshot this time around. We'll stay alive to give it another go, potentially. Rolf off to a fantastic start here on Inferno, 14-3, and to add to it, Shadow gives it away, Paxios falls. There's one player from the CT side inside of apartments. If he can find a timing, there might be something to go off of here, but Young Ninjas making their way onto the bomb site. Clean as you like, no resistance met, and Temporary feels that something is amiss. As Lucy doesn't hit that sweet spot of the timing, and I guess exit frags is the name of the game for 9 Academy now. Maybe you can snag an AK with you going into the next round. Other than that, that's there's not a whole lot to gain from this round.
No, I mean, even you talk about the exit frags, it's only really Oshand here in the apartments and gets overwhelmed by ZTR. So Kenny and Hugo, last 2 players left. They're all the way back up towards the top of second mid and up on the top of Banana. So the Ninjas get their 7th, mostly uncontested, mostly unchallenged at the end of the round. Clean round, a perfect round outside of the bomb explosion. So 7-2 to the boards. But again, it was only pistols there for the CT side, so we'll look towards the guns now. And this is that situation we talked about where it's like, okay, now you need to start getting something going because they could be up to lose the half. And the way that this one's going, it wouldn't just be a simple 8-7 loss at that.
Yeah, again, 9 Academy can't basically get into this position where, let's say they end up with a 4-11 half. because they just simply continue to save time and time again and feel like they have to rely on a full buy to even be in the rounds. But okay, a bit of a change up. Lusty down into mid and actually gets a ton forward. Bomb dropped, 2 frags to his name, and that's going to spur on Kenny and his teammates down banana. And yeah, this is definitely more like it for 9 Academy.
Yeah, 5-on-3 game. Max doing it on the pass, got a strike back, but takes a dink for his trouble as Lusty will fall. Oshans will still hold his own. A smoke back down from the T side, countered by a CT smoke as well. Just burst fire through the smoke, hoping to catch a player as they try and cross, nades up and all. But nothing really gained here. Ninjas are backed off and serve 9 Academy.
A little bit surprised to see them actually give it up completely instead of potentially waiting around until the smoke fades, seeing if the bomb is still there. Would obviously be a fair bit of information to go off of, and yeah, a little bit of an
What was that?
yeah, didn't really notice his teammate on the end, but they do have one additional re-smoke, at least for Banana, so this should be possible to get the bomb at least on their backs. But obviously that does weaken their potential towards any sort of the sites. Not going to have a smoke for a potential BXEC, nothing towards spawn. But one benefit is that there is only one player from 9 Academy there, and he's actually given a position as well. Really spotted out one player as we see the rotation coming in, but Young Ninjas upping the tempo here. But yeah, now you see the benefit of having a smoke for spawn.
Yeah, overwhelming destination for the 2 players on site and at CT. Flashes over, Maxter does catch Kenny, at least 1 exit frag. 5 seconds to try to stay alive against the other 3. They're all coming in from the CT spawn as well. We could run back towards T side and grab that M4, hold on to it forever. Be a bit risky for any other CT players to peek in as well from that cross, so they won't be able to get the AKs on the other 2 individuals. This round started with Lusty though, and from there it all kind of fell apart for the Ninja side, so well placed for them. You mentioned how that's a utility basis. You need to stop seeing some of those mistakes. We saw quite a bit of mistakes being made over the course of the day when it comes to utility basis. And for the Ninjas, it's just it can't really be accepted at this stage.
Yeah, no, it is a bit of a rough one, and it does feel deflating when that kind of stuff happens. But luckily for them, they do have a pretty significant lead here already on the T side, and have built up a fair amount of money to the point where they're going to be able to fully rebuy without too much of an issue. Nice pop flash setup there. It's going to net them 2 kills yet again. So 4v3, familiar territory for 9 Academy here. Just fall immediately back, happy with the advantage they've created for themselves, and actually going to have another rotate, it seems like. Maybe, no, Kenny thinks twice about it. I think this is perfectly fine as well. You have a cross setup for from Pit. Usually very, very difficult to deal with for T's, honestly, especially if you have a smoke that you could deploy, which Hugo does. If there were to come a Molotov, like it does. That feels good for 1.
Good for 2 though. That's a 2 versus 2 situation now. Flashes forward. Bomb yet to commit. He is on the back of ZTR, but there's no CT around there, so he'll pass it off to his teammate. In the end, Temporary will get that bomb down. A bit of an awkward execution basis now. Ninjas have brought this back into a manageable situation here. 9 Academy, well, they've finally broken the backs of this team, but not to be in this occasion. Molotov's down, suppression still out towards that long control. Both CTs coming in from short though. And ZTR's AK is low HP to try and deal with them both here. Smokes up, flashes over. Oshans will be the first player in, sees the head of the AWP, but doesn't quite catch him. He keeps his head tucked away. ZTR, a chance to support it, and that's exactly what he does. Spray transfer to 2 makes it a quadra in the round, and an 8th round, the half gained for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, no, very well done by CTR. They plays it patient and allows, I guess, Temporary to play the role of bait there initially. It's just the second frag here onto Hugo. Last couple of bullets, and that's really what does it. If Hugo picks up 1 more there, then that's probably a pretty easy round for 9 Academy to convert, but instead turns it all on its head, and it's one of those situations where 9 Academy obviously have to attempt a retake. That sends them into a bit of a less optimal or suboptimal buy. 2 M4s, 3 MP9s, and some utility. And you know how difficult it can be to maintain. And Hugo, ooh, things he has at timing with CTR. Eyes everywhere.
And he knew what to do as soon as he called that in. I think his teammate had to figure it out. Moosty also caught off guard by Adam B in the long apartments corridor, so Frank found adjustment to the second player as well, just walking out of the balcony. And Ninjas are taking full control of this one. Oshan rather, a 1 versus 4 for him. And this, it's got to be Ninjas taking 9 at this stage. There's no way he's back into the retake with an SMG, not in a 1v4 scenario. So, yeah, it's starting to look like a decimation from the T half of this side, and it's, I guess, a bit of a taste of your own medicine if you're 9 Academy. They got such a great CT half over on the first map, and here they are losing to a particularly good T half in the second.
Yeah, no, they're definitely put it in a bit of a different situation than what they've been experiencing so far in the tournament. Even versus Strict Academy, it was a bit tit for tat. They kept pretty much follow of Trick for the better part, but here it is Young Ninjas very clearly creating some distance between the two teams. ZTR again having the presence of mind to potentially expect to push through that smoke. Gonna be with a double as well on his end. So solid play, honestly, from Young Ninjas. This is easily the best we've seen them so far in this tournament. And a timeout has been called by 9 Academy, and that's a fair shout given the situation. Obviously, they know that it's not going to be an option to necessarily invest too heavily into this round. But again, have a bit of a powwow, summarize what's been going on, what's been working, what hasn't. Kind of take steps from that point on.
And this one will be a bit more of a chin round for the 9 Academy side as these Deagles. Kevlar on a couple of players, the smokes, the flashes. Minimal amounts across the CT side. Young Ninjas recognise this, presses forward. There's a bit of damage onto the first player. Tanks a nade in return, so it's not a one-sided exchange in that case. So TR still pressing forward ahead of that smoke, especially just above it on the half wall. His teammate's going to join him, so B is going to be the play.
It is, and the Deagles are going to have to do a whole lot of work, but it might be difficult. Flash is coming in, so is the smokes for CT spawn. Already isolating players, but Wuxian is doing a decent job here, finding 2, even shooting a little bit at his teammate, but Kenny comes in to find a 3rd.
Temporary, got to chime back in alongside his teammate as ZTR. They've got to try gain access to the site. Checking new box. That Molotov does land in the end. Oshan will get pushed away. So 3 players left for 9 Academy. The AWP Temporary makes it 2 now. And up against one more player in at the CT spawn. Paxios and Hugo both inbound to try and hold off against it. The bomb plant could be secured. No, a tap to the head through the smoke. Paxios makes it doable once again. Temporary on for the clutch here. The AWP in his hands. He's not willing to go up any info. He's got to stick with this AWP to try and hold it. A crack angle. Trying to be forced out by Paxios. 30 seconds. He'll try look for the bomb plant. Switch to the AK as well. So a bit more of an automatic to play with here in this 1v2 clutch. Hugo walking forward. Bomb goes down. No, it doesn't. Forced off. The Deagles fire away. And 9 Academy find a steal.
Oh, that's a much-needed round, and it was a little bit worried for them. Again, Wuxian does a fantastic job picking up 2 here, and Kenny as well with a follow-up for a 3rd. But this, where Kenny gets a little bit eager, tries to get more. The greed kicks in, and that creates an opportunity for Young Ninjas to actually stabilize and find some picks back. Was a little bit afraid of that being a lost opening, basically, turning a 2v5 into a winnable position for Young Ninjas. But they do manage to hold it out in the end, and 4th round on the board. Some guns picked up as well, and eases the economic burden as well as they reinvest into this one. A little bit of damage done through the door there. That's the protection of the Molotov. Nade to add on to that as well.
Temporary down low. Adam B lands on Lusty though. Perfect shot in the apartments, and that's the first to fall for 9 Academy. Young Ninjas seem like they're right back with business as usual off the back of that last round.
Doesn't. Not a lot of information to play off of here on the side of 9 Academy. They're going to try to basically poke at him in banana, but the longer they take, the further away the rotations are. We'll see how quickly Young Ninjas jump at the chance of executing towards this B bomb site. There is a double setup towards quad though. 9 Academy are going to be able to receive the Young Ninjas here.
Paxo still lands the couple of kill alongside Hugo right there. Trade against Hugo will leave a 3 versus 2. The Ninjas still in control, and with that distraction, with that defensive, they'll consider the rotation as well. They're very low HP, so if they can get to the B site uncontested, and that might throw off the angle in which Nine Academy could go for the retake, knowing they're down by a man, unaware of how much damage has been done here, they might not bother with the rotation. The AKs will get picked up by Ochiand, and Kenny will go ahead and join him in the brackets position. So as that bomb goes down, yeah, that will be the case. Very smart call there for the Ninjas. I'm not sure who did it, but those HP numbers, if you tried to storm into the A site with those 2 players that were standing there, there's a good chance the Nine Academy take the round instead.
Yeah, and I was about to say, like, the thing we talked about, basically the theory of saving in, I guess, what would be a percentage-wise unfavorable situation, it's going to come back to bite you eventually. And in this kind of scenario, you're getting so deep into the first half that I think you kind of have to go for it. I understand the temptation, considering that Paxos is sitting at 3.7, Hugo at 4K, so you do feel like you're going to have a pretty solid buy going into the last round, but you're giving so much space for Young Ninjas here. They're going to get to double figures without too much of a contest, and there's no guarantee, obviously, that this save is going to do much for you. Again, you could just end up in a different situation where you have a less favorable retake scenario that you're forced into as a result of it.
I think if they had more reserve money, then maybe there could have been a bit more of a case in that of justification in that sense. But the problem is that if they had gone down with those AKs, which I mean, again, they wouldn't have known. Like, they wouldn't know how much damage was done. Then they wouldn't want to take that risk of losing those AKs. I feel like.
Yeah, no, and I could see that, but again, it's just a matter that at some point the advantage that you're giving Young Ninjas might be too insurmountable really to fight back from. So even if you do secure a 5th round here with a bye, have you given up too much simply off of the fact that you're never actually attempting retakes?
Well, only time will tell the answer to that question. For now, we have seen a 1-for-1 trade on Loose T and ZTR. Wolf down at 10 points of health instead with the AWP. Players on the crossfire here towards the A site. A 3rd player is going to try rotating Paxio. So nice incendiary, well placed to force temporary back. Wolf's AWP, got to be careful. He's sticking around that brackets entrance the same. So smokes come down. Here come the T side. The Young Ninjas trying to enter into the site as Adam B gets Hugo Beast. And Oshan quick to fall the same. So it doesn't work out for them. What was a promising start with that 1-for-1 trade. With the HP advantage above Rolf. All goes to Jello as the AKs enter. And Nine Academy will exit the half on the low.
Yeah, and obviously can't save now. But now you find yourself in a 2v4 with a lot more HP on the side of Nip, or Young Ninjas. It's a good start, though, from Paxios, but it's quickly replied by Maxter and Rolf. Not going to miss that chance to find Kenny as well. So it is an 11-4 round half lead for Young Ninjas, and not an ideal scenario for Nine Academy to find themselves in. And, I mean, they get 4 rounds off of winning the pistol round as well. So it was a rough one, to say the least.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal to say. It could have been much better, I think, from Nine Academy. Like, had they got the pistol and the conversions, and that's just, for example, right there, is already like a 7 to 8 half. Given if everything else played out exactly the same, and obviously that could be the case. It doesn't really do that way.
Yeah.
So like, we're talking about like some major mistakes being made by Nine Academy. That definitely is the case. 11-4 is going to be such a difficult half to come back from. I would have given them credit at 10-5 because I have seen comebacks like that in the past, and not just recent past as well. Across all of Counter-Strike history, we've seen some great 10-5 comebacks, but 11-4 lesser so, honestly. And for them, they're going to have to heavily rely on the T side, much like how they were relying quite heavily on the CT half of that last map.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. And the question is that it didn't really feel like they found their comfort spot on the CT side of Inferno. I'm not sure if this, down to how comfortable they feel on the map in general, but it didn't necessarily give off the same vibes. I do like the fact that they are adamant about trying to kind of play their own way and actually take initiative. We did see a lot of attempts, through apps and even a couple of mid pushes as well on the CT side, but it didn't necessarily pan out, or they didn't necessarily have players in position to actually trade off of each other, which became their downfall. So some refining needed to be found there for Nine Academy, but for now, all the focus lies on their T side, really. And also by the same token, what kind of CT side Young Ninjas are going to be able to provide. So, an HE locked and loaded for Rolf. The second he sees any sort of movement, there you go. Misses out on the actual throw, though, so limited damage done.
And landed behind the path wall, if what I'm seeing on the minimap was correct there. Flashes over for Okyans, sending his teammates up for the entries. All sorts of players with the crossfires. ZTR back at New Box is the main port of call. Gets that one kill. Max that turns it around though. Hugo can deal with him out towards Dark. So a 3v3 scenario is bought here. The bomb's got to go down. Look at Paxios also with that minimap. Escaping brackets are coming back out towards that mid control. Needs to join his teammates now because the CTs are looking to force forward real quick. Try put their numbers game to effect. But Okyan comes up big with 2 awesome frags alongside Hugo to deal with Temporary. And that is a far better pistol round for 9 Academy. Now they have to follow it up.
Yeah, they really do. Now it's all about converting, and Hugo doing a fantastic job there once they get up on the bomb site. Obviously a lot of noise, a lot of shots being fired from all kinds of angles, but still good for 2 as they move in there to create some sort of space for them to plant the bomb. But as you said, yeah, it could have gotten dangerous with Paxios being a pretty patient parry in the middle there. While Young Ninjas had no business or no intention of actually holding back and waiting for that retake. But solid shots from Uchi and then Hugo to salvage that. And, well, speaking of solid shots, that's one way to open a round.
Flick to the head.
Yeah, flick of the wrist.
Flick of the wrist, yeah.
We all remember an Uchi flick.
Echoing Hiko with a pistol.
There you go.
There you go. Inhuman reactions, if you will. I'm not going to try to do the jumping shot as well, just to add to the highlight reel in this particular round. Of course, anti-eco frag, so making it pretty easy, as you would expect. No Kevlar, no utility, no firepower basis. Ninja's invested very little into this round, and you can understand why. CT economy can be a little bit awkward at this particular stage. Not really a justification to force in any sort of circumstance.
3 6s in there as well. He's doing it all.
Anything more, mate? Do you want to, I don't know, no clip your way through the next frag or something?
Oh, you can see he's eager.
Yeah, Max does chase up the Kenny. He'd almost caught him with a knife. That would have been even more so impressive, the fact that he was able to escape with that, but not to be in this case. So only 4 frags for Okyan, 4 very impressive frags at that, though. So deserves a lot of credit to his own right. I can actually watch a few of them again, just for good pleasure and good moments. See, we get this, we don't get the
Rolf one, yeah. But this was so nice, we had to see it twice.
Yeah.
But it's a good confidence booster, obviously, for Ushin. He had a bit of a rough go of it over on the CT half, so maybe he can get into the groove of things. Has added on quite a few frags through those first 2 rounds on the T side, and now we'll see, though, how much you have to play off of it. Has kept his Mac 10. So a bit of a bonus and an unorthodox P90 from Hugo. That's something
he
you
had
see
it in
every
the
day.
last round, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a misbuy and they was just committing to it entirely. I mean, obviously it didn't have much effect with Okyan doing what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, you do have 50 bullets that do fire off quite rapidly, so again, if you're accurate with it, can still cause a lot of damage.
I mean, back in 2015, it was my pug strategy, so...
There you go.
Then again, I'm not exactly a pro player, so maybe that's not a good example to make. Nice nade from Hugo regardless, and actually he does put that P90 to effect on ZTR, so already proving me wrong to me proving him wrong, so...
Yeah, imprinting fear.
Yeah, Ninja's knocked down a peg on the HP bars, but no kills yet.
Yeah, and then that is kind of the big thing right now, so nothing really gained from 9 Academy, no confirmed damage either. They can only assume what their utility and what that P90 has done through the smoke, but they do have their noses set towards the B bomb site, and it is only CTR left by his lonesome there. He does have quite a bit of utility, though. Does get spotted out, and there's no fear in the hearts of the P90 man, Hugo, leading the charge into the B bomb site. No more resistance to be found. This is going to be a retake for Young Ninjas, and let's see if they have more to them than 9 Academy opted in for.
Scout shot connecting to the head, temporary good kill for Lusti. And that forced it. It was forcing that in the mind to go for the save, but he opted not to do so in the end. He was humming and ahhing it. Kenny passing the weapon back and forth, looking on 9 HP, so it makes sense to get him the sniper rifle. The guns in for Rolf and ZTR, though, being the weaker weapons in this case, and Young Ninjas having nothing ahead of the smoke, will not opt to go through the smoke, so they'll go back and save their weapons, fearful of the P90 pre-fire. And fearful of what 9 Academy could do to them in this case. So this bonus gun round does work out well for the T side. 12 denied for Ninjas. So we go to 7 on the board for 9 Academy.
Yeah. I'm kind of hoping for a scenario where I think Ushan definitely earned an upgrade here. Can basically relinquish the Mac 10 going forward. But I'm secretly hoping that Hugo just ends up in a scenario where he just carries an MP9 into like the 9th round of the T half. Just never having to upgrade. Ushan's going to get
Galil. Lusty is the one to pick up the MAC-10 here. So again, they're going for maximum greed here. And to be fair, if it works out, they've set themselves up in a brilliant way to carry on with this T side.
And there's no sense in throwing the weapons away, right? They can still win out these fights. You still got a broken buyback from the CT forces, but the M4 will strike first in ZTR. They're ahead of stack, and they're not ready for that. Kenny can fortunately get the trade, so... yeah, a couple of recovery plays from the 9 Academy side, but they are recovery players against the Young Ninjas, who have started things off fantastically here.
I really have, and well, we might have to see that P90 come into full effect here, as they're down 1 man, 3v4 for 9 Academy, moving slowly but surely over towards that A-bomb site, which does have, well, I should say, a 3-man setup. You can see there's one of the Young Ninjas slinking away towards Speedway, and not necessarily at the opportune time. He will have a slight gap towards the valve entry, though.
Okay, I thought Okan was going to get that. The crossbow placement was right on, but the tag came in from the scout instead. Going to fall back a little bit and land a collateral tag as well. That's all 3 players now being extremely low HP. So 9 Academy things start getting worse, and Temporary's picking them up. It's like it's an AWP all of a sudden. Hugo and Kenny down and out. Okan with a 1 versus 4, and as stellar as he was on the MAC-10, the Galil won't be enough to get him past the clutch in this case. Incendiary is heading down his position, forced him out in the end. ZTR credited with the final kill of the round, a 12th round to the board of the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, solidly held, and Banana Aggression obviously sets them up for success initially, and then some solid scout work from Temporary there to seal the deal. Definitely not the intended course of action really for 9 Academy, but that was the second bonus round pretty much in a row, so no problems rebuying into this whatsoever. Let's see, though, if they can have a bounce back immediately, or if it is going to be Young Ninjas basically getting a solid grip on this match and potentially setting us towards a 3rd map, which would be Overpass.
9 Academy don't want to play with that sort of... I mean, I guess they could do, because Overpass, again, is one of those maps they did so well against Trickton. Ideally, they'll continue this comeback, and with the guns out on all players, no limiting factors on firepower, they could still turn it around from here. A big momentum shift is on the table for them if they can get this next round on the board. However, the economy, as you mentioned, it was good for the rebuy in this round. It won't be good for a buyback in round 21, so there's a lot of risk involved for 9 Academy. If they lose it, they'll set them back by quite the country mile. They'll back away from Banana. We're playing up there initially, but now back in towards the mid-control where that bomb is.
Yeah. Actually not going to pick Diva out with that utility as well. CTR just has the role of being the utility man for this this side. So everything dropped his way, and a rotation comes in for Young Ninjas, and it's the right call as well. Deep Molotov that's going to actually go past the smoke setup.
Adam B with the kill, Raw for the wraparound, but Kenny gets that kill instead. Nades up, Adam B takes another good kill alongside Max the following sort of Okian. 4 versus 2, Lusty extremely low, but the AWP lands, and so does Max. The drop bomb trying to get secure, but Temporary's on the side though, and they have absolutely no idea. Shot to the head with a scout play, and the USP closes out the last. Young Ninjas with a sneaky beaky strategy, and 9 Academy didn't see it coming.
Yeah, celebratory dab from Temporary there on the player cam, and for good reason. Kept this cool. Basically showed up out of nowhere to surprise 9 Academy. They thought they had the site locked, signed, sealed, and delivered, but not to be the case. And that's a 13th round for Young Ninjas. Quite the turnaround here for the young Swedes, really, compared to what we've seen so far in the tournament out of them. On a pleasant site, to be sure, as well. One-way smoke dropped out in Banana as well, so they're going to continue with peering down for early information. Nothing to be found just yet, though, as 9 Academy is taking a passive approach. They don't necessarily have the utility to go back and forth with Young Ninjas and Banana immediately either. Smoke gets dropped after CTR gets spotted. He's going to be good for 1.
Over 1 with the 9 Academy numbers game, and from there the rotations. Only 1 real good CT there that tries to suppress them. Raw put the nade down, doesn't do much. The M4 Does catch Hugo for a tiny amount of damage, but bomb goes down safely in the 4 versus 4 scenario, so all up to the Ninjas to go for this retake. An even man standing for it. And all players on kits here. The AWP temporary. Already with the smoke down towards the banana cross. The flashes in, the incendiaries as well. Support the execution coming out. The 3 players out of construction in from the coffin's entrance. Kenny, headshot angle, sees the shoulder, sees the head, gets it back. Adam B trades on Hugo. Paxios gets temporaries. It was also the M4s. Maxed with one of them onto the kill. Smoke on the bomb, seen by Okyan. He gets a double spray for the double kill and the 8th round for 9 Academy.
Well done there, and again, nicely played around the smokes by Kenny. Obviously involved early with finding the return frag onto ZTR. And then both Ocean and Kenny helping out in the afterplant situation there to nail that for 9 Academy. That's 8 rounds, still quite some ways to go, but it's a start. Again, that CT side economy not necessarily all that healthy. 2 MP9s brought into action for the rebuy. They do have a lot of utility, and utility has been kind of the name of the game for them. They've done a solid job of utilizing it correctly up to this point. Yet again, got to peer out towards Banana. And again, Rolf just dropping everything he has over to the hands of his teammate over on the B bomb site. It's kind of business as usual for Young Ninjas. This is kind of what they've been doing the entire half. Again, double setup over towards Pit. And makes it in towards site, and temporary solid on the angle towards Arch.
CT's held, temporary, another good kill. Adam gets Hugo and lines up Kenny, effective. Paxios 1 versus 5. Ends up with a decent trade. That bomb dropped in the open though, and the Ninjas surely would not let this 1v5 go away from them. The tap first does get a kill for it, but tagged to 6 HP. Now the next phase will end up being his last temporary, with a permanent round for the Young Ninjas. 14-8, 2 more to go. And map 3 is calling us now, Vendetta.
Yeah, it really is. Looks like Overpass is very much on the cards. And it's all down to a revitalized Young Ninjas. Again, playing a very, very solid Inferno here. Nothing really to complain about on their end, and they're doing things solidly. Again, leaving a lot of responsibility with the sole B player, but they have a very set game plan. They're bringing utility with them over towards the banana site. They do take early banana control to see if they can find anything for free early on, and once that's been done, well, then you leave ZTR with pretty much all the utility in the world, or potentially his teammate. And then you have a 4-man stack over towards B, but not A. But this is not going to be the case, but still, result feels familiar, I'd say. It's 9 Academy running their heads into a brick wall over towards that A site.
Yeah, brick wall called Maxter in this case.
Yeah, solid spray control once again. We saw a couple of instances of that on Ancient as well. Easy cleanup, really, from Young Ninjas here, as they're more or less looking to close out Inferno as quickly as possible and go into Overpass.
7 map points for 9 Academy to try and make up. Young Ninjas certainly in control. 1 more good round will send us through that overpass. And again, it's a map that 9 Academy have a basis to work from, so it's not the worst situation in the world for them.
Definitely true.
Opportunities abound here. The T side will try one last shout into the good night, and if they can get this round, it would at least be a prolonged demise for them. Axios leaning into the apartments, taking damage and taken down by Max at the start.
Yeah. Nice little setup from Young Ninjas there to net them an opening kill. Re-smokes into mid as well to stem any sort of aggression coming out of 9 Academy. So yeah, a bit stun-locked here. The T side haven't really been able to find a whole lot to work off of. It has been their B sides, executes and takes that have given them any sort of success. We'll see if that's going to be the case again. ZTR posted up with a Molotov, so he knows exactly what he's meant to do. Actually throws it deep, but does force people out and instant results as well.
Only 1 player standing on the site here. Flashes forward, they've got to get this kill. Make it a 2v3 on the post plant for 9 Academy. Ninjas are very quickly making their way up towards Banana. ZTR's holding for as long as he can. Finally overwhelmed by Lucy, but already they're inbound. Maxter coming up, N4. ahead of the smoke, can't see the player at the gap in it. It will start to clear, look towards dark, and over at the outside, he has seen that one individual. Tap sprays him down. It's all left to Okyand. A great player with some great plays so far on this map. He gets that 1 kill, needs to get the 2nd and the 3rd, and he doesn't go so far as 2. So 16-8 instead. The Young Ninjas will take their map pick, and for the first time here in the Heroes of Tomorrow, we will have a 3-map series, and I guess this one really is the appropriate match to be that one.
Yeah, no, it really is, and honestly, kudos to Young Ninjas for providing a solid Inferno showing. Again, that had felt a little bit lackluster in the 3 maps that they played prior to this, but significant turnaround in that sense. So hopefully that bodes well going into Overpass. We kind of know a little bit of what to expect out of 9 Academy in that sense, because we've been able to see them play once versus Tricked. And now it's on to obviously Young Ninjas to be able to carry over the good performance that they had here on Inferno over to the 3rd map and potentially provide us with a close and solid game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we are taking a look at 2 solid maps from both sides. So is it really a case that we can look back to that Tricked result and that base that they had on the Overpass map for the likes of 9 Academy and see that as being the solid sticking point, or is there a bit more to discuss in that sense?
Again, I do think it's something that they can work off, and I do think it's a solid base to have, really. And again, we've talked about the fact that Young Ninjas, sure, they have Rolf, they have ZTR, players who have been around the block for a minute now. That's still not the case for 3 of them. Adam, Maxter, and obviously Temporary. They have I guess the not so lucrative option of getting a little bit frazzled when they go up against aggressive teams and so on. They handled it well on Inferno, but Overpass is a little bit more of a tricky map in that sense. It is a bit more technical, so that might prove to be a bit of a difficult task to kind of overcome. Again, understanding how to get map control in Overpass is not necessarily as easy as you might have a time of it on other maps. So we'll see what kind of approach they have if they just go the Eastern European route, which is just forgo map control entirely and just have a big group moving towards one set goal from pretty early on in the rounds, or if they have a bit of different go at it. But I think that could be pretty defining.
We'll get to find out how they'll play out on that map. For now, though, it is a solid map of Ancient from the likes of 9 Academy and a solid Inferno as well from the Young Ninjas. Both teams clinging on to life in our 3rd and final map of the series and of the day. It's Overpass coming up after this. Do not go anywhere, as we'll close out with a banger after this. What has been our best series so far here in the Heroes of Tomorrow will get pushed all the way to a third map. Nine Academy taking their map pick of Ancient, a pretty dominant side on the CT half. And then, of course, the Young Ninjas taking their own map pick of Inferno just a moment ago. A 16-8 result that puts us over on Overpass, the map. One of the two maps that we got to see go quite far in the Tricked versus Nine Academy series, which is the reason why at the start of the series you were saying if we go to map 3, the Nine Academy are in a pretty good spot. Having seen the series how it's played out so far, do you still agree with that notion?
I do, honestly. Again, it's all about the tendencies that they're showcasing. And again, they did have some of them on Inferno that just weren't as successful as they've been in the 3 previous maps that they've played. But again, the willingness to take initiative and actually try to be disruptive on your CT side, not necessarily being afraid and just kind of sit back and wait it out. Obviously, one of the things that I didn't like as much was the lack of urgency towards the tail end of the first half, right? Just allowing every round to never end up in a retake attempt, that kind of thing. Always thinking about, well, we could afford something next round, to the point where obviously the lead becomes a little bit too much to climb back from. Hopefully that's not going to be the case here on Overpass. I don't think, given what we've seen, that should be something to be worried about necessarily. So I'm liking their chances. Again, Young Ninjas come into this map as a pretty much unproven entity for us. Again, I feel like now's the chance for Nine Academy to show us that they can actually bounce back as well, because we've had pretty much only good performances, compared to what we've expected out of them. Now that they had a bit of a letdown on Inferno, didn't quite do as much damage or necessarily have individuals stand out. It's an optimal chance for them to be like, okay, we can take a punch to the face and still get up.
Yeah, and some promising results from the Nine Academy side, but none of them have really been like good victories outside of that one map that we've seen so far in this series. So we're talking about a great opportunity right here, not only to survive, not only to get a victory over the Young Ninjas, but to survive in the bracket itself.
Yep.
And both of those would be big achievements for this team, considering that they came in as probably our most unknown squad of them all. So
Absolutely.
it would be a lot proven to us, a lot proven to the people at home, a lot proven to the Counter-Strike scene overall, and to themselves. You're right about that. Like, I don't know what their expectations were coming into today and coming into this week, but whatever they were, I'm sure that they're probably very chuffed with the fact that they've made it this far. And if they can go one more step further than that, perfect.
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously that's what we're kind of going to be looking towards, but it's obviously going to be exciting to see what Young Ninjas can do as well, because it was a very different Young Ninjas teams that showed up on Inferno compared to what we've seen on the 3 other maps. And maybe this is more to their liking, again, going into an Overpass and kind of having a comfortable way of playing that. We know that obviously the original NIP lineup, we're quite big fans of it compared, to other tier 1 teams, and CTR has spent time there, and we also know that older iterations of Young Ninjas have been proficient on this map back when they had Sapek and those guys in the lineup. So maybe there's something to kind of transfer over to this new squad as well. But obviously one thing that's going to be interesting for me to see is kind of how they deal with the potential aggression that we've seen Nine Academy display at times, and how well they're going to be able to kind of keep track of what's going on a map like Overpass, because it is a little bit of a different beast compared to Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned before, it's a lot more technical compared to Inferno. Like, obviously, we talk a lot about how the 3 main pug maps in the scene are Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno. Everything else is a bit more advanced than that. And here, this is the key point, right? Like, Overpass has been around for a long time. There's always new strategies being developed, always new boosts, always new flashbangs. I can't remember who it was, but someone actually threw a new flashbang, I think, during the RMR.
Oh, you had and you had Copenhagen Flames with a boosted Molotov, run boost Molotov, etc. as well.
Yeah, that too. Like, we've got so many big sort of strategies coming out and so many new things that you can implement into this map. So it's ever changing. Be curious to see if anything else comes out in that sort of sense from these guys, if they copied any of those playbooks. But as well as that, like, if they've developed things of their own, if they found things about the map that none of us know about.
Yeah, no, again, it's always fun, and a lot of the innovation, again, we're going to repeat it, we're going to sound like a broken record, but it's because it's true. A lot of the innovation comes from the unknown teams or the lesser viewed teams in that sense, and that gets picked up by top teams, it gets refined, and then it becomes known as, let's say, like the Furious Strat or the Nip move, even though it obviously has a different origin. But that's obviously something that we're excited to see and kind of look out for. But again, I wouldn't be too surprised if they've kind of gone the direction of, let's say, what Trick did, which seemed very similar to how VP plays their Overpass, which again is somewhat unique compared to a lot of the other top teams on that very map. But I can understand when it's a technical map that you're kind of taking on, that you want to have a foundation that's based, or basically is good enough for a top team on the map as well, because obviously there should be something to it if they're doing it. So not necessarily going to be disappointed if we see that, as long as the execution of it is well thought out, and if they kind of understand the basis of why top teams are doing these exact runs, instead of just being a copy paste kind of a team that just does it without necessarily having any sort of afterthought to why.
Well, I mean, look, Nine Academy have already proven that they can do good work on this map, because we talk about the Trick series. This was the one map where they got a 16-12 loss on. They had some very big moments. So this is the one where Paxios really stood out to us as being a player to watch out for instance. So, like, in terms of what this map can end up doing, like, we've already seen that Nine Academy, they've done great work here. They've done big things, and they've already secured like a basis to work from in terms of this map. So, again, they have the better basis coming into this one, because we've yet to see. I don't think we've actually seen this core of ninjas on this map as of yet. I know that we've had a couple of moments where the old team definitely have played in that sort of sense, but nothing with this whole sort of like a core 5-man unit.
Yeah, I think this core 5 has pretty much only ventured into Mirage and Inferno from my, I guess, weak memory. Weak memory. I'm an old man, so pardon me for that, but. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a new adventure, and we'll see how well they actually deal with it. They do get the benefit of starting on the CT side. That's always going to be a nice treat for yourself. And for Nine Academy, again, they just have to kind of cross their fingers that they don't get stuck. But we're able to avoid that issue versus Tricked, and we'll see if it's the same case here.
Yeah, T-side start for Nine Academy. Young Ninjas already forced forward and max their first man to drop. So big start once again for the T-side as the Glocks reign supreme and kick things off on the right foot, forcing the CTs into passive and forcing a rotate from Nine Academy. With that pick, they want to play towards that B side, so that is what they'll do. Okian here with the smoke, setting that up towards Heaven, I believe. The Molotov also down towards the Toxic Barrels. So now they make their way in from Monster. One player at the backside, joined by a second man in. Graffiti will now try and hold up against the bomb plant. Kenny's just going to get that down immediately and forcing the retake for the Ninjas here. They have a kit on Rolf, and they're doing damage to Kenny and Hugo. So this starts getting dicey here for the Nine Academy players. Okian watching the backside. Watching the back lines over the Monster Control, and ZTR gets a frag back to a 4 versus 4. Here come the CTs now. Oh, the kills start rolling in. And just like that, it's all fallen down. Paxios caught off out towards the short position. Bullets flying his way. Adam gets the frag, and it will be Ninjas with the pistol.
CTR making a lot happen out of nothing, really, in a short matter of space, or short amount of time. Fair enough, you get the kill onto Uchen by jail, but only 2 follow-ups there. Excellent stuff from the young in-game leader. That's a very, very comfortable pistol round in the end for Young Ninjas, but it did start off dicey. Lucy being able to find the opening frag onto Maxter, but that was all she wrote, really. Nothing more to be had for Nine Academy, and okay, so they don't get the ideal start for the T side. We'll see how long it's going to take for them to bounce back, but they have invested into this round.
Yeah, pushing up here for the likes of Rolf, getting the kill together for the casualty of Kenny, so starting advantage favours Ninjas, you would expect. Also investing the MAC-10s on the other players, a Tech 9 for Paxios. So not a lot when you compare what Young Ninjas have got in terms of the firepower on the FAMASs and the M4s. The FAMAS in particular will strike on Adam B. So Hugo down, 5v3.
Basically, random timing monster push doesn't necessarily work in Hugo's favor this time around. It's probably something we're going to see more of. Default Molotov comes out, but it's still frags more or less in favor of Nine Academy. But look at Lucy.
All right.
Solid double kill, and also going to get a bomb plant for his efforts as well. Low on HP, but could get something with his positioning here.
We'll try to find his way around. Maxter and Adam are leaning in. I'll grab the M4 as well.
No smoke.
Yeah, Loose T has got an angle. He's just got a lack of HP. Ooh, okay. I did think that was a kill for Loose T in that case, but he went down prior to the point. Maxter just happened to light up his teammate, and he's on -1 frag to start off this map. It's still 2-0 thanks to his efforts.
I think, yeah, he might have gotten like an MVP star at -1, which is quite the achievement. Honestly, from the angle of Adam, it kind of just looks like he got executed as well, but you know, they'll take it. Adam, yeah, there. Shot in the back of the head, but it is around for Nine Academy, but Lucy definitely making that more of an expensive affair than Young Ninjas might have set out for. And yeah, rebuy as well with the bomb plant down. The Lils and AKs.
serious opportunity to hard reset the Ninjas if they can make this round work out. It's part of the reason why they forced the buy here. Could have saved for much better weapons in the next, but because of that reset potential, they justify it, and that's a good start for Lusti to kick things off on the right foot. Any more like that, and things start looking real good for 9, and indeed, Paxios with the other AK strikes on ZTR.
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing for ZTR, though. Like, been jiggle peeking, showing his shoulder towards underpass for such a long time. When we finally commits towards the door, that's when you see the move being made by Paxios. It's a 2-man advantage, and as you said, yeah, this has pretty big implications on the economy of Young Ninjas if they were to lose this one. So it matters all that more for 9 Academy. And this is similar to what we saw versus H.O.T. Again, they could find openings that are not necessarily going to let themselves rush. As a result of it, group up, stay together, and rely on trades and whatnot as they get closer to the bomb site. One-man tasks with throwing out all the utility, and away we go.
Yeah, no rotation response from the Ninjas, though. They've decided to stick towards that B site, not move at all. No sense in throwing those weapons away because they recognise it's just as much as the Young Ninjas that they are also on a reset situation. So 9 Academy secure this round without contention in the retake. A first up for them, so a good pistol and conversion set for the Young Ninjas side at 9 Academy. With probably the more important round, honestly, because even though they will save 3 rifles here, the reinvestment around Rolf and ZTR is going to be very rough.
Yeah, it's going to be practically nil. Temporary could drop off something from Moss or an MP9 potentially here, but not the greatest of weaponry to necessarily work out with. In my greedy head, I would have loved to see 9 Academy get a little bit more aggressive again. They have expendable Galil's potentially to hunt for those, because again, losing 2 members on your side to potentially get 1 kill out of the Young Ninjas, that would be fantastic already. Would mean much more to you as a T side than it would for Young Ninjas as a CT side, really, to get a kill on, you know, any sort of T's lurking about. And I think it's still a situation where Young Ninjas are going to have to be forced to buy back into it, regardless of how many weapons they hold on to, just given the economic state. So, well, not going to be the case, but 9, they are going to get the chance to get consecutive rounds here. MP9 and Deagle is what they've been able to scrap together for the 2 teammates that fell in the previous round. And it's a 2-3 setup, but they have placed temporary with an M4 over towards A.
See what you can do with it. Just out on those bathrooms positions, just waiting for someone to cross out towards long. Nade set in from Hugo, though, do the initial damage towards ZTR as he works in towards the B site. Flashbangs in against Temporary, and he's in a temporary position as he backs off towards that long position, back out towards the site in particular. Gets away from contention. That could have easily been a pick for 9 Academy, though.
Yeah, no, Young Ninja's definitely lucky to have 5 players live for the time being. No rotations made up towards the A-bomb site just yet. See ZTR toying with the idea, and he's actually going to commit to it as well. So we'll see what course of action is for 9 Academy here. Bomb's going to get picked up by Paxios, and with him moving towards B, I guess that is a bit of an indicator of what's about to happen. Lurk Smoke comes out towards long. He's going to give it Ukian. Oh, well, first off, an opportunity to get some more damage in, but also show some presence over towards A. Mid-site smoke, flash out monster, and away we go.
Kenny first man in, maxed it down to the hands of Hugo up on short. What a flick to the head. Adam down, ZTR down. At least he does burn one from beyond the grave, and Temporary lands a pick back on Hugo. So 3 versus 2. 9 Academy still favoured for the time being, and they start moving together to try and go for this retake. Kit is on Temporary, so he's got to be the man to stay alive. Roll for the SMG, peeking in close. He's seen a rifle on the site itself. He's going to focus trying to get the picks back with the SMG, and indeed Kenny falls. Second player seen. Spray's not quite good enough. The M4 comes in, and the player backs off. Now to rejoin Paxios. Okian will try and support them on defensive on the tap once. Rolf ready for the peek, sees that first, gets that kill. Paxios with the kill back. Got to get the bomb diffuser, and indeed he gets it together. That'll be a second round for 9 Academy. A little bit too close for comfort, but it does work out for them.
Yeah, some solid shots from Rolf there to give them a bit of a hope into the round, but it's that entry to the B site, so effective on the side of 9 Academy. Gives them enough bodies to play off of towards the end there, and Paxios does a great job of actually finalizing it. And in a good sense, again, you're not too worried about the fact that you only survive with one in the scenario for Night Academy, because you know you've absolutely decimated the CT side economy here. So this should be an excellent opportunity to build up some cash. As you see, an aggressive move coming out of the Young Ninjas. Well, that's one opt out.
Yeah, we're all taking Lucy down.
Oh, don't forget the bomb.
It's not in their sights just yet, though. You can see the T-Sub there picked up on the stairs. The smoke's down as they recognise the ZTR's out there, very close. Heard the burning of the Molotov or the incendiary, and it was that shot that came in very close towards T-Con, so they'll be aware of this.
Yeah.
The plant will come down. The CT's hard rotating back in towards the A side. Will they commit towards some sort of pistol execution here?
I think they might send the USPs out for a bit out for a bit of a fact-finding mission, while ZTR stays as far away as possible, just to hold on to that op. That's a big get, honestly, considering the investment made by Young Ninjas into this round. They're going to be happy about that. Here it comes, USP feeding their way through the smoke and gonna net themselves one kill, so it's not all for nothing. But that's going to be the end of the action for now. All in all, definitely a well-worth round and a good catch for Young Ninjas, but it is going to be 9 Academy to take the lead here, 3-2.
Yeah, advantage for the T side. A gun, I don't think it got picked up there. I did see the CT get close towards it, but
See,
we'll find out in a second here. I imagine it will be an AK in their hands, and
no.
no, doesn't seem to be the case. So just that AWP that remains in. So a hair too late in that case for the Ninjas player for temporarily to get back to any sort of gun. But you're going on to the AWP at least, so that's a little something.
A for effort, though.
Yeah, could have gotten close, and it doesn't really work out that way, unfortunately, but it is what it is. An Academy. Guns out, the Orb of Temporary will try and challenge them directly here. That nade is pretty nicely placed from Okian. He's down to 1 HP for that AWP. We're off the backup, caught up in top com, and they'll continue hunting for the big green gun. They won't catch it though. He's backed up towards long. He's falling back into the site. Now the sandwich can convert in against him here. Depends on whether they're reading it properly. Flash gun away from good shot against Paxios. 360s again, but not able to get the kill towards Kenny. Hugo follows suit towards Adam. So it's a 4v2 for 9 Academy.
Yeah, the determination, though, from 9 Academy. The second they find Rolf, just immediate burst up towards the A-bomb site. So efficient. That's what you love to see. Again, they've been good at slowing down when they need to, when they feel like they can play the round better off at a slow tempo, but also having that extra gear in them going to prove to be vital. And yeah, Hugo being a bit of a nuisance, he's basically confirming their suspicions of Young Ninja saving these last 2 weapons. And Maxter going to have an opportunity to pick up another weapon. So a bit of an upgrade for him. But it's yet another round for 9 Academy here. 4 on the board. No intent to save, and I can understand that given the instability that they've been feeling with money and so on, even though it probably would sting more for Young Ninjas here to lose this weapon, but we'll see if they actually opt to buy behind it. 2 M4s could be dropped by Maxter and ZTR, but obviously would limit their utility usage quite heavily. And that's the key frag there from Paxios onto Rolf. Sets it all into motion.
All falling apart there, 9 Academy. The T side that has gotten themselves into a respectable position. The 4 in a row that they've gained so far in this half. Ninjas only with those 2 rifles on Max and ZTR. Max is still on -1 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
So hasn't had any impact outside of that TK. Boost up for ZTR, who's going to have impact on that 1 frag towards Lucy. Unaware of Kenny in the midst of the smoke. Will catch a bit of damage towards the man, but he remains undetected and alive.
It's a good move from Young Ninjas, doing it on a little bit of an off timing. So initially you come running out of the short tunnel as expecting there to be a boost in place already. Kind of forgetting about it moments later, and that's going to be a big positive for Young Ninjas. So standard smokes being set up, 1 for restrooms and a Molotov for the sandwiched area. Paxios can swing out Kenny this time, the one who's set up as a lurk. Just have Hugo near him. No committal. Nice little boost here. Yet again, these boosts are doing work for Young Ninjas right now. CTR, 2 boosts, 2 frags. 9 Academy getting whittled down even before they make it anywhere near a bomb site. Group up now. Still utility at least for an exec here. We do have a Molotov for default boxes as well.
Under 30 seconds to go for the hit itself, though. Smoke's out towards the mid position, and the stairs will try by a bit of cover. There's 3 players to hold onto it. Another boost being set up. I think ZTR is looking for more here on this M4. Indeed, he'll see a headshot, not quite the triple landed, but Hugo down at 9 points of health. Will be forced to get the bomb plant in to get that extra cash injection at the very least for 9 Academy. From here, it's all about trying to hold off against these pistols and these guns here. Nades up, finally some decent damage done by Hugo, and that could start to change the narrative a little bit. All 5 coming in from Bank and Dumpster. Kenny with that first pick, unawares where the other players are coming in from. Okian is there to bail him out though, so all in all, the T still hold the line. 12 HP to spare, but a 5th round for 9.
Plenty of HP to spare. My, what a work back into the round, really. And again, you know, from a starting point, it's meant to be a 9 Academy round, but they do get bothered quite a bit by ZTRs and his boost shenanigans, but solidly done there to actually be able to get it on onto their end of the scoreboard in the end of it. 5 rounds and perfect usage of their utility. Again, the lurk smoke allowing them to get closer to that A bomb site, and then smoke for stairs, Molotov for Bank once Kenny feels pressured. Works out perfectly. A little bit of damage onto the Young Ninjas players early on. Some spam damage and some utility damage. The Young Ninjas wanting to get short tunnels control and establish themselves there. That's going to allow for them to potentially have a bit of a cheat rotation over towards A later on. There we see it resmoke for Monster, and CTR ducks out, heads over towards the A bomb side, but it's only temporarily. And Academy setting up for a B exec here. Let's see how much of an execute it's going to be, or if it's just going to be a nose flash through Monster with a Molotov for barrels, and that being it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Heaven Smoke also posted up there by the player backed out towards the stairs. Rotations in from Rolf. Decent flash that actually might catch players blind. Lose did his full to maxed out towards Connector first and foremost. He swings on Paxio's Kenny. Also falls alongside Hugo to drop Rolf with the final frag against Okian, and a decimating round from the Ninjas. After 9 Academy got 5 in a row, kind of a bit of a shock to the system to see a round like that come through from them.
Yeah, no, again, it's just very, very solidly set up there to kind of receive the B execute. Again, Maxter obviously being able to find the early frag on basically what would be the pinch point for 9 Academy does a lot to alleviate pressure. You kind of know what to expect. You can fully focus everything you have, all your utility and all your bullets towards that Monster side. It does wonders for you. And again, quick rotations as well. We saw CTR just mid-round, thinking about the idea of basically playing with the A players, but moving back just in time. All adds up to a round win for Young Ninjas. See, Axios is going to pick up an AK, and they're fully equipped, more or less, on the side of the T's. So have another go at it. Quicker entrance in towards Playground here to start us off, and yeah, it's the Molotov for Fallen immediately. So, scaling rather quick up towards A here so far. Just going to continue on their path out towards Long. See how far they can actually get with this.
Should be pretty far considering there's no contention from the Ninjas right now. They're all the way back up towards the site. Got a bit of control up towards the short position, which is where the real issues could crop up for 9 Academy if they want to take it there. In underpass actually is where Paxios will fall to Maxter, so peeking at the con doorway. So casualty taken early on by the 9 Academy side as the Ninjas have that opening man advantage. Is there any follow-up, or is there a trade available for the T side? It might just be the commit here. That bomb's on its way in. 3 players stacked up in mid.
Yeah, a lot of it could come down to timing. If somebody on the Ninja side pull up a utility or pull up a nade at a bad time, seems like we have 9 Academy committing towards this A site.
ZTR into the corner, spray through, Kenny down, ZTR is traded, backstab inbound from the mid position and from the bathrooms. It's Lucy to fall to the hands of Adam B. Rolf gets Hugo, and Sokian now alone here on this long position. Taps forward of Rolf, revealing his angle. Sokian there with a kill towards Adam B. Just in towards a player over at Bank, giving Rolf the perfect chance to get his double and get the 4th for the Ninjas.
Once again, Maxter being able to basically get so much information and so much, well, I guess, capability really for young ninjas there with the aggressive moves into short tunnels in the waters there, being able to pick up this frag onto Paxios. They know that's the underpass player. Kind of rotate freely from that point on. Have a good understanding of what's going on, and we'll see ZTR up by the A-bomb site, kind of setting in position already as 9 Academy tries to make their move forward. So adaptations might need to be in place for 9 Academy eventually. Set up for more B defaults, trying to get that water control in order to make sure that there's no quick path for information for young ninjas at the very least going forward.
Set smokes the ready, seeming to be a very fast execution. You mentioned those two styles of play, which one could forego map control. That's the case right here, but it's being micked apart by the B defensive anyway. Adam B with 2 kills, 2 more came in from Maxter and Co. And ZTR steals the last away from Adam by getting Okyan. And it'll be 5 alls to the board of the Ninjas side. Feeling like all that confidence from the 9 Academy has just sort of disappeared at this time.
It is falling a little bit, but it is kind of the same thing that's being their Achilles heel. It's that short control. This time it's CTR through underpass, coming out of doors to actually make it happen for young ninjas. But they've always been able to find that relinquishing frag on their side to make their defense so much, well, that much stronger as 9 Academy execute. So for 9 Academy, it's going to feel like they're running into a bit of a wall, but it's a very set thing that is actually working for young ninjas.
Nothing working out for 9 Academy in this round especially. I mean, the Deagles are in play, so there could be some headshots here and there, but not a round you can expect them to win by default. On their positions out towards connector in mid. Maxter running out of ammo, forced it. It's a little bit of an awkward angle himself. It's Rolf with the first pick out towards the mid position. Out from the site is where he fires down, and Lucy first to drop a temporary follow suit on Kenny. Rolf with 2 more to add to the tally. And Okyan's alone in the 1 versus 5. Deagle doesn't hit a shot against Adam B. And the Ninjas will have the lead.
Yep, finally back in charge. And with money on their side as well. Pretty nice cleanup there, not taking any losses. So they're going to feel good about themselves. 2 players above 10K. This is going to be a bit of a struggle back in it for 9 Academy in terms of having hopes of getting some easy rounds by breaking the CT side economy. I guess the primary goal right now is just to simply get more rounds on the board. They managed to get 5 versus Tricked, so I guess in that sense they are on schedule, but I'd obviously like to have more given the start. And again, it's going to be a bit of a delayed approach. This time they do actually get the trade for 9 Academy, though. It's not just a straight-up opener for young ninjas. Got to feel good about that, and they didn't necessarily take any more damage as a result of it either. So now, short control established, which is a bit of a new one. Well, that's going to make the job a lot harder for young ninjas potentially to have a good read of what's going on, but they're actually going to sit in the smoke fade here. They're going to see nothing.
Oh, the push forward though is going to get map control back.
Oh, they're actually moving back in as well.
Yeah, Hugo's in trouble. He's got to win against both of them, and he lines them up. The perfect placement and the perfect timing on the spray. The incendiary down from, I believe that's Rolf on the B site, will stall for the time being. A counter incendiary back from the player of Hugo. Now they're aware of at least 1 man. A flashes over against temporary resort, will land the shot back. Peeking in for a second. Unable to land it though. The teams make their way forward and eventually overwhelming with the numbers game. Is only Rolf in the 1 versus 3. Fights on 1, almost wins the fight, almost was the second. Does get their headshot towards Paxios, but the backstab inbound from Hugo should close this one out with effective prejudice. And there it is. Triple up for him in the round. 6th round for 9 Academy to equalize once again.
Ooh. Just looking at that happening in slow motion on the radar there, you're thinking it was like, yeah, Hugo's looking in the wrong direction the entire time and somehow actually makes it out of there with 2 frags. Massive. And again, it seems to be a battle of short control. Whoever wins short water keeps that under check, they're the ones to win the round, and this time it's 9 Academy to do so. Much needed round as well, stem a little bit of the momentum that young ninjas have been able to build up for themselves. Ooh, okay, dangerous position to miss a shot in, and Temporary is going to feel the pain of Paxios' Mac 10. He's going to upgrade to an AWP as well.
Oh.
A couple of whiff shots here coming out from the CT side. CTR, though, might be the stabilizing factor. Oh, that's a lot of Molotov damage. Oh, they don't actually clear out Rolf.
2 flashes, let's go down and start peeking forward. Indeed, he gets involved against Loose D-Max. They're out towards mid. Will cut off Hugo from the site. 3v2 as he bursts in onto the last man. And it will be the Ninjas with their 7th. Great placement, and to think as well, the 9 Academy, they just kept that spray through the smoke on towards that corner. That actually could have been enough to win the round.
Oh, it absolutely could, and it's a game of millimeters at times. As I said, if Rolf falls there, all of a sudden we're talking about a bomb plant for 9 Academy. They can stabilize, they can get into after plant positions, and they kind of know what to expect, but instead it is the absolute chaos on the A-bomb site that goes the way of Young Ninjas. So they bounce right back, and they aim to get 9 rounds here to maximize their CT side. Bit of a new look. It's contact play up short here from the side initially, and a contact play through smoke as well. Rolf is on the ball. Ocean can't make his deagle bullets connect. CTR only taking damage, but not enough to get a kill. 5v3, and you just can recuperate, get into comfortable positions here. Hugo also spotted out side of Monster. To find some lucky connections through the smoke.
So far, so unlucky. He's going to come a back on Adam B, so it's starting to get a little bit more lucky, but not enough to get a pick back. Still a 5-on-3 for the Ninjas. Instead of a very scrambled T side. Not sure where they're really going to go with this one. The bomb is making its way back towards Connector. That indicates some sort of rotate away. I say that, and there's a wrap around towards top of Con.
Oh.
Thinking about that from Hugo. Eventually, Kenny's going to join Paxio, so they will lean into that B site with 2 players to cover it up in Maxter and Adam B. Dynamic duo joined in by ZTR, in fact, up at Heaven. So 3 players to have to deal with here for the 9 Academy side. ZTR does get caught first. Adam B with a responsive. Maxter lines up 2. And will knock him down all the same. So 8 to the board. Young Ninjas have the half. And now it's 9 Academy in with the 15th round. The buyback that could potentially get something close again. But this has been looking like a pretty solid half so far for the Ninjas.
Yeah, no, they've definitely been able to bounce back, and again, had a good string of rounds midway through the first half here. To actually get them to 8. Obviously, 6 rounds isn't necessarily a bad thing from 9 Academy's side, but would obviously like to have more, given the fact that they got so rapidly up to 5. Here we go, though. Oh, blocked nade. Luckily not going to do too much damage, and not impeded on their way up towards Fountain and everything, but we do have Temporary playing aggressively towards Long, and he's going to miss a shot and get caught out for it. So the early advantage, at least, goes the way of 9. I've been good about it, playing off of advantages earlier on. This time, obviously, understanding that there's not really a position for them to bomb rush the A site like they did earlier. So, settles in, groups up. His Ninjas, yet again, using that short control gained to get some more map control, and it's just going to cause rotations and a potential flank as well.
Don't worry about the hit more so than anything else here. 9 Academy flashing their way forward out along. 1 player on back site dealt with, but he gets a kill on the way out of it. ZTR still well back out of the truck, doubles up. Perhaps he's not seeing the player at the gap in a smoke. A 3 versus 2. It's all favours the Ninjas. The taps forward. ZTR gets Paxios, and it's all left to Okian, who can't do much. A quadra for ZTR on that backside. 9 Academy constantly struggling with that position. But fortunately, they've struggled no longer here as the T side is over. 9-6 up for the Young Ninjas, though. They've had a very impressive half, to say the least, in that one, and it carries over from what we saw over on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you could see CTR kind of leading by example in that one, pretty much showing up all over the map. And again, they had a pretty good idea of how they were going to be able to have good reads on 9 Academy as well. Establish short control and basically have CTR do cheat rotations over towards A. That was kind of the name of the game for them. And it worked out brilliantly. We didn't see too much of an effort from 9 Academy to kind of combat that. They had it in one occasion, and obviously that leads to the Hugo double kill in short tunnels once they regressed through Monster. But other than that, it felt like Young Ninjas had a goal set in mind, and they were able to accomplish that more often than not.
Absolutely. I mean, like, look, it's kind of curious because we were talking about how Nine Academy had that sort of quality to them in their last few matches. It felt like in this CT side, it definitely was the case for the Young Ninjas, as they had more so than that. Now we go over to the CT half for the Nine Academy side, though. And do we feel like it's going to be a bit more of a better CT basis like it was over on Ancient?
I do think so. Again, from what we saw in their matchup versus Trick, they were able to play off of each other, and again, not afraid to take initiative, not afraid to actually try to find map control. They did it obviously on the opposite side of the map compared to what we saw out of Young Ninjas, but they did also have aggressive short setups as well that they went back to. And keep in mind, they managed to get 6 T rounds without winning the pistol round. So definitely not a bad effort from their end either.
As well as that, you've got to consider against Trick, they got only 14 rounds in that map, and the basis of their rounds were all in the CT half and everything. So there's a lot of numbers and previous history statistics that do still favour Nine Academy, but I think they've got to get a pistol if they really want a good chance of this, else Young Ninjas could put enough distance between them and their opponents. It's Kenny with the opening duel against ZTR. Lucy does lose a lot of HP himself. He was on that boost above Hugo, and as they see nothing else on the B side, they'll realise it's going to have to be the A play. Archeon, first player in from bank, taps up and does some damage to Adam B. 55 HP, 25 HP with a contact out towards the dumpster position. Temporary, taps up Kenny, gets it to a 4v4 as the bomb goes down. Meanwhile, wrap around from Paxio, sees one, lands his head, sees two, doesn't get anything. It's Rolf with a responsive in a 3-on-3 scenario. Nine Academy very low on HP across several players. Smokes will go down, and Hugo's got the kit. He's dead to rights instantly. They've got to protect him, desperately so. Taps forward, Temporary proves the point with 2 quick kills. Okian again back on the defuse, taps it, looks for the kit, but loses his life to Adam B as Ninjas claim the pistol.
Oh man. Temporary definitely finding the right bullet at the right time. Was it Lucy who had the defuse kit on him the entire time? A little bit curious. It wasn't a headshot, but he died immediately as Hugo actually was on the defuse initially. Nonetheless, the result is the same. I thought the second I saw the smoke on Hugo go down, I was thinking to myself, like, surely this is gonna end up with a smoke defuse, as is not uncommon on this map whatsoever. Temporary coming in as a bit of a hero for that one. Secures Young Ninjas the 10th. First team into double figures, and obviously looking to go even further. Trying to convert an anti-eco. Aggressive flash push coming out from 9 Academy here into Playground. So they might be able to box Rolf here over towards Playground, but he's having a good time of it initially.
The keyword there was might be able to box Rolf in, and they weren't able to do so, and Lucy loses his teammates, the MAC 10 of ZTR. Looking to pick up the PCs, remove Paxios from play. Try to spot out the last man, of course, 35 HP for Lucy, so the MAC 10 should be enough to drop him the same. Same thing for Maxter here, he's also got the same weapon wrapping around the other side. There it is, burst fire, good kill. We'll be able to grab that Galil for 11 up to the board of the T-side line. And again, the big concern was always going to be about the potential in terms of Ninjas gaining this pistol and just gaining control of the match. Off the back of that, we saw that over on Inferno. And here we might be seeing it for this third and final map. 11-6 for the time being, and there is a buyback for the Ninjas.
So this is where a lot needs to happen really for 9 Academy. Again, losing this one is obviously going to send their economy into disarray, and and as well extend the lead that Young Ninjas have been able to build up for themselves. Don't be fooled by what it says at the top of the screen. It is Young Ninjas in the lead, 11-6. They have everything going for them as of right now.
Yeah, I didn't know that the 9 Academy players had swapped places with the Young Ninjas.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that trade mid-match, but you know. Hugo spray through, gets Rolf for Adam B with a quick trade back. Kenny tries to hold his own, but he doesn't last much longer against ZTR and his MAC 10 spray. A 3v3 scenario with flashes going over. The bomb trying to commit, eventually gets Okian. It's all left to 2 now of Lucy and Paxios for the 9 Academy side, making it 1 now. Paxios backed up towards short, is at least close to the site, but a lot of work to be done if he wants to get back into control of the situation. He just sprays through the smoke, does get the kill towards Temporary, make it a bit of an expensive round here for the T side, but Young Ninjas, they're not sweating much expense at this particular stage. They are mostly looking towards getting the rounds themselves, because 9 Academy, they've got even more expense to worry about. 12-6, the deficit of the scoreline, and the economy just isn't there to go for another good buyback.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a bit of a rough one. Again, just not getting efficient trades here over towards the B-bomb side. Even if they did have a reasonable amount of players at the right spot, but 1-for-1 trades rarely beneficial for the CTs, and it just goes from bad to worse in that sense. Now, we're gonna have to rely on some pistol heroics to bring them back into this, but Young Ninjas definitely been showing a better side of themselves in these last 2 maps. It continues. ZTR definitely been the point man for Young Ninjas on this map, and he continues his good trend.
Oh, what a shot. Paxios wants a little bit of the action himself. He gets up towards that top mid control, getting an AK off the body of Rolf, but as Maxter gets Kenny on the B site, it leans into the plant, and not really much of a retake on the table for Nine Academy. I say that, and Lusty gets a kill through the smoke on Maxter. 3v3 scenario, flash forward for Okian. ZTR falls, but so does Paxios. 2v2, looking for the gun. The 5-7 of Lusty gets a second kill in the round. Temporaries alone. The AWP ducking and diving out of the way. He lands a no-scope and gets the second player as well, so recovers it for the Ninjas. The pistols alone, that was quite a decent round for Nine Academy. It doesn't quite come through for them, but the expense might have mounted up here. They could be on for a reset if the next gun buy goes well.
That got very scary. Lusty there with a 5-7 doing a ton of work. Temporary, man. Finding that no-scope onto Lusty is such a big connection. That's essentially what the, well, settles it for Young Ninjas. 13 rounds, 13-6, a considerable lead here. As Nine Academy might be going into what could be their last full buy, unless they find some immediate success. It's not going to do any damage whatsoever. And the aggression from Paxio is going to be expected by Rolf as well. So a bit of a different approach as well, just by how Young Ninjas is setting up. Focusing more on B defaults than actually grabbing fountain control and whatnot. CTR going to get boosted. And found. Hugo basically has the audiobook on CTR for that one. We'll see how prepared they are for whatever may come next. Smoke for hire. Maxter sets up the flash for Rain as well. Bomb site him. Oh, nice lineup there. Rolf does it all, really. It's a 3v2 advantage for the Young Ninjas.
I'm going to try and chime into something here, though. Adam just got tagged at 9 HP, thanks to Okian's efforts. He's waiting for his teammate to get back here, though. Lusty is up in heaven, bearing down upon them with the AWP, but so far seeing so little, and they're going to start backing off here. That's what you think, actually, and Okian still trying to lean in.
Yeah.
Still seeing nothing, and then they're not going to have time anymore.
Yeah, realizes that it's a little bit too far gone. Again, not getting the efficient trades they need over towards that B bomb site. That's really what does them in. 14 for Young Ninjas. So, yet to post a round on the CT side here, Nine Academy. Axios getting found early. And even though Hugo does get the pick onto CTR, it wasn't enough to really hold Young Ninjas back from that B bomb site. So we're seeing it over and over again now. Young Ninjas finding what they need over towards B. And no response just yet from Nine Academy. And it's not going to get easier either.
No.
Money available to at least drop some weapons around for the Nine Academy side, but it's not going to be an ideal buy. Again, not having utility on the CT side of overpass makes it difficult to potentially set up for aggro moves. It also makes it difficult to basically allow for a retake scenario to happen as well. So, yeah, definitely an uphill battle here on the menu for Nine Academy. Whereas Young Ninjas, you couldn't feel more comfortable than what they are right now. They have both Rolf and ZTR doing a very, very solid job of leading the way. 22 and 13 on Rolf and 23 and 10 on ZTR respectively. And showing no signs of stopping, and just back-to-back timeouts here. I think this started with a Young Ninjas timeout, and then Night Academy followed it up with one. So who knows?
One of their own, right?
Yeah. Maybe there is
Counter mind games.
Exactly. We'll see what it comes to, though. There's no doubt that both teams are going to run out of spawn, at least very prepared for what they're about to do. Nine Academy obviously needs to get started on putting rounds on the board right now.
Yeah, and needs to carry it forward right up until the comeback. 8 rounds on the deficit. They need something to go right, and they need a lot of somethings to go right at that. Needs to start here on round 21, else their run here in the Heroes of Tomorrow will be over. Nades up, incendiaries down, depression involved. Okyand in the midst of the smoke. One T-side player right around him, and they just can't quite seem to see each other. They're being very careful about their angles, very careful about their peaks. And they'll start to back off and just play around the smoke rather than in it.
A bit of an awkward setup, and obviously have no idea what's going on, and the timing doesn't work out for Ushant. ZTR yet again coming out victorious in an opening duel. Might be tough to expect them to get more here. Spaxius runs down, but there's obviously quite the chasm up towards the A bomb site. Last A defender gets spotted out as well.
Flash has come over and trying to look for Lucy. No, he must be around here somewhere on the site. Plant will be secured. The Ninjas have access to A. 9 Academy kind of got to go for this retake though, and they're spamming through the walls, hoping they can catch anything for it. And Kenny, little did he know where Rolf was, got a lucky headshot. Is that lucky play going to be enough to get them back into the round? Maxter wants to have other ideas, gets a kill back and doubles up on Paxios. Kenny trades him back, 2 versus 2 situation. Players in mid from the Ninjas, and Temporary looking to try to lock this one down. The AWP leans in, catches the diffuser. Kenny all left alone, and Adam B closes 15-6. When you thought Kenny's spray had somehow come up with a way back into the round, it's snatched away by the Ninjas, as now they're on match points.
Well, there you go. You think that might be the starting point, especially because Maxter has a little bit of a labor duel towards the player in bank. That's Paxios, who's not able to capitalize off of the situation given to him. And just allows him just enough time to reset, recalibrate, and actually find that second frag, which is crucial. Young Ninjas on to match point. It's all about survival for 9 Academy right here. 3 M4s, Famas won't even trade at least this time. Just to find CTR through the smoke, but Kenny falls quickly after. Adam B secures the advantage for Young Ninjas. Not exactly shored up over towards that B site. One player in heaven. Adam B already deep out monster.
Smokes go down. Adam watching with the rifle. The AK held back. The AWP starting to lean forward. Or the scout rather on the CT side. Lose T out of the round. Okian quick to 4. It's all left to Paxios. 1 on 4. And it looks like 9 Academy, as valiant as they fought, will have to concede on this occasion. The Young Ninjas fought well to get back into this series from the Ancient that they had lost back on Inferno, their own map, picking over part of the one map which 9 Academy proved themselves on against Tricked. They will concede it this time. It will be 2-1 to the Young Ninjas. Our first 3-map series goes the way of our name favourites, and it will be 9 Academy knocked out in the same day here of the Heroes of Tomorrow. A bit of a shame, really. I really had a lot of faith that this team would do so well and get a deeper run in this tournament. I saw them as having a lot more potential based off what we saw in that upper bracket matchup, but seeing how things went today, it's a bit disappointing to how things played out.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, especially because they kind of get over the first hurdle, which is the T side on overpass, right? You get away with that, not having 1 pistol, still picking up 6 rounds. You feel like there's definitely something to work off of there. But no, just not getting into the thick of things, not figuring out Young Ninjas and what they were doing pretty much for the entirety of the CT side. And even when they were in a position to potentially deal with whatever execute Young Ninjas were throwing at them, couldn't get the efficient trades. And at that point, you got to give a lot of credit to Young Ninjas as well. I think this is by far the best we've seen them so far in the tournament, without a doubt. But you also saw them be just very turned on from 1 through 5 on that lineup in terms of actually just being able to have impact plays and finding the correct frags when needed. So again, while it is a bit of a disappointing way to exit the tournament for 9 Academy, I think overall still seen as a bit of quite a positive.
Yeah.
And as for Young Ninjas, obviously you're excited about the fact that they've shown significant improvement from obviously the first matchup versus 0-0 prospects, and then seeing how they finish off the series in the last two maps.
Yeah, again, it's all about proving potential in
Yeah.
this tournament for both squads in this case. Obviously, Ninjas with the new lineup rebuild and Nine Academy just looking like the underdogs, the ultimate underdogs in this whole bracket. And fortunately for NIP and for an NIP roster, like, even being the Academy team, they would be focusing mostly on trying to beat out teams of this sort of caliber, right?
Yeah.
Like for an organization that's as prestigious as Ninjas in that whole region, like you would expect any squad that has that logo on it to be able to defeat a national team in that sort of fashion. So the fact that we were doubting the fact we were doubting them against Nine Academy really proves that they have still much to prove. But the fact they've got that victory right now shows that they've proven a lot more in terms of what they could do. But however, we talked in great depth about how a victory is not always the big sort of sticking point. And for Nine Academy, like I'm sure that they must be able to bow at this tournament with their heads held high.
Yeah, no, I think they have no reason to necessarily be upset. And again, it's a learning experience for them. I think we saw after day one, right? One of the players tweeting out that it's actually so much fun to play games that matter in the sense, right? Like actually play, proper teams in a tournament that's given them, a bit more of a chance to actually test their mettle to a much bigger degree than what they've had before. And again, you're going to pick up so many things you can twist, and what has worked in practice probably not going to work against a lot of these teams in official games. That's something you take with you. You can move forward and you improve upon your game. So I think we've seen, again, a positive showing from Nine Academy, and maybe we'll see them, the next time around as well, coming back even stronger. That's really what you're hoping for. But again, yeah, absolutely, heads held high, even though they bow out of the tournament.
Yeah, I want to see them in more tournaments as well. Like, I think these guys have got a lot to learn, but I think that if they can learn it, then they can look like a real good unit. Like they've already proven that they can go toe to toe with some of the teams within the tier 2 space. So for me, I don't think that they're going to be necessarily world beaters by any stretch of the imagination, but it is an academy team at the end of the day, and for a squad like that to do what they've done so far in this tournament, I think there's a bright future ahead of them. So well done to Nine Academy, but congratulations to Young Ninjas moving on in the lower bracket to close out our lower bracket games for today. We'll bring you up to speed with how that bracket does look like at this particular stage. Of course, the upper semis have yet to begin. Those will be on tomorrow. And the Young Ninjas and Bitfix, of course, moving forward into the lower semi-finals here. Despite that, though, you sort of look at them and you sort of think about what happened in those quarterfinals. You still think there's going to be a tough task for these two teams moving forward in the rest of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think the teams that we do have in upper bracket, Trick 0-0 Prospects, Masonic, and Strahl's Talent, all showed themselves from very, very good sides in their opening matches. So while Young Ninjas, Bitfix stay alive for the time being, they're going to be underdogs in, I think, every future matchup, more or less. And that's just kind of a bit of a stamp of approval in terms of how solid the three Danish teams have been, and also 0-0 Prospects for that matter.
Absolutely. So we'll see who those teams who will be joining them in the lower semis will be in tomorrow's action, as our two best of threes will, of course, be from those upper semi-finals. I mean, there's no other best of threes to play, so we'll definitely be having those.
Yep.
Masonic versus Australia's Talent in our Danish derby for the day, and Tricked take on the 0-0 Prospects, who have already managed a great victory against the Ninjas, who now look refreshed, now up against our top team in the tournament here. I think that for that second match, we definitely have a definitive favourite in the Tricked side. Masonic Australia's Talent, though, like the Danish derbies have the special thing about them, right? Like, it doesn't matter which teams that they are, they can always be completely wild and so unpredictable. So that's the one I'm looking forward to the most tomorrow.
No, absolutely, and I think that's fair as well. It's a bit of a rematch for them as well. They've played each other quite a bit, in the last couple of weeks. First time around, Masonic was able to win a 2-0 best of 3 series versus them, and then you get to LAN. You get to Gamebox, which was hosted this last week, and it was Australia's Talent to actually win out that entire tournament, so beating Masonic in the grand finals. So there's obviously a lot of who wish for revenge on the side of Masonic, and obviously Australia's Talent wanted to prove themselves as the better team as a whole. But I think that's going to be a very tight and closely contested game. And as for the last matchup, even though Tricked come into it as pretty clear favorites, what we saw out of 0-0 Prospects was pretty positive versus Young Ninjas, and again, they've been a team on the rise in that sense for the last 2 months, having better and better results. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do versus, probably the top dog of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to how things will play out for tomorrow. But today, though, I want to quickly ask you once again. We're looking for the heroes of tomorrow. Who is your hero of today?
A hero of today, I would have to say, well, for the first matchup, Tapeware. By far, he was miles ahead of anyone else on the shiver. It felt like, so he definitely deserves a shout out. And as for our last series, again, ZTR, not necessarily the most exciting pick, but I definitely think he did everything he needed to do in order to bring Young Ninjas back in that series. And also want to give a little bit of a shout out to Temporary, because we got to see more out of him on Overpass than we have previously in the other maps. So definitely cool to see him being able to showcase his skill as well.
Awesome. Well, there you go. We'll continue to look for our heroes of tomorrow in tomorrow's broadcast. For today, however, we are all done. Make sure you're tuning back in here at the same time, same place, 5 p.m. CEST for the Masonic versus Astralis talent matchup. But until that point, we're going to bid you on all of you, on behalf of all of us here at MistGames. We want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. And we'll see you back here tomorrow to continue with the upper bracket.